There once was a flawless man, impeccable in looks, intelligence, and demeanor, a perfect overachiever. Yet, fate had him encounter a 5-year-old firecracker, so energetic that even bandits would surrender, saying, "Here, take her, boss." This little rascal's antics, like suddenly kissing him or tearing his clothes, drove him to the brink of screaming, making him want to punish her severely. The funniest thing was, neither he nor his personal guards could do anything about her. In the past, the world was divided into 4 regions: Langfang, Baichun, and Mo. The people of Mo lived in Hulua, rolling in riches, never having to worry about food or clothing. Everyone there knew martial arts, possessing fierce personalities and bodies as strong as iron towers. In contrast, Baichun relied entirely on herding and hunting. Langfang was a land of hermits, who preferred the company of birds and living in harmony with nature. Legend had it that the people of Langfang were the most beautiful in the world, unrivaled in their beauty. But later, the capital of Mo became bustling, with people claiming their own Jing Wang was the most beautiful person in the world. The scene shifts to a street where a carriage is surrounded by a crowd of admirers. From little girls to old ladies, everyone jostled to get closer to the prince in their hearts as he leisurely passed through the streets. And this heartthrob was none other than Jing Wang and Han Qing. In the hearts of Mo's people, he was the most beautiful man in the world. Despite being only 9 years old, he was like a grumpy old man, sharp-tongued and arrogant, being gentle with girls. That phrase wasn't in his vocabulary. With a single cold glance, he ordered his guards to drive away all the girls surrounding the carriage, instantly clearing the area, exuding an aura of power, yet he never got his own hands dirty. Meanwhile, others were discussing Han Qing, the younger brother of the current ruler of Mo. Some talked about his status, others gossiped about his daily routine and diet. A mysterious figure in black lurked in the shadows, seemingly enjoying Hanqing's chronic insomnia. At Huangjue Temple, in Hanqing's residence, his 20 top-notch guards had somehow let an assassin slip in. The assassin pulled out a flute and played an excruciatingly awful melody, so off-key it could keep someone awake all night. Hanqing was furious, extremely dissatisfied with his guards for not only failing to catch the assassin, but also for not even noticing the piercing flute music. To make amends, the guards recommended a legendary master to Hanqing, Master Yinluo, who lived in seclusion at Flying Crane Manor, hoping he could cure the prince's insomnia. Hanqing decided to visit Flying Crane Manor. Meanwhile, the servants at Flying Crane Manor were bustling about, cleaning and preparing everything. They were also searching everywhere for little Miss Shi Qi Qi, a cute and mischievous 5-year-old girl and the granddaughter of Yinluo, the world's greatest martial artist. Shi Qi Qi was lively and adorable, but she hated the boring mountain life with her grandfather. While the servants searched the mountain for her, she was actually practicing swordsmanship in the bamboo forest. Bored out of her mind, she caught a whiff of a faint fragrance and followed it, leading her straight to Hanqing. Unfortunately, the carriage was too large to enter the bamboo forest. As the emperor's brother, he naturally had guards to carry him, but captivated by the serene beauty of the bamboo forest, he decided to experience it firsthand. The wind rustled through the bamboo leaves, creating a breathtaking scene. Suddenly, a super cute little angel descended from the sky, hugging him tightly and calling him sister. This little fairy didn't bother asking for permission, and with her innate charm, she planted a kiss on Hanqing's lips simply because she loved the faint fragrance. The young prince could only cry out that he had been defiled, completely helpless against his useless guards, who just stood there watching. I apologize for my granddaughter. Even the world's greatest martial artist dared not offend the little darling of Mo. The 5-year-old girl didn't understand the complex customs between her grandfather and the beautiful sister, but she somehow remembered the titles Master Mo and Master Qing. However, these titles didn't seem to suit the beautiful sister. A pair of dagger-like eyes stared fixedly at Shi Qi Qi, ready to unleash their fury. But in Miss Yang's eyes, it was clearly pure adoration. She'd been obsessed with beauty since childhood. It wasn't just talk. When forced to apologize to Hanqing, Shi Qi Qi still tried to reason. But her words were a critical hit to the young prince. This older sister smelled so good and was so beautiful. She was the most beautiful girl Shi Qi Qi had ever seen. The dagger was finally about to be drawn. Mo Han Qing immediately ordered his subordinates to deal with the child. Their master was really making things difficult for them. How were they supposed to do this? Were they supposed to deal with Yinluo, the best martial artist in the world, or the 5-year-old little miss Shi Qi Qi? Choosing either one was a moral dilemma. While they hesitated, Mo Han Qing pointed directly at Shi Qi Qi, his face grim, and said coldly, "Deal with that girl." Montag Hanqing's subordinatus invertly grant. In the palace, this little ancestor had the emperor's backing and could do whatever she wanted. But now, the time and place were all wrong. They were on Yinluo's territory and were being asked to deal with his most beloved granddaughter. It was simply unreasonable, especially since she was only a 5-year-old child. The atmosphere was tense, but Shi Qi Qi, as if she had found an opponent, immediately agreed. The Yi family head could only sigh, knowing he had spoiled Shi Qi Qi. He added, as if entrusting her to them, "If you can help me teach this granddaughter a lesson, I'll be very grateful. Please give her some pointers." Once on the stage, one should calm down. But Mo Han Qing's subordinates underestimated the little miss of the Yi family. Shi Qi Qi had been taught by her grandfather since childhood, "If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. If someone offends me, I'll make them pay." So, 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks, she didn't pay attention to how hard she was hitting, fully displaying her skills. She ended up injuring the young prince's guard. Seeing Mo Han Qing's anger about to erupt, in order to appease him, they had to yield first. Master Yinluo used dinner as a compromise, making his little ancestor apologize to their distinguished guest. Beggars couldn't be choosers. Shi Qi Qi obediently apologized to the pretty older sister, although she didn't know what she had done wrong. Seeing that Mo Han Qing was still angry, the soft and adorable Qi Qi kissed him on the cheek as a sign of sincerity. Having been forcibly kissed twice in one day, Mo Han Qing was completely dumbfounded. Back in his room, he cursed Shi Qi Qi in his mind, calling her a hooligan and a scoundrel. He then took his anger out on the guard who had lost to Qi Qi, feeling utterly humiliated. Murderous aura emanated from him as he sulked. Isn't a man's chastity also chastity? This was a first for him. The guard, accustomed to the young prince's tantrums, cleverly pretended to suffer internal injuries, feeling dizzy and wanting to rest, politely asking his master to return to his room. Mo Han Qing didn't bother to make things difficult for his subordinate any longer, deciding to let him recover. As he pushed open the door to his room, he vaguely saw a figure flash across the roof. Haunted by the assassin who played the broken flute, he decided to chase after them. But following the figure into the room, he discovered that it was Shi Qi Qi standing there. A few seconds later, Mo Han Qing felt weak and dizzy, collapsing to the floor. It turned out that Master Yinluo, in anger, had confined Shi Qi Qi to her room, and she had come tonight for revenge. The drug that made Mo Han Qing lose his strength was a special self-defense item her grandfather had made for his precious granddaughter. Useful for self-defense, escape, and even arson, it was truly versatile. But dear older sister, Qi Qi had actually used such a precious drug on Mo Han Qing, just to ask him. Why was he angry when she kissed him? In the past, whenever she caused trouble, she only needed to kiss her grandfather, and he would forgive her. But Mo Han Qing wasn't her grandfather. Seeing that acting cute wasn't working, the mischievous Qi Qi immediately changed tactics, instantly putting on a pitiful, teary-eyed expression, recounting her life story. Mo Han Qing then understood her situation. Shi Qi Qi was only 5 years old and had lost both her parents at a young age. She relied solely on the family head, Yinluo, and had never left the mountain manor. This was the first time she had seen people from outside, so she was particularly fond of them. Mo Han Qing's heart softened, and he was embraced by Shi Qi Qi, no longer dwelling on the day's events. Seeing this, Shi Qi Qi pushed her luck, insisting that he lift her up high. Why was he angry after she kissed him? Whenever she caused trouble before, all she had to do was kiss Grandpa, and he'd forgive her immediately. But Mo Han Qing wasn't her grandpa. Seeing that acting cute and coquettish wasn't working, the mischievous Qi Qi immediately changed tactics. He truly was a rare genius, intelligent, skilled in martial arts, and a first-class actor. In the blink of an eye, Qi Qi put on a pitiful, teary-eyed expression, lamenting her fate. Only then did Mo Han Qing understand her situation. Shi Qi Qi was only 5 years old, orphaned since childhood, and reliant on the family head, Yiju. She had never left the mountain manor, and this was the first time she had seen someone from outside, so she was particularly fond of him. Caught off guard, Mo Han Qing was tightly hugged by Shi Qi Qi, and he felt a pang of sympathy for her plight. He had no choice but to let go of the day's events. Seeing this, Shi Qi Qi pushed her luck, insisting that he lift her high up in the air. Only then did Mo Han Qing realize something was amiss. His strength had returned, but the drug was supposed to last only half a stick of incense. What a mischievous little girl. The next day, as Mo Han Qing was having breakfast, Yinluo came to greet him. Young Master Mo, did you sleep well last night? Mo Han Qing put down his chopsticks and politely replied, yes, I didn't hear the flute disturbing my sleep last night. As he said this, Shi Qi Qi's figure appeared in Mo Han Qing's mind. He thought to himself, yes, the flute is gone, but it's been replaced by a little devil who uses soft tendon powder. Across from him, Yinluo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. His Majesty, the Emperor of Mo, has already instructed this old man in his letter. Young master, please rest assured. Here at Feihe Manor, we guarantee that the flute-playing assassin will be able to get in, but not out. Mo Han Qing replied with a cold face, I'll have to trouble Master Yi. Having said that, he continued his meal. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent, becoming slightly awkward. Mo Han Qing pondered how to broach the subject of Shi Qi Qi's confinement without compromising his dignity as a prince. At this moment, Yinluo suddenly spoke. Young master, my granddaughter, Shi Qi Qi, is currently locked up. Before he could finish, Mo Han Qing interrupted. Fine, this prince permits it. Mo Han Qing's words stunned the guards beside him. Having served their master for so many years, they had never seen him act so differently. The guards thought to themselves, indeed, one kiss changes everything. Has His Highness started to show tenderness? Yinluo, standing at the side, was also delighted to hear this. Thank you, young Master Mo, for your generosity. This old man will release Qi Qi now. With that, Yinluo turned to leave, but Mo Han Qing called out to him, wait a moment. I heard that the little girl is an orphan. Is that true? In reply to young master, it is indeed true. When I found her, Qi Qi was only a few months old, like a small kitten. She was also poisoned and nearly died. That's why I usually spoil her so much, which is why she's so unruly and disrespectful. Yinluo's words seemed to unravel a knot in Mo Han Qing's heart. So what she said was true. Mo Han Qing suddenly lost his appetite and put down his chopsticks. A while later, he was reading in the garden, a gentle breeze brushing his face, and he unknowingly fell asleep. The two guards standing beside him were on edge the whole time. Seeing Shi Qi Qi approaching, one whispered, why is that girl here again? Protect His Highness. Protect him from what? We can't beat her. The second guard, being more rational, leaned into his companion's ear and whispered, be smarter from now on. Shi Qi Qi and our Highness have already kissed. Seeing that Mo Han Qing was asleep, Shi Qi Qi tiptoed closer and sat beside him, admiring him. She thought to herself, young master is so handsome, but his name is a bit strange. Shi Qi Qi had heard people call Mo Han Qing Gongzi, young master, but she mistakenly thought Mo Han Qing was a girl and heard it as Gongji, which sounded similar to Suji, toilet paper, making her feel awkward. Mo Han Qing had actually known Shi Qi Qi was watching him all along and pretended to be asleep, maintaining an elegant posture. However, the surroundings were too quiet, and he was worried about what Shi Qi Qi might do, so he secretly opened one eye to peek. As soon as he opened his eye, Shi Qi Qi was standing right in front of him. She was holding a small green snake in her hand and said with a grin, toilet paper, hey, you're finally awake. Let's go down the mountain and play, and bring little green too. The sight of the snake in her hand, with its fangs and flickering tongue, startled Mo Han Qing so much that he almost jumped up. Seeing this, Shi Qi Qi cheerfully comforted him. Toilet paper, hey, don't be afraid. This is a bamboo pit viper. Although it's venomous, it listens to me very well. Don't worry. Mo Han Qing felt his hair stand on end, but unwilling to lose his masculine composure. He forced himself to remain calm and said loudly, "Nonsense. Who's afraid of snakes?" Shi Qi Qi innocently exposed him. "If you're not afraid, why did you flinch?" Hanqing realized he had shown his fear and quickly coughed a few times to regain his composure. "Shi Qi Qi, what exactly do you want?" Upon hearing this, Shi Qi Qi immediately put on a pitiful expression. "Toilet paper. Hey, I just want you to accompany me down the mountain. I'm so old, and I've never been down the mountain. I really want to see the world below." Hanqing coldly refused. No. Shi Qi Qi was persistent and continued to plead, "Please, toilet paper, hey." As she spoke, she moved the small snake closer to Hanqing. Hanqing was so frightened that he dared not move. Seeing this, Shi Qi Qi simply grabbed his stiff hand. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes." Hanqing was dragged away just like that, too afraid to even call for help. He could only silently plead in his heart, "Someone, please save this little prince." And so, Shi Qi Qi successfully dragged Hanqing down the mountain. As soon as they reached the market, Qi Qi's eyes lit up at the sight of the bustling town, and she exclaimed excitedly. Everything was so new and interesting. Qi Qi happily tugged at her sleeve, letting the little snake peek its head out. "Xiaoqing, look how lively it is down there." Unlike its owner, the little snake quickly retreated back into the sleeve at the sight of the crowds. Seeing this, Shi Qi Qi kept calling, "Hey, why are you hiding again? Come out and play, Xiaoqing." Hanqing, noticing this, took Shi Qi Qi's hand and said, "Forget about it. Let's go play before it gets dark." With that, Hanqing pulled Shi Qi Qi along the street, and they stopped in front of a lantern shop. Shi Qi Qi acted coquettishly, asking for a gift. "I want a rabbit lantern." Hanqing said resignedly, All right. After walking for a while, Shi Qi Qi saw a mask shop and picked out the most peculiar mask, suddenly presenting it to Hanqing. Hanqing was startled and took a step back, but Shi Qi Qi continued to innocently hold up the mask and plead, "Hey, young master, put it on. I picked the most impressive one for you." So, Hanqing resignedly put on the mask. After walking a bit further, Shi Qi Qi saw some candied hawthorns and curiously asked Hanqing, "Hey, young master, what's this? It smells so sweet." Hanqing replied with some surprise, "You've never seen candied hawthorns before." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Qi Qi put on a pitiful expression. This tactic once again struck Hanqing's heart. Shi Qi Qi happily took the candied hawthorns and found her young master. "He's the best." After walking a bit further, Shi Qi Qi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she chased after the sound of drums in the street to watch a performance. Hanqing could only hurriedly follow behind, constantly calling her name, Shi Qi Qi. She rushed to the front of the crowd watching the performance, but being so small, she couldn't squeeze through and could only jump and shout outside, crying anxiously, "Wah, I want to see too." Hanqing stood behind her, watched for a few seconds, then walked in front of her, bent down, and said, "Come on up, I'll let you sit on my shoulders." Shi Qi Qi was a little surprised to hear this, but quickly and happily climbed onto his shoulders. Perched on Hanqing's shoulders, Shi Qi Qi watched the street performers' exciting show and cheered excitedly. Hanqing stood below, holding all the things she had bought, a look of resignation on his face. After watching for a while, Shi Qi Qi's stomach started to rumble. Seeing this, Hanqing took her to a small restaurant by the roadside, ordered 2 meals, and said, "It's getting late, eat quickly, and then we'll go back to the manor." Shi Qi Qi happily picked up her food and was about to eat when she suddenly saw at the next table a child about her age being fed by their parents and being asked questions with concern. This scene made Shi Qi Qi feel a little down. She looked at the wontons on the table and suddenly felt they had lost their appeal. Hanqing, noticing this, scooped a spoonful of wontons and held it to Shi Qi Qi's mouth, saying, "Hey, Shi Qi Qi, call me Ha, and I'll feed you the wontons." Shi Qi Qi was a little surprised to hear Hanqing say this, and blinked her bright eyes at him. She thought to herself, should I call him Ha or young master? Young master is so handsome and gentle. How could he be a boy? Or is Ha nickname? This nickname is even cuter than young master. Thinking of this, she smiled brightly and sweetly called out Ha. The two ate happily together, the surrounding sky seeming to be tinged with a warm pink. At this moment, Shi Qi Qi felt that she really wanted to be a family with Ha, never to be separated. Night fell, and they returned to the mountain. Shi Qi Qi had already fallen asleep on Mo Hanqing's shoulder. Mo Hanqing silently carried her through the forest path. After walking for a while, Mo Hanqing suddenly sensed something and shouted, "Who's there? Come out." After being discovered, the group immediately appeared, surrounding Mo Hanqing and Shi Qi Qi. These were bandits armed with weapons, who arrogantly declared, "We didn't catch the merchant caravan, but we didn't expect to run into two brats." The leader looked them over, assessing their clothing. "Look at how well they're dressed. They must be from a rich family. Let's kidnap them and make their family pay a ransom." Mo Hanqing listened to their conversation and roughly guessed their identities. "You're bandits." One of the bandits chuckled and said, "Bandits, we're righteous heroes of the green forest, robbing the rich to help the poor." As soon as he finished speaking, the others chimed in, "Yes, the boss is right." Then they all burst into laughter. Shi Qi Qi was woken by the noise and shouted irritably, "Too loud." With that, she jumped down from Mo Hanqing's back and slammed her fist on the ground. The bandits were startled. Shi Qi Qi raised her head, her eyes sharp as bullets, and said to the bandits, "Grandpa always says that children who don't get enough sleep won't grow tall." Shi Qi Qi is really angry. As soon as the words left her mouth, Shi Qi Qi, without waiting for a reaction, rushed forward and beat the bandits black and blue. Mo Hanqing could only stand there dumbfounded, watching in shock. This was the first time he had seen someone even more impulsive than himself. A while later, after the bandits came to, Shi Qi Qi finally released them. Bruised and battered, they knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Please spare us, heroine. Spare us, young hero. We won't dare do it again." Having vented her anger, Shi Qi Qi immediately brightened up. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to Mo Hanqing, saying, "Hey, Gongzi, do you think a bandit's lair would be fun? Let's go check it out." Mo Hanqing was terrified and quickly refused. Before he could finish, Shi Qi Qi pulled Xiao Na out of her sleeve, putting on an innocent look as she threatened him. "Hey, Gongzi, Xiao Qing hasn't been to a bandit's lair either. She says she wants to go too." The moment Mo Hanqing saw Xiao Na, his face turned deathly pale, his soul nearly leaving his body. "Shi Qi Qi, you're actually using a snake to scare the little prince," he screamed internally. A while later, the moon hung high above the mountain stronghold. Shi Qi Qi sat on the bandit leader's chair, which was covered with an extravagant tiger skin, and proudly declared, "Anyone else who disagrees. From today onwards, I, Shi Qi Qi, am the new leader of the Eagle Bear Gang. But the name River Hawk is too unpleasant. Let's change it to the Peacock Gang. Peacocks are the most beautiful." As soon as Shi Qi Qi finished speaking, the former bandit leader immediately flattered her. "Wise leader. What a wonderful name." The other bandits stood to the side, not daring to breathe. Looking at Mo Hanqing in the distance, Shi Qi Qi said, "Hey, Gongzi, what position do you want? I'll arrange it for you." Mo Hanqing turned away angrily and coldly replied, "Humph, I don't want anything." Seeing this, the former bandit leader leaned forward and offered Shi Qi Qi a suggestion. "Leader, if you like that young master, you can make him your Yizhai Xianggong." Shi Qi Qi looked a bit confused and asked with wide eyes, "What's a Yizhai Xianggong?" It's the second most important person after the leader. Marrying a Yizhai Xianggong involves a wedding ceremony and sharing a bed, the former bandit leader explained. Shi Qi Qi was delighted after hearing this. "Then let Gongzi be my Yizhai Xianggong. Shi Qi Qi's bed is big. It can sleep two people." Mo Hanqing walked over from afar. "Shi Qi Qi, have you played enough? Let's go home." As soon as Shi Qi Qi saw Mo Hanqing, she happily hugged him and then instructed the bandits. "Hey, Gongzi, you've come at the perfect time. Quickly, bow to my Yizhai Xianggong." Hearing Shi Qi Qi's words, the bandits immediately bowed to the Yizhai Xianggong without hesitation. Before he could finish speaking, he was silenced by the chilling aura emanating from Mo Hanqing, standing above. "What did you say?" The bandits were so intimidated by Mo Hanqing's presence that they all shut their mouths and didn't dare to utter a word. At this moment, the former bandit leader quickly corrected himself. "Bow to our brother-in-law." The others behind him echoed in unison, "Bow to our brother-in-law." Then they all bowed deeply, completely unaware that this phrase angered Mo Hanqing even more. Shi Qi Qi, however, remained carefree, her face full of pride at this grand spectacle. Meanwhile, the guards in Yizhuo were still searching for Mo Hanqing and Shi Qi Qi in the forest. Suddenly, fireworks went off in a nearby mountain village. Seeing this, a guard shouted, "It's the little prince's signal flare. We found them. They're over there." He and Yinluo immediately rushed into the mountain village, prepared for a big fight, only to find Han Qing and Shi Qi Qi leisurely enjoying food. Shi Qi Qi had even tried some wine and was drinking happily, constantly acting coquettishly. "Hey, Gongzi, this rice wine is so sweet and delicious. Give me another cup." Han Qing held the wine cup high and firmly said, "No, you've had a taste. You can't have any more." Just then, the guards and Yinluo arrived at the entrance. Seeing this scene, Yinluo angrily shouted, "Shi Qi Qi, what are you doing? Children shouldn't drink alcohol." Hearing her grandfather's voice, Shi Qi Qi turned around and saw the anger on his face. Not only was she not afraid, but she was actually quite happy. "Hee, Grandpa, you're here. This wine is to celebrate me becoming the new gang leader and Gongzi becoming my Yajai Xianggong." She even pointed at Han Qing. However, not even 2 seconds later, Shi Qi Qi passed out drunk, vomiting all over Han Qing with a wah. Back at the Flying Crane Manor, Shi Qi Qi was lying on the bed, snoring loudly. Yinluo walked in, holding a bottle of medicine, and waved it under Shi Qi Qi's nose. The pungent smell made Shi Qi Qi sneeze several times, and she woke up groggily. "Huh, Grandpa, how did I get back to my room?" Yinluo suddenly softened his tone and said gently, "Shi Qi Qi, where else could you go?" Shi Qi Qi stared blankly, trying to piece together the day's events, still utterly confused. "Wait, so going down the mountain, wandering around, fighting bandits, becoming their leader, marrying a bandit husband, and attending the wedding feast, was it all a dream?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yinluo dropped his kindly grandfather facade and roared, "Nonsense. You are never to drink alcohol again, especially not in front of young Master Mo. If you get drunk and provoke him again, this entire manor will be destroyed along with you." Yinluo practically wanted to strangle his granddaughter, but she still looked bewildered. "Provoke him." At this moment, Shi Qi Qi finally came to her senses, remembering how she had vomited all over Han Qing. Instantly filled with remorse, she lowered her head. "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I'll go apologize to young master." Mo, seeing this, Yinluo nodded in satisfaction and reminded her, "Go on, and remember to be sincere." Watching Shi Qi Qi walk out with determination, Yinluo breathed a sigh of relief. But then a thought suddenly struck him. That boy is shrewd. He must have started to suspect something, right? The little imperial uncle of Mo country has always disliked Shi Qi Qi. So why is he willing to play along with her antics? But then, on second thought, Yinluo felt that Shi Qi Qi was so adorable, who wouldn't like her? Meanwhile, Shi Qi Qi was pulling Hanqing's hand towards the manor's hot springs. Hanqing struggled desperately, his face full of vigilance. "Shi Qi Qi, what are you trying to do now?" Shi Qi Qi looked up at him with a serious expression. "I said I'm going to apologize to you." Hanqing's face was as cold as ice. "There's no need." Shi Qi Qi was insistent. "I must apologize." Her face was full of sincerity. Hanqing finally understood, his tone softening slightly. "You soiled my clothes, so you're inviting me to the hot springs." "Exactly. Our manor's medicinal springs can cleanse the meridians, strengthen the bones, and are especially beneficial for martial artists. Montag Hanqing was Zolmavatzo Peist. So there was such a benefit. Just then, Hanqing looked up and saw that Shi Qi Qi had already stripped naked. He yelled, "Why are you taking off your clothes? You clueless girl." Shi Qi Qi shrugged innocently. "To bathe, of course. I got all dirty in the bandit cave, so it's a good time to wash up." Hanqing quickly covered his eyes, his face as red as a ripe apple, stammering, "Shi Qi Qi, have you no shame? Do you not know that men and women are different?" Shi Qi Qi widened her eyes, looking bewildered. What does men and women are different mean? She then lunged forward and grabbed Hanqing's clothes. "Hey, young master, hurry up. If you won't take them off, I'll help you." Hanqing hadn't even reacted when Shi Qi Qi continued, "The pool is so big, can you swim? If not, I can teach you." She started tugging at his clothes. Hanqing desperately protected his clothes, shouting, "Someone, come quickly and take the little prince away." The two guards on the roof, although they heard their master calling for help, froze in place. One muttered, "Little prince, Miss Xia is actually still wearing clothes." The other added, and we're both men, it wouldn't be appropriate to barge in. Just as he finished speaking, they heard M.O. Han Qing yell again, "Shi Qi Qi, you damn girl, stop it." Inside, seeing that M.O. Han Qing was stubbornly uncooperative, Shi Qi Qi's expression darkened, suddenly becoming sinister. She snapped, "You're too noisy." With that, she yanked at M.O. Han Qing's clothes, and with a rip, they tore open. M.O. Han Qing was instantly naked, his mind as innocent as a 4-year-old's. Shi Qi Qi stared at a certain part of M.O. Han Qing's body and asked curiously, "Hey, young master, what's that? Why don't I have one?" She even reached out to poke it. M.O. Han Qing yelled, "Don't touch." Shi Qi Qi quickly withdrew her hand with an O expression. Although M.O. Han Qing was only 9 years old, having grown up in the palace, he knew quite a bit. The current situation was a complete system crash for him. His mind plunged into darkness. What's the point of living anymore? He thought to himself. With that thought, he plunged headfirst into the pool. Shi Qi Qi, on the other hand, was carefree and cheerfully shouted, "Look at how he dives. Young master really can't swim. Don't worry, I'll teach you." With that, Shi Qi Qi also jumped into the pool, paddling towards M.O. Han Qing. M.O. Han Qing wore an expression of utter despair. A while later, wrapped in a towel and sitting by the pool, M.O. Han Qing shivered, his face dejected. "Shi Qi Qi, I'm only staying at Flying Crane Manor for a month. After that, we'll go our separate ways and never cross paths again. From today onwards, I never want to see you again." That night, lying in bed, Shi Qi Qi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. No matter how she turned, this was the first time in her life she experienced insomnia. Shi Qi Qi sat up in frustration, M.O. Han Qing's words echoing in her mind. She couldn't understand why he was so angry. After pondering for a while, she suddenly jumped up, ran to her beloved toy chest, and rummaged through it with a sense of purpose. Shi Qi Qi decided to give her most cherished treasure to young Master He. She thought, this way, he definitely wouldn't be angry anymore. Soon, she found a jade pendant. She put it around her neck, contentedly climbed into bed, hugged the jade pendant tightly, and slowly drifted off to sleep. But not long after she lay down, Shi Qi Qi sat up again. The sound of a flute drifted in, making it impossible for her to fall asleep. She covered her ears angrily, her face full of impatience. Ugh, so noisy. M.O. Han Qing also couldn't sleep because of the flute music. He thought irritably, "Here's again, that damned flute is driving me crazy." M.O. Han Qing threw on some clothes and stormed out, following the sound of the flute straight to the bamboo forest, determined to find out who this annoying flute player was. Seeing this, 2 guards immediately chased after him, shouting as they ran, "Your Highness, you can't run around alone." M.O. Han Qing ignored them completely, focusing on running at full speed, leaving the 2 guards far behind. One guard complained as he chased, "Oh no, I can't keep up. His Highness's lightness skill has improved again." Meanwhile, Shi Qi Qi also muttered to herself as she chased the flute music into the bamboo forest. Who's playing the flute in the middle of the night? It's so awful. If Shi Qi Qi catches them, I'll spank them. Shi Qi Qi grumbled as she ran. As she ran, the flute music suddenly stopped. She stopped and looked around, not knowing where to go. Just then, Shi Qi Qi bumped into M.O. Han Qing from behind. M.O. Han Qing, caught off guard, instinctively reached out to steady her. Realizing it was Shi Qi Qi, he gently set her down and asked, "Why aren't you asleep at this late hour?" "Playing night owl." Shi Qi Qi replied innocently, "I was woken up by the flute music, so I came out to have a look. What about you, Your Highness?" M.O. Han Qing said helplessly, "I also followed the flute music here, but I don't know why it suddenly stopped." He turned to Shi Qi Qi and asked, "Can you still hear the flute?" Shi Qi Qi pointed forward and said, "Over there, the flute music is coming from over there." Hearing this, M.O. Han Qing turned to Shi Qi Qi and said, "Come on, let's go see who's playing so terribly." M.O. Han Qing was about to leave when Shi Qi Qi tugged on his sleeve and said with a hint of grievance, "I accidentally twisted my ankle on the way here." M.O. Han Qing looked down and saw that Shi Qi Qi's ankle was indeed swollen. Without a second thought, M.O. Han Qing picked Shi Qi Qi up and gently reminded her, "Hold on tight." Shi Qi Qi obediently wrapped her arms around his neck and replied, like a kitten, "Okay." M.O. Han Qing still pretended to be indifferent and said, "If you fall, I'm not catching you again." With that, M.O. Han Qing carried Shi Qi Qi and, using his lightness skill, flew into the bamboo forest. Shi Qi Qi nestled comfortably in Hanqing's arms, smelling his scent and sighing repeatedly. So warm, so fragrant. Young master smells so good. On the high cliff, a mysterious figure in black said, "I didn't expect you to find me." Shi Qi Qi, seeing the person, pointed at him and shouted, "You were playing the flute, weren't you? It's so awful." Shi Qi Qi's words greatly offended the assassin. "You, what did you say? Little girl, you dare say my flute playing is awful? Tonight, I'll send you to meet the king of hell." With that, the assassin revealed a sinister smile and took out his flute, continuing to play incessantly. The flute music was so terrible that both Shi Qi Qi and Hanqing couldn't stand it. They covered their ears, desperately trying to block out the sound. Seeing this, the assassin thought smugly, "Covering your ears is useless. My flute music is specifically designed to deal with brats like you." Shi Qi Qi felt that the situation was not good and that he couldn't be allowed to continue playing. She rushed forward and punched the assassin in the chest several times. No one knew how much force Shi Qi Qi used, but the assassin's face turned so pale that he looked like he could barely hold on. Hanqing then flew forward and kicked the assassin in the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of red ink. With the blow landed, the assassin crashed into a tree. Hanqing stood before him and said coldly, "Judging by your martial arts, you must be an assassin from the Yinluo palace." Although seriously injured, the assassin retorted, "You two brats are quite capable. Tell me, who sent you?" The assassin didn't answer. Hanqing simply gave a sly smile. Suddenly, with a bang, something was thrown heavily to the ground, and a thick smoke erupted. Seeing this, Hanqing covered his mouth and held his breath, shouting, "This smoke is poisonous." Shi Qi Qi also obediently covered her nose and mouth, but the smoke was too thick. She couldn't see anything and started to panic. "Young master, hey, where are you?" She kept backing away, appearing frightened. Seeing Shi Qi Qi dangerously close to the edge of the cliff, Hanqing hurriedly shouted, "Don't go back any further. There's a cliff behind you." Before Shi Qi Qi could react to Hanqing's words, the poisonous gas had already invaded her body. She felt dizzy and unwell. Tears welled up in her eyes. "I feel so sick." Before she could finish speaking, she lost her balance and tumbled down the cliff. Seeing this, Hanqing didn't hesitate to jump after her. The next morning, as the sun just began to rise, an old fisherman discovered two unconscious children by a small stream. Both children were covered in injuries and bruises. But what truly caught the old man's attention was the jade pendant Shi Qi Qi wore. The old man approached for a closer look and was startled. Looking at the jade pendant, he seemed to recognize the child's identity. With this thought, he immediately picked them up and hurried home. After an unknown amount of time, in a warm little hut, Hanqing finally awoke. He sat up, rubbed the bandaged wound on his head, and looked around. Seeing him awake, the old man said, "Young master, you're awake. Did you save us?" The old man calmly walked to Hanqing's side and said, "You're lucky to have fallen into the water and been washed ashore. My surname is Chan. You can call me Grandpa Chan," Hanqing gratefully replied. "I, Hanqing, will certainly repay Grandpa Chan's life-saving grace." Then, Hanqing turned and saw that Shi Qi Qi was still unconscious. He quickly called out, "Shi Qi Qi, wake up." He anxiously reached out and felt her forehead. Hearing Shi Qi Qi's name, Grandpa Chan thought to himself, "So this little girl is called Shi Qi Qi, which means the 7th day of the 7th month." Seeing that Shi Qi Qi was still unresponsive, Hanqing anxiously turned to Grandpa Chan and asked, "Grandpa Chan, why hasn't she woken up yet? What's wrong with her?" Grandpa Chan looked at Shi Qi Qi, his face full of worry. He replied, "This child has two poisons in her body. One is the notorious poison of the Yinluo sect, which I have already cured for her. But the other poison I am powerless against." Hearing this, Hanqing recalled Yi Jiu saying that Shi Qi Qi was suffering from pregnancy poison, and his heart grew even more worried. Seeing Hanqing's unusual expression, Grandpa Chan thought to himself, "Prince Jingen of Mo is so concerned about this child. What is the relationship between them?" Just as Grandpa Chan was pondering, he suddenly saw Hanqing stand up and carry Shi Qi Qi outside. He hurried to catch up and stop him. "It's almost dark. Where are you taking her?" "There are many wild beasts in the mountains, It's very dangerous at night. Mo Hanqing ignored Grandpa Chan's advice and continued forward, holding Shi Qi Qi firmly, his face full of determination. There are countless renowned doctors in the world. If Grandpa Chan can't cure her, someone else can. I must go out. Seeing Mo Hanqing's stubbornness, Grandpa Chan muttered to himself, "Young Master Mo is so worried. It seems this girl is very important to you." Grandpa Chan's words seemed to touch Mo Hanqing's heart. He paused, hesitated for a moment, then resumed his indifferent expression and replied, "Shi Qi Qi is the granddaughter of Master Yinluo of Fei He Manor. She was poisoned and fell off the cliff because of me. How can I stand idly by? I understand. Young Master Mo is willing to do anything to save Shi Qi Qi." Grandpa Chan and Mo Hanqing stood at the bottom of the cliff, looking up at the towering stone wall, their faces filled with worry. Grandpa Chan said, "There's only one way out of this cave, and that's to climb up from here." Mo Hanqing looked at the cliff, somewhat helpless. "This cliff is too high. My inner strength is not enough to carry Shi Qi Qi up." Grandpa Chan pondered for a moment, then took a book from his bosom and handed it to Mo Hanqing. Mo Hanqing took the book. Grandpa Chan said with slight hesitation, "This is supreme martial arts." He gazed at the mountain peak and continued, "Before Yi Jiu became a sword Dao grandmaster, I was the best martial artist in the world." Hearing this, Mo Hanqing felt a little strange and asked, "We're just strangers. Why is Grandpa Chan helping us?" Grandpa Chan wanted to say something, but just smiled faintly and answered vaguely, "Consider it fate between Shi Qi Qi and me." Saying this, Grandpa Chan handed a stack of prescriptions to Mo Hanqing. "Here are some medicinal formulas. There are some rare herbs on the cliff. Young Master Mo can cultivate your martial arts while collecting herbs, which can temporarily suppress the poison in her body." After finishing his words, Grandpa Chan left, leaving only Mo Hanqing with a martial arts manual and the prescriptions. For the next half-month, Mo Hanqing diligently practiced martial arts every day, never slacking, regardless of the weather. He painstakingly climbed the cliffs to gather herbs and brewed medicine for Shi Qi Qi, taking care of her meticulously, even personally bathing and washing her hair. Every night, as he drifted off to sleep beside Shi Qi Qi, gazing at her closed eyes and innocent face, Mo Hanqing yearned even more for the lively and intelligent Shi Qi Qi he knew. "Shi Qi Qi, when will you wake up?" He'd wonder, his thoughts eventually lulling him to sleep. In his hazy slumber, Mo Hanqing heard Shi Qi Qi's voice calling him repeatedly, young master, big shot, wake up. The sun's already burning your backside." Mo Hanqing thought he was dreaming. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Shi Qi Qi sitting before him, her face bearing the same innocent and carefree expression. "I heard Grandpa Chan say you've been taking care of me all this time," she said with a bright smile. Mo Hanqing stared blankly, unable to believe it was real. Seeing his expression, Grandpa Chan guessed his thoughts and said, "Young master, Shi Qi Qi has awakened. You've worked hard these past days." Hearing this, Shi Qi Qi excitedly chimed in. "Grandpa Chan said you've been very good to me. I want to find a husband just like you in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Hanqing reached out and pinched her cheek, then flicked it lightly with a snap, making her cry out in pain. "Ouch!" She rubbed her cheek and said with a pout, "Or maybe you can be my wife, and I'll be the husband." Hearing this, Mo Hanqing could only sigh. It seemed she really was awake. A few days later, Shi Qi Qi had fully recovered, and Mo Hanqing decided to take her back down the cliff. With Shi Qi Qi on his back, Mo Hanqing followed Grandpa Chan, who walked ahead and instructed, "Remember, when you get back, you can only say you were lost in the mountains. You must not speak of anything that happened here." Both of them replied in unison, understood. As he spoke, Grandpa Chan took a key from his clothes and hung it around Qi Qi's neck, continuing, "Qi Qi, you must wear this key at all times and never let anyone see it, not even your grandfather, Yiju." "I understand." Shi Qi Qi took the key and examined it for a moment before saying, "This key is so pretty." Grandpa Chan's face darkened. "If anyone sees this key, Grandpa Chan won't play with you anymore." Hearing this, Shi Qi Qi panicked and quickly tucked the key inside her collar. "I won't let anyone see it. I'll hide it well." Her reaction made both elders laugh. After saying their goodbyes, Mo Hanqing deftly hoisted Shi Qi Qi onto his back and leaped up the cliff. Elder Yi stood below, watching their figures disappear, his heart filled with mixed emotions, his eyes welling up. Shi Qi Qi, my dear child, you're alive. It's so good to be back. At the manor gates, Shi Qi Qi and Yinluo embraced tightly, both bursting into tears the moment they saw each other. I'm finally home, Yinluo. I missed you so much. Wah. Before Shi Qi Qi could finish speaking, a whip cracked against her backside. Yinluo's expression immediately changed, and he scolded and whipped her. You wretched girl. Where have you been for the past half month? Do you know how hard everyone has been searching for you? See if you dare run off again. Yinluo furiously rained blows on her, and Shi Qi Qi cried even harder. After the punishment, Shi Qi Qi's backside was swollen, but Yinluo was still fuming. He warned, if you cause any more trouble, Shi Qi Qi, your carefree childhood is over. 7 days later, Hanqing was enjoying tea in his room when a guard entered and reported, Your Highness, everything has been arranged. We can depart for the capital tomorrow morning. Hanqing simply gave a faint acknowledgement, set down his teacup, and asked, Has Shi Qi Qi been well these past few days? It is said that Miss Xia has been very well behaved these 7 days. She hasn't caused any trouble during her confinement. Your Highness, her confinement ends tomorrow. You'll have a chance to say goodbye. These words caused Hanqing's heart to skip a beat, and a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. He still feigned indifference as he turned his head and said, This prince doesn't care. The guard, however, had already seen through his master's pretense and quickly replied, Understood. I won't say more. The next morning, the luggage and horses were ready, but Hanqing still hesitated to depart. The guard said, Your Highness, the luggage has been checked several times. Can we depart now? Hanqing didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the manor gates as if waiting for someone. But that person never appeared. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face. He figured Shi Qi Qi was probably still asleep. With that thought, Hanqing mounted his horse and ordered the guards to depart. They had only traveled a short distance when they heard Shi Qi Qi's voice, Young master, wait. Hanqing pulled back on the reins and turned around to see Shi Qi Qi jump down from a high vantage point and land before him, covered in sweat. A look of pleasant surprise crossed Hanqing's face. Shi Qi Qi reached up and removed the jade pendant from her neck, tossing it to him. Young master, this is for you. Hanqing caught the jade pendant, slightly stunned. What is this for? It's a longevity lock. It can protect you, Shi Qi Qi said with a smile. Grandpa Chan said the world outside the mountain is very dangerous, and it seems someone is after you, young master, so this is for you. As Shi Qi Qi spoke, the joy on her face couldn't be contained. Hanqing held the jade pendant, feeling a little touched. You chased me this far just for this. That's right. I made a deal with Grandpa. As long as I obediently stayed confined in the mountain manor for 7 days, he would allow me to come see you off. Shi Qi Qi's words warmed Hanqing's heart slightly. Seems you still have a conscience. With that, Hanqing spurred his horse and left. Shi Qi Qi stood on a bamboo branch behind him, waving goodbye and shouting, Young master, you mustn't forget Shi Qi Qi. As she spoke, her eyes gradually moistened. Hearing the choke in Shi Qi Qi's voice, Hanqing didn't respond, only looking back at her deeply. Seeing this, the guard immediately started imagining a scenario for his master. Your Highness, aren't you going to say something back? Say what back? Hanqing's tone carried a hint of awkwardness. The guard quickly offered suggestions. Shi Qi Qi, I definitely won't forget you, don't worry. Or, Shi Qi Qi, I'll come back and marry you when I grow up. Hanqing listened, a blush creeping onto his face, but he still feigned indifference. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just glad to have finally escaped from such a formidable girl. As he spoke, he subconsciously touched the jade pendant on his neck, feeling a strange warmth in his chest. 8 years passed in a blink of an eye. Shi Qi Qi had blossomed into a young woman. This time, disguised as a man, she descended the mountain. Looking at the bustling and lively streets, she exclaimed excitedly, Jianghu, here I come. Inside the Jing'an prince's mansion, a guard looked anxious. "Your Highness, please forgive us. We haven't found Miss Shi Qi Qi yet." Hanqing's face revealed a worried expression upon hearing this, but he remained calm and composed. The day Shi Qi Qi disappeared happened to be her 13th birthday. Could it be that she heard the news of Grandpa Yi's disappearance and went down the mountain to look for him? The guard replied this, "I'm not sure, Your Highness. However, Grandpa, he was last seen in the capital." "You're saying Shi Qi Qi might have gone to the capital?" "It's a possibility," the guard replied, pondering. "All these years, His Highness has been secretly sending people to inquire about Shi Qi Qi's whereabouts." Thinking of this, he smiled. Han Qing looked thoughtfully out the window into the distance, constantly calculating in his mind. The princes and other royal members were gradually growing up, and the emperor favored his imperial uncle, who was himself. Undercurrents had always been present in the capital. If she were unfortunately caught up in the power struggle, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Han Qing waved his hand, signaling the guard to withdraw and continue the search. As the guard was leaving, he seemed to remember something. "The martial arts examination is about to begin. We're just waiting for your command, Your Highness." The scene changed to the capital. Shi Qi Qi stood in the bustling crowd, her face full of joy, and said to Shao Qing, who was perched on her shoulder, "Shao Qing, the capital is indeed much bigger than the town at the foot of Yuqing Mountain. Where did Grandpa go? He didn't even return to the manor for my birthday. Could it be that Grandpa had too much fun and forgot the way home?" Shi Qi Qi looked around as she muttered to herself, "I'm not running away from home. I was looking for Grandpa, and by the way, getting that longevity jade pinning back from that emo kid." At the mention of Han Qing, Shi Qi Qi couldn't help but tighten her grip on Shao Qing. Han Qing is a liar. As for why Shi Qi Qi called Han Qing a liar, it all started 8 years ago. Back then, Yinluo gave Shi Qi Qi a lesson on gender, telling her what a man was and what a woman was, and emphasizing that men and women shouldn't touch each other casually. Shi Qi Qi was devastated after hearing this and burst into tears. Seeing his granddaughter so obtuse, Yinluo yelled angrily, "You silly girl." He's called Young Master Mo. Young Master is a title of respect, not a male duck. Shi Qi Qi scratched her head. So even his name is fake. Seeing his granddaughter's ignorance, Yinluo had a sudden inspiration. He forced Shi Qi Qi to sit down and prepared a pile of required knowledge. From today onwards, Shi Qi Qi must study hard and become a learned young lady. Back in the present, remembering the days of burying her head in books, Shi Qi Qi angrily shouted, "From that day on, my happy childhood was over. It's all that emo kid's fault." Shi Qi Qi had just finished speaking when she suddenly noticed the surrounding crowd, men and women, young and old, buzzing with excitement. She immediately activated her super hearing mode, quickly gathering information. Today is the last day of the martial arts imperial examination. Have you heard? The 4 most eligible bachelors of the capital will be here to watch. Really? Will Prince Jingen be there too? Hurry up and go see the handsome men. Watch the competition. I heard there's so many people registered this year. That's right. I also heard that if you can defeat the challenger, not only can you enjoy the treatment of a martial champion, but you can also receive a reward from Prince Jingen. Hearing this, Shi Qi Qi couldn't help but grab the shoulder of the young man who had just spoken and asked, "Can you really ask for anything as a reward?" The young man was startled by Shao Na on Shi Qi Qi's shoulder, his face turning pale. He stammered, "As long as it's not asking Prince Jingen to marry the martial champion, anything else is probably fine." Shi Qi Qi let go of him after hearing this and thanked him. Upon hearing this news, an idea immediately popped into Shi Qi Qi's head. She picked up Shao Na and said excitedly, "Shao Qing, I'm going to become the martial champion and have that prince help me find Grandpa. Let's go register at the arena." A group of girls gathered nearby, claiming to be there to watch the competition, but mainly to see the handsome men. They chattered excitedly, "Wow, that guy is so strong, but his aura is still a bit lacking compared to young Master Moro. That one is so dazzling, but ultimately not as imposing as His Highness Prince Jingen." Shi Qi Qi finally squeezed through the crowd and successfully registered. Holding the registration form, she hadn't even steadied herself when suddenly a group of girls screamed and rushed past her from behind. The 4 most eligible bachelors of the capital are here. The scene instantly became chaotic, with everyone pushing and shoving. A young girl couldn't keep up and was pushed to the ground, crying, "Wait for me, Wah." Seeing this, Shi Qi Qi cheerfully walked over. She extended her hand and said, "Does it hurt?" "Sister, let me help you up." The girl, seeing Shi Qi Qi's clear and lovely face, was immediately captivated. Her eyes lit up. "Little brother, are you here looking for a partner? Can I sign up?" These infatuated girls were truly thick-skinned. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the girls upstairs continuously threw handkerchiefs and embroider balls down, but not towards Shi Qi Qi, but towards the handsome and elegant young men below. Seeing Shi Qi Qi's bewildered expression, the girl pulled her upstairs and filled her in. Upstairs, the girl screamed, "Young master, you looked at me." Young Master Morong's general aura is getting stronger and stronger. The third prince is here too. Wah. Shi Qi Qi leaned over to look at the four young men downstairs and asked curiously, "Sister, who are the four most eligible bachelors? Why is everyone so excited?" The young woman, seeing Shi Qi Qi's innocent look, laughed. "Little Gingto, is this your first time in the capital? Let me introduce them to you. The four most eligible bachelors are the four golden turtles that all the girls in the capital want to marry. Their family background, appearance, talent, and character are all top-notch. It's universally acknowledged, no shady business. This is Murong Hongyu, the young master of the general's mansion. This is Yi Chengin, the young master of the chancellor's mansion. That one is the third prince, Mu Juju. And this one, Han Qing, is Prince Jing'an." The girl pointed them out one by one. After listening, Shi Qi Qi asked, "You all seem very afraid of the last one. I haven't seen anyone dare to throw flowers or handkerchiefs at him." As soon as Shi Qi Qi finished speaking, the girl covered her mouth with one hand and raised the other hand with her index finger to signal silence. "Shoo, that's our Prince Jing'an and Han Qing. He's cold-blooded, aloof, and decisive, and he hates women the most. Say less, or you'll get beaten." Shi Qi Qi frowned, somewhat bufu. What kind of man hits a woman? I knew someone with the surname Mo before, and he had his guards hit me too. As soon as Shi Qi Qi finished speaking, Han Qing sneezed several times downstairs, thinking, "Why does it feel like someone is talking about me behind my back?" Hearing Shi Qi Qi say this, the young woman leaned close to her ear and whispered, "There's a reason why Prince Jing'an hates women. Let me tell you, there are rumors in the Jianghu about how he..." The girl became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke, and Shi Qi Qi perked up her rabbit ears, listening with great interest. From time to time, she revealed a small, mischievous smile, thinking, "I've learned some new gossip." At this moment, the horn for the martial arts finals finally sounded. After a passionate introduction by the host, the first match officially began. Shi Qi Qi thought the competition would be fierce and full of Jianghu spirit, but the reality was quite different. The first pair of contestants were like two statues, neither willing to make the first move, only engaging in verbal provocations and endless bickering. The second group of contestants was a complete farce. The monk, grabbing his opponent's leg, wailed, "Pay up. You dare to ruin my face. Now I'll never get a wife." His opponent simply scoffed. Frankly, the monk probably hadn't held out much hope for marriage anyway. Then came the third group. One competitor, clearly a man, possessed the soul of a clinging vine. He draped himself all over his opponent, arms and legs flailing, saying, "Brother, your moves are amazing. Wanna go back to my place and spar?" The harassed opponent finally snapped, yelling, "Get off me. I'm not interested. Why does this guy keep sticking to me?" The girls in the audience were thrilled. "Oh my God, that pair is hilarious. They're so sweet, I'm getting a cavity." Shi Qi Qi looked around, bewildered. This is the capital. I really need to get out more and broaden my horizons. She turned to Xiao Na, who was perched on Xiao Qing's shoulder. "These guys are all so weak. This round is definitely mine." Xiao Na happily stuck out her tongue in agreement. The announcer called out, "Contestants number 31 and 32, please come to the stage." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shi Qi Qi raised her hand from the crowd. "Present." The scene cut to a corner of the stands, where the four young masters were also grumbling, echoing Shi Qi Qi's dissatisfaction. Down below, Murong Hongyu rubbed his temples and sighed. "These are the most pathetic contestants I've ever seen." Yi Chengin, sitting beside him, added, "You said the same thing last year, Hongyu." Mu Juju, the third prince, turned to Han Qing. "What do you think?" Prince Jing'an, Han Qing, calmly lifted his teacup. "Call me royal uncle. You're all grown up, yet you still don't understand propriety. Next time you address me incorrectly, I'll discipline you on your father's behalf." The third prince's face paled instantly. Yi Chengin added fuel to the fire. "Your Highness, although you and royal uncle are about the same age, you can't disregard seniority." The third prince bristled. "Yi Chengin, what are you smirking about? I usually call him Han Qing, and he doesn't react. Why is he suddenly angry today?" His voice dropped as realization dawned on him. He hasn't really spoken to me or Hong Yu for the past half month. Hong Yu nodded. Yeah, what's wrong with him lately? Is he unwell? Chungin put on a knowing look. You're cooped up in the palace all day. Of course you wouldn't know. Just then, Han Qing abruptly stood up. The three immediately fell silent, staring at him in surprise. Han Qing strode to the front row and leaned over, looking down at the stage where Shi Qi Qi was preparing to enter. Her opponent was a tall, burly man with a grim face. Shi Qi Qi, however, grinned confidently. The third prince looked down and snorted. Whose child is this, still wet behind the ears, daring to challenge the martial arts champion? Yi Chungin could only sigh. Well, the challengers are getting less and less credible. My sister's dream of marrying a martial arts expert seems to be going down the drain. Hong Yu said, full of disappointment. It seems this year's recruitment plan will have to be shelved as well. Han Qing, however, said thoughtfully, don't jump to conclusions. There are always hidden talents. Judging by appearances alone will only lead to regret. As he spoke, the image of Shi Qi Qi from years ago flashed through his mind, just like when I was taught a lesson by a little girl. But he would never utter those words aloud. On stage, the large man brandished his fist and roared fiercely, Kid, my fist is bigger than your head. Surrender now and go home to your mother's milk. Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Qi Qi kicked him in the face. The kick was powerful, nearly sending the man's teeth flying. Hanqing's eyes, sharp and unblinking, were filled with shock. This stance, this skill, I've seen it somewhere before. Before he could ponder further, the crowd erupted. Shi Qi Qi's opponent was down for the count. The audience was in an uproar. The announcer quickly declared the result. Congratulations to number 32. The girls in the crowd screamed excitedly, Little brother, marry me. Oh my god, that kick was so cool. This young master is so handsome. Shi Qi Qi, however, looked on with regret as her opponent was carried away, feeling a pang of guilt. Sigh, I'm sorry. If I'd known you were so weak, I wouldn't have gone all out. In the stands, Hanqing's expression brightened. He had recognized Shi Qi Qi. He subconsciously touched the jade pendant at his neck. It really is her. The announcer continued to explain the rules. The second round is a free-for-all. 16 contestants will be on stage at the same time. Only the final victor will be able to challenge this year's martial arts champion. Ready, 1, 2, 3. The match began, and 15 people rushed towards her. Shi Qi Qi, take this guy down, and we'll split the prize money. Get her. Everyone lunged at her. Shi Qi Qi suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Everyone was instantly blown away, leaving only Shi Qi Qi standing innocently on the stage. I haven't even gone all out yet. How are you all flying? The host was also stunned, the chicken leg in his hand falling to the ground. Before he could react, the contestant who had just been sent flying by Shi Qi Qi landed right on him, giving him quite a fright. He only heard the contestant's last words before falling unconscious. Be a good person in your next life. As soon as the words were spoken, the contestant fainted. The host regained his composure and continued. Now, let's invite this year's martial arts champion, Xian Huangyi, to the stage to accept this master's challenge. Shi Qi Qi's spectacular performance just now excited the four young lords above. Hong, you look pleased. This is good seedling for the army. Chang'an was equally excited. Excellent martial arts skills, and handsome too. Perfect to be my sister's husband. The third prince was very interested. I just happen to need an unparalleled expert as a study companion. Hearing the three of them say this, Han Qing was furious, trying to steal my person. No way. On the stage, the host took Shi Qi Qi's hand and announced, congratulations to this young hero for winning. Shi Qi Qi's opponent, this year's martial arts champion, was currently lying on the stage. Although injured, he still said happily, I admire you. Shi Qi Qi said modestly, I was just being polite. At this point, she remembered her grandfather's teachings. When wandering the martial arts world, one must know how to conduct oneself. So in the previous round, she had deliberately yielded more than 20 moves, which could be considered as saving some face for the martial arts champion. The host then asked her, may I ask this young hero's honorable name? How old are you this year? Where do you live? Shi Qi Qi was a little embarrassed by the questions. My name is Shao Qi. I'm 13 years old this year, and my home is not in the capital. As soon as Shi Qi Qi finished speaking, the surrounding girls immediately started clamoring. Little brother, are you engaged? Do you have someone you like? Give me a chance. Shi Qi Qi was bewildered by the questions and could only reply, "This is a martial arts competition. Why are you asking these things?" The three young lords above were also anxiously waiting for Shi Qi Qi's answer. The third prince urged, "Just say it, it won't hurt." Only Han Qing waited quietly, remembering that she had once said she wanted to find a husband like him when she grew up. Han Qing's face flushed slightly as he waited for Shi Qi Qi's reply. Shi Qi Qi on the stage simply answered, "Not engaged yet." These words stabbed into Han Qing's heart like a knife, making him curse inwardly. This heartless girl. Before Han Qing could figure out what to do next, the three young lords said to each other, "Let's go down and talk to this young hero." Seeing this, Han Qing quickly followed. As soon as they stepped off the stage, the surrounding girls cheered. "Ah, the four young lords have personally come down. They're so handsome, I'm gonna faint." They arrived on the stage, and the host knelt to greet them. Shi Qi Qi, standing next to him, imitated a martial arts greeting, raising her hand and saying, "This humble one is Shao Qi. Greetings to the young lords." The host next to her tugged on her sleeve. "Hey, you're doing the greeting wrong." Shi Qi Qi was dumbfounded and hadn't yet reacted when the third prince pushed the host aside and announced loudly, "No need for formalities. We're recruiting on the spot." Han Yu chimed in with a smile. "The battlefield calls. Joining the army is an honor. Young hero, come be my infantryman. Serve the army with merit, and your future will be boundless." The third prince pushed Han Yu aside and hurriedly said, "The third prince's residence is in need of a personal secretary. The monthly salary is generous, and the treatment is comparable to that of court officials." As soon as the third prince finished speaking, Chung and interjected, "A man's ambition should be far-reaching. Starting a family and establishing a career is the right path. My sister is beautiful and virtuous. Marrying her is definitely not a loss." Faced with these hard-to-refuse invitations, Shi Qi Qi waved her hand and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested." And Han Qing, who had been standing behind, finally spoke. "You're definitely not the real Shao Qi." Shi Qi Qi was taken aback, thinking, "How does he know I'm using a fake name?" Just as she was pondering how to respond, Han Qing added, "You should be called Shorty." Shi Qi Qi was instantly enraged. "Yes, I'm a bit shorter than you tall guys, but what's wrong with being short? Are tall people so great?" Before Shi Qi Qi could finish her rebuttal, Han Qing added another sentence. "Not only short, but also particularly like a girl." Shi Qi Qi completely lost her temper, her face darkening as she angrily retorted, "What's wrong with looking like a girl? I think you're more effeminate than any girl I've ever seen." The three young lords broke out in a cold sweat. One sighed, "A newborn calf isn't afraid of tiger." Another praised, "Little brother, you're a true hero." The last one lamented, "See you in the next life." After hearing Shi Qi Qi's words, a wicked smile appeared on Hanqing's lips. "Good, very good." Then he turned to the three young lords and said, "The martial arts champion title is yours." "She's mine." Hearing Hanqing's proposal, the three men nodded repeatedly, then felt something was amiss and hesitated slightly. Han Yu, his face full of worry, was about to speak, but before he could finish, Hanqing interrupted, "No buts. If I want her, she's mine. Someone bring Shi Qi Qi to the Jing'an Palace as a guest." As soon as he finished speaking, two guards escorted Shi Qi Qi away, followed by Hanqing himself. The three young men were left standing there dumbfounded. This scene confirmed Yi Chang'an's belief that Hanqing truly had no interest in women. At this moment, the third prince wailed with a mournful face, "So this is what imperial uncle likes. Whoa." Han Yu, straightforward as ever, his face pale, blurted out, "He likes men." At Jing'an Palace, Missouri Hanqing sat at his desk writing when he suddenly said coldly, "Aren't you a martial arts expert? Why are you so obediently following me back to the palace?" Shi Qi Qi, standing below, calmly replied, "I defeated the martial arts champion, and the Prince of Jing'an wants to reward me. Why would I run?" Hanqing stopped writing. "What reward do you want?" Shi Qi Qi asked. "Can you help me find someone?" A calculating smile played on Hanqing's lips, and he said, "You embarrassed me in public just now, and I'm very angry. I don't want to help you, unless you can find a way to appease me." Shi Qi Qi's eyes and mouth widened in bewilderment. "Huh." A moment later, she followed Hanqing into another room where the table was laden with all sorts of delicious dishes, each one looking extremely tempting. Shi Qi Qi drooled at the sight. "Wow, these are all my favorites." Hanqing handed her a pair of chopsticks. Shi Qi Qi took them, sat down at the table, and reached for the food, exclaiming, "Wow, the food at Jing'an Palace is so delicious." As soon as she finished speaking, Hanqing grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up like a kitten. Shi Qi Qi cried out innocently, Hey, I can't reach the food. Hanqing then released her and ordered, stand up straight. You are here to serve me and atone for your crimes. Who told you to sit and eat? Shi Qi Qi felt a surge of frustration. The food was right in front of her, but she couldn't eat it. Before she could figure things out, Hanqing urged, hurry up and serve me. Shi Qi Qi let out an ah and quickly started piling food into his bowl. The food piled higher and higher, forming a small mountain in his bowl. Hanqing said nothing, deliberately picking up a golden, plump chicken leg and praising him. The imperial chef skills have improved. Shi Qi Qi's gaze followed the chicken leg in his hand, filled with envy. She turned her face to the wall behind her and mumbled sullenly, Shi Qi Qi wants to eat too. It looks so delicious. Seeing her yearning expression, Hanqing smiled smugly. A moment later, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, I'm full, but there are still some dishes you haven't touched. Shi Qi Qi asked in surprise. Hanqing then put on a scholarly air and recited, hoeing millet in midday sun, sweat dripping down to the soil. The rest of the food is yours. This guy is so roundabout, even when treating someone to a meal. Like me, Shi Qi Qi didn't understand the meaning of the poem at all. Forget it, understanding the main point is enough. Shi Qi Qi's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded repeatedly, sitting down and devouring the food. Delicious, delicious, this is delicious too. She stuffed food in her mouth while picking up more. In no time, the dishes on the table were swept clean. After eating, the moon was already high in the sky, and the two of them strolled in the garden together. Shi Qi Qi walked beside him, complaining incessantly, Wah, Prince Jing'an, I don't want to walk anymore, okay? Hanqing put on a learned air. A walk after dinner, live to 99. Rubbing her bulging belly, Shi Qi Qi replied, my stomach is about to burst. Are you still angry? Her appearance made Hanqing suddenly laugh. He replied, I'm not angry anymore. Tell me, who do you want me to help you find? I want to find two people. One is my grandfather, whom I haven't seen in a long time, and the other I only know as a man. Hanqing frowned slightly, thinking, besides me, does she know other men in the capital? Thinking of this, he asked, how old is this man? Shi Qi Qi replied without hesitation, I met him when I was little. He should be about 17 or 18 years old now. Oh, and his surname is also Mo. Hanqing continued to speculate after hearing this. This girl pestered me when she was little, and she still remembers me when she's grown up. Could it be that she likes me? Before he could speak, Shi Qi Qi continued, but he's annoying. He wouldn't even tell me his real name. I even thought he was his sister, and he didn't explain. His name must be ugly, right? Don't you think so, Your Highness? Scolding Hanqing was furious, yet helpless. Unable to reveal his identity, he could only reply, finding someone in the capital isn't easy. This prince can ask the Ministry of Revenue to help you investigate. Shi Qi Qi's eyes lit up. Really? She asked excitedly. Hanqing seized the opportunity to set a condition. You must stay and be this prince's personal bodyguard. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Qi Qi waved her hands repeatedly in refusal. No, I'm only staying in the capital for a short while. Hearing this, Hanqing shot up as if electrocuted. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Shi Qi Qi lost her balance and landed against his chest. Why? Hanqing asked coldly. Slightly intimidated by Hanqing's stern expression, Shi Qi Qi replied, my grandfather forbade me from leaving the mountain before I turned 14. If I find him, he'll definitely send me back. Hanqing finally relaxed. I see. Still nestled against him, Shi Qi Qi suddenly caught a familiar scent. Wow, so fragrant, she thought. Where have I smelled this before? Before she could figure it out, Hanqing pushed her away, quickly regaining his composure. This prince understands. Finding someone takes time. Until you find him, be my personal bodyguard for the time being. Shi Qi Qi hesitated. Hanqing added, as my bodyguard, you'll have delicious food every day, easy work, and you could go out with me. Hanqing's enticements worked their magic. Shi Qi Qi's eyes brightened, and she immediately bowed to accept the assignment. This subordinate greets Prince Jing'an. What are your highness's orders? Shi Qi Qi's sudden about-face surprised Hanqing. How did this little rascal get into character so quickly? He wondered. Just call me your highness, he instructed. Your task is to follow me. Shi Qi Qi obediently followed behind him. Arriving at the Yuncheng pavilion, she was astonished. The room before her was spacious and bright, fully furnished with eye-catching decorations. Seeing Shi Qi Qi's slight apprehension, Han Qing said, "This is your room. This prince's room is next door." He was fantasizing about Shi Qi Qi being touched by his thoughtful arrangements. Instead, upon hearing that this was her room, Shi Qi Qi was somewhat dissatisfied. "I'll throw out all these gaudy decorations later," she thought. A moment later, in Hanqing's bathroom, he directly ordered Shi Qi Qi, "Attend to this prince's bath and dressing." Shi Qi Qi asked with some confusion, "Isn't that a maid's job? Why would a bodyguard do it?" Hanqing calmly replied, "This prince is unmarried and pure as jade. How can I let a woman see my body?" Shi Qi Qi suddenly understood. "I get it," she thought. "Maids serve the mistress. Bodyguards serve the master." Before she could finish her thought, Hanqing urged, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up." He thought to himself, "Revenge is a dish best served cold. Shi Qi Qi, tonight this prince will make you reveal your true gender, and then I'll spare you." With this thought, Hanqing's mood brightened considerably. He closed his eyes, ready to enjoy Shi Qi Qi's service. Suddenly, he felt someone touching his clothes. Opening his eyes, he saw Shi Qi Qi helping him undress. He was utterly shocked. She actually did it. Hanqing's heart began to race, his face flushing. To hide his embarrassment, he suddenly shouted, "Slow down. You can't even unbutton properly, and the water's getting cold." Hanqing's words flustered Shi Qi Qi, causing her to stammer apologies and fumble with his clothes. Seeing this, Hanqing lowered his voice, but still urged, "Hurry up." Annoyed, Shi Qi Qi snapped, "I know, stop rushing me." With that, she channeled her inner strength, and with a whoosh, ripped Hanqing's clothes to shreds. Hanqing, left in only his underpants, hadn't even reacted when Shi Qi Qi cheerfully announced, "Your Highness, I've taken your clothes off. Go bathe." She turned to leave, infuriating Hanqing. He gritted his teeth. "After 8 years, I've been outsmarted again." His face darkened. "Don't you think this is a bit inappropriate?" Shi Qi Qi replied nonchalantly, "Huh, you're a man. I'm a man. What's inappropriate?" Her response further enraged Hanqing, leaving him speechless. Shi Qi Qi was truly a master of disguise. Having completely convinced herself that she was a man, she calmly turned and asked, "What's wrong, Your Highness? Are you shy? Do you want me to scrub your back?" Just then, a furious roar echoed through the Jing'an palace. "Get out." Shi Qi Qi was promptly kicked out. Hanqing thought angrily to himself, "I can't beat her, so I can only outsmart her." Although Shi Qi Qi had been driven out, she didn't leave. Instead, she turned around and shouted, "Your Highness, if there are no further instructions, I will take my leave." Hanqing began to employ his cunning. "You tore my clothes. You have to compensate me." Hearing this, Shi Qi Qi confidently replied, "No problem, Your Highness. You could deduct it from my salary." Hanqing drawled from inside, a smug look on his face. "My clothes are custom-made from Lingxiao Pavilion. One set costs 350 taels." Shi Qi Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. She asked, her voice trembling, "May I ask how much my monthly salary is?" Hanqing replied from within, 5 taels. Upon hearing this, Shi Qi Qi's mind raced. After calculating for a while, she muttered softly, 12 months a year, 350 taels divided by 5 taels. That means I have to work for 70 months. I won't even have money for food or spending money." Shi Qi Qi was so shocked, she nearly fainted. Hearing her trembling voice, Hanqing was in excellent spirits. He leisurely added, "That's just the price of the outer robe. My middle and inner garments add up to another 150 taels." After listening, Shi Qi Qi grabbed her hair and cried out, "Do I have to be a guard in the Jing'an Palace for 10 years before I can leave?" Hanqing said with a smile, "Don't worry too much. Serve me well and strive for a raise, and maybe you'll be able to pay it off soon." Shi Qi Qi could only reply helplessly, "Understood." After successfully teasing Shi Qi Qi, Hanqing's mood instantly brightened. Soon, Hanqing finished bathing and said, "I'm done washing. Bring me clean clothes." Shi Qi Qi replied listlessly from outside, "Yes." While answering, she kept calculating in her mind, her eyes reddening. Seeing her unusual expression, Hanqing reminded her, "Be careful, don't damage my clothes again." Shi Qi Qi cried out as she ran, "I know." Late at night, in the room, Shi Qi Qi helped Hanqing dry his hair while fighting off sleep. Looking at her in the mirror, Han Qing couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly coughed twice, startling Shi Qi Qi, who quickly asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Han Qing said, "It's late. I'm going to sleep." Thinking she could finally rest, Shi Qi Qi said happily, "Then I'll take my leave." Han Qing turned and walked to the bed, pulling back the curtains. He said slowly, "Summer is coming, and it gets very hot in the middle of the night. Go find a fan and fan me." These words made Shi Qi Qi grind her teeth in anger. Fanning him? What kind of guard's work is this? She thought furiously. Shi Qi Qi stood frozen in place. Han Qing seemed to understand and added, "One fan, one tael of silver." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Qi Qi shouted, "Understood, Your Highness, please wait." She then quickly ran out to find a fan. Looking at her back, Han Qing suddenly smiled. This little one has grown up, but she's still so naive. He lay on the bed, striking an elegant pose, thinking to himself, "I wonder how I should tease her next." Han Qing waited and waited for a quarter of an incense stick, then until a whole incense stick burned out. His elegant demeanor gradually gave way to drowsiness. Why hasn't she come back yet? After another quarter of an hour, Shi Qi Qi's voice finally rang out from outside the door. "Your Highness, I'm back." Covered in dust, Shi Qi Qi ran in, holding a tattered palm leaf fan, her face full of excitement. "You said, 1 fan and I get a raise." Saying this, Shi Qi Qi raised the broken fan with both hands and fanned vigorously, sending a cloud of dust straight at Han Qing. Han Qing coughed repeatedly from the dust, while Shi Qi Qi still looked innocent, unaware of what she had done wrong. Han Qing shouted angrily, "Where did you get this broken fan?" "I found it in the woodshed. The palace is so big, it was hard to find." Shi Qi Qi scratched her head and grinned foolishly. Han Qing became even angrier. "You dare use this to fan me. Deduction from your salary." Hearing the word salary deduction, Shi Qi Qi immediately bristled and yelled, "No way." Han Qing continued to threaten, "Dare to disobey me, and another tael will be deducted from your monthly salary." These words made Shi Qi Qi jump in anger. You're so unreasonable. How can you go back on your word?" Saying this, she pounced on Han Qing on the bed, pinned his hands down, and threatened, "Say you'll give me a raise, or I'll bite you." She then lowered her head and bit towards his neck. Han Qing, slightly apprehensive, did nothing. Perhaps with more anticipation than fear, the image of Shi Qi Qi at 5 years old immediately surfaced in his mind. Her innocent and adorable appearance when they first met, calling him sister, praising his sweet scent, and even stealing his first kiss. It all felt like yesterday. Han Qing came to his senses, feeling extremely irritated. Why did I dream of her? Thinking of this, he reached under his pillow, secretly rejoicing. Thankfully, I didn't wear that jade pendant last night, otherwise it would have shattered along with my clothes. He held the jade pendant in his palm, rubbing it repeatedly. Suddenly, he recalled last night's events. In fact, what he just remembered was merely a daydream. The actual situation was completely different. Shi Qi Qi pinned Han Qing down on the bed, her expression quite unpleasant. "I'm fanning you, so you have to pay me." Seeing her like this, Han Qing had no choice but to agree. This king agrees. Shi Qi Qi also demanded a raise. Han Qing asked, "How much of a raise do you want?" 10 taels enough. Shi Qi Qi grabat Hanqing skuya tretaning. 100 taels. Hearing this amount, Han Qing immediately refused. "No way." Shi Qi Qi immediately pressed. "Why?" He blurted out, "Don't you only have 5 months left before you can leave?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Qing realized he had let something slip. His face flushed, and he quickly turned his head to avoid the question. "Your monthly allowance can only be 10 taels, no more. Even the guards in the residence don't receive more than 3. Shi Qi Qi was overjoyed. "Great. 10 taels it is." Han Qing roared impatiently. "Now get off me." "Yes," Shi Qi Qi replied, skipping towards the door. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and poked her head back in, saying playfully, "Your Highness, life is so beautiful. Why do you always frown?" That's not good. As soon as she finished speaking, a roar erupted from the room. "Get out." Shi Qi Qi quickly ran off. Han Qing held his head, his face livid, his whole body trembling. "I'm so angry. How does this girl always manage to infuriate me?" Just then, an idea flashed through his mind, and his expression finally brightened a little. "I don't believe I can't handle you, Shi Qi Qi." Early the next morning, Han Qing excitedly ran to Shi Qi Qi's room, calling her name as he ran. However, his anticipation turned to utter disappointment at the scene before him. Shi Qi Qi was was still sound asleep. Han Qing walked over and gently shook her. Shi Qi, wake up. Shi Qi rolled over, rubbing her eyes, and mumbled drowsily. What is it? Han Qing announced. You are this king's personal guard. You must help this king wash and dress. Upon hearing this, Shi Qi immediately whined. Wah, I'm so sleepy. Shi Qi doesn't want to. Han Qing was momentarily stunned by this unfamiliar behavior, at a loss for what to do. But soon, everything returned to calm as Shi Qi fell back asleep, sleeping soundly as if she hadn't woken up at all. Han Qing could only sit beside her helplessly, watching her sleep. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his lips. Soon, Shi Qi's face was covered in all sorts of comical doodles. Han Qing held the brush, grinning triumphantly. Then he shook her awake again. Wake up, wake up. As he spoke, he pinched her nose, making her very uncomfortable. Seeing that she still refused to wake up, he simply held a mirror in front of her. As soon as Shi Qi opened her eyes, she saw a distorted and comical face in the mirror and reflexively yelled, Where did this clown come from? Seeing that Shi Qi was finally awake, Han Qing jumped up, tossed her the mirror, and said casually, Now that you're awake, come and help this king wash and dress. Shi Qi held the mirror, looking at her reflection, and immediately deflated. This clown is me. The scene shifted to Han Qing's room. Shi Qi was helping him dress, nodding off from sleepiness. Just as she was about to fasten his collar, Han Qing suddenly reminded her, Wait, it's inside out. Reminded by him, Shi Qi blinked, looking up blankly. Huh. Han Qing pointed at her own clothes and said, Only dead people wear their clothes inside out. You can't even dress yourself. You're such an idiot. Before Shi Qi could react, a guard entered and reported, Your Highness, Grand Scholar Gu has an urgent matter to report. He is waiting in the main hall. Hearing this, Han Qing turned to Shi Qi and instructed, Go change your clothes and then come attend to this king. With that, he turned and left happily, thinking that she would surely be moved by his consideration. Little did he know, Shi Qi was actually panicking, thinking only, Please don't deduct my pay. In the main hall, Shi Qi hesitated at the entrance, not daring to enter. She saw Grand Scholar Gu kneeling on the ground, pleading, Your Highness, this old minister is incompetent. Please, Your Highness. Han Qing sat on the bench above, his expression indifferent. Oh, what urgent matter does the Ministry of Justice have that requires my personal attention? Minister Gu added with a worried face. Another female body was discovered on the outskirts of the city today, including those within the capital. 6 women have now been murdered. This case has alarmed His Majesty. He has given us half a month to solve it, or our heads will roll. Your Highness, you oversee the Ministry of Justice. You cannot abandon this old minister. Shi Qi, observing Han Qing's cold demeanor from outside, was frightened. He's so stern, just like my brother when he's angry. After listening to Minister Gu's plea, Han Qing finally spoke. Where's the newly discovered body? It has been moved to the Dali Temple and placed with the previous 5 bodies. Minister Chan will arrange the autopsy. Minister Gu replied, his head bowed in worry. Han Qing's face remained icy, his expression unchanging as he continued to ask, The case has been investigated for so long. Have the identities of the 5 female corpses been ascertained? Not yet, Your Highness. Notices of missing persons have been posted for a long time, but no one has come to claim the bodies. Minister Gu replied, sweating profusely. He was extremely anxious. Han Qing frowned slightly after hearing this, puzzled. No one has claimed them. Hearing this from outside, Shi Qi collapsed to the ground, goosebumps rising all over her body, her face pale. Unidentified female corpses, and so many. So terrifying. Han Qing pondered for a moment inside the room, then suddenly stood up and headed straight for the Dali Temple. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Shi Qi huddled outside the door. He immediately instructed, Shi Qi, come with me. Shi Qi panicked at his words, pointing at her own face and stammering, I have to go too. As she spoke, her face grew even paler, devoid of any color. Seeing her expression, Han Qing felt a sense of satisfaction and deliberately teased, You are my personal guard. Besides eating, drinking, and having fun, you also have to handle official business with me. Shi Qi, you wouldn't be afraid of corpses, would you? Finding herself being mocked, Shi Qi gritted her teeth and mustered her courage, shouting loudly, I'm not afraid. Hearing this, Han Qing suddenly laughed. The more she tried to hide her fear, the more amused he became. Minister Gu, witnessing this, couldn't help but worry for the two of them. He also found it strange why Prince Jing'an was so gentle with this young man. A moment later, the three arrived at the entrance of the Dali Temple. Minister Gu held a stack of cloths in his hand and said, "Your Highness, the weather is hot today, and the bodies in the back courtyard have begun to decompose. Please use these cloths to cover your face to avoid the smell." Han Qing frowned upon hearing this, glanced at the cloths in Minister Gu's hand, and then gestured to Shi Qi Qi with his eyes. Seeing this, Shi Qi Qi stepped forward, took the cloths, and said, "Give them to me." She turned and tried to help him put one on, but couldn't quite reach. She stretched her arm as far as she could, but it was still not enough. They were so close that Han Qing's face flushed slightly. Seeing that Shi Qi Qi still hadn't managed to tie the cloth, Han Qing said with dissatisfaction, "Do you even know how to do this? You haven't tied it after all this time." Shi Qi Qi retorted angrily, "Can't you bend down a little? Who told you to be so tall?" Minister Gu, standing beside them, was terrified by Shi Qi Qi's words, worried that she would cause trouble. "It's over. Prince Jing'an is going to be angry. This kid is in trouble." However, to Minister Gu's surprise, Han Qing was in a good mood and replied gently, "You're short, and you blame others for being tall." Han Qing's reaction today opened Minister Gu's eyes wide with astonishment. Why is His Highness acting so unusual today, completely different from usual? After being criticized by Han Qing, Shi Qi Qi felt wronged. She looked up at him with tears in her eyes and said helplessly, "I haven't grown any taller since I was 10. I don't know why." Shi Qi Qi's unintentional words made Han Qing feel a pang of guilt. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Tie the cloth properly, and I'll reward you with 10 taels of silver." Hearing that there was money involved, Shi Qi Qi's spirits immediately lifted. She said cheerfully, "Your Highness, I have a way to tie it for you." With that, she grabbed his shoulders and jumped up. Minister Chun, seeing this, panicked. This scene, this old minister dare not watch. Shi Qi Qi held Han Qing tightly and tied the cloth behind his head. They were extremely close, and Han Qing's face turned red. Within seconds, Shi Qi Qi had tied the cloth and jumped down excitedly, shouting happily, "All done, all done. Your Highness, remember to give me 10 taels of silver." Looking at Han Qing, Shi Qi Qi suddenly noticed his extremely uncomfortable expression and stammered, "Your Highness, why are you suddenly upset? Why are you so easily angered?" She paced back and forth, muttering under her breath, "Why is he angry again?" Seeing her bewildered expression, Han Qing's anger finally erupted. He yelled at her, "You're shameless." In the backyard of Dali Temple, 6 corpses lay in a neat row, all covered with white cloths. Minister Chen stepped forward and respectfully said, "Your subordinate greets His Highness, Prince Jing'an." Before Minister Chan could finish speaking, Han Qing cut straight to the point. "Are there any new discoveries on the bodies?" Han Qing took the autopsy report, walked to the corpses, and examined them carefully, then read aloud. The deceased are approximately 13 to 14 years old. The bodies were stiff when discovered, suggesting the time of death was last night. The bodies are intact, with multiple bruises on the skin, severe tearing in the private parts and intestines extending to the anus. Aphrodisiacs were detected in the stomach contents. The cause of death is most likely repeated assault and abuse. Han Qing frowned as he read. Shi Qi Qi, standing behind him, also read most of the report, thinking to herself, "No wonder Grandpa said the Jianghu is dangerous. They dare to gang up and bully young girls. Truly lawless." Han Qing, focused on the report, didn't notice Shi Qi Qi peeking. When he discovered her looking over his shoulder, he closed the booklet and said, "You're still young. You shouldn't be looking at these things." Shi Qi Qi immediately protested, "They're just a bunch of scoundrels. I could take down 100 of them by myself." Her words surprised Han Qing slightly. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought she would be scared and flustered when she came in, but that wasn't the case. Thinking of this, Han Qing suddenly felt a little annoyed and said to her, "If you dare interfere with this prince's investigation again, I'll deduct 10 taels of silver from your pay." The power of money was indeed great. As soon as Shi Qi Qi heard that her wages would be deducted, she immediately became obedient. She made a gesture of zipping her lips, cooperating very seriously. Shi Qi Qi boredly took off her veil and twirled it around her fingers, while Han Qing remained focused on the investigation. He said to Minister Chun, "Minister Chun, this prince believes that the cause of this victim's death is very similar to the previous 5 bodies. Could there be a connection?" Minister Chun immediately agreed. "Your Highness is absolutely right. This subordinate also thinks so. The deceased were all found at the pottery workshop, naked, with their hair neatly combed, and even their fingernails clean. Just like the previous 5 bodies, they were all covered with white cloths. This is likely the work of the same group of people. But these bodies have remained unclaimed, with no missing person reports, as if they suddenly appeared in the capital." Hearing this, Han Qing stroked his chin and pondered. If they really live in the capital, their neighbors would definitely recognize the people on the list of corpses. It's impossible that no one recognizes them. We need to examine the bodies more carefully and see if there are any important clues we've missed. Minister Qin panicked slightly after hearing Han Qing's words. "Your Highness is right. Someone, call all the corners here. Examine the bodies carefully again." Soon, after the summons, all the corners arrived. In the backyard of Dali Temple, Minister Chun bowed again and said, "Your Highness, please review." Han Qing took a few steps from the back and suddenly stopped. This sudden movement caught Shi Qi Qi off guard, and she bumped into his back, letting out a soft ouch. Han Qing turned around and whispered, "It's dirty here. You don't need to follow." The sudden impact hurt a little, and Shi Qi Qi rubbed her nose. Hearing Han Qing's words, she looked up, her eyes wide with a hint of innocence, and asked, "Will I have my pay docked if I don't follow?" The corners of his mouth lifted slightly under his veil, and Han Qing's tone softened. "Do you think this prince is that stingy? Aren't you afraid of dead people? Wait over there and don't cause trouble." Saying this, he reached out and patted her head, then left. This unusual gesture made both of their faces flush slightly. After walking a few steps, Han Qing couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Did my hand just move on its own?" Shi Qi Qi was still a little shy, muttering softly, "Sigh, my head won't grow taller if it's patted too much." An hour later, the sweating corner reported with difficulty to Prince Jing'an, Minister Gu, and Minister Chun. "Your subordinate has re-examined the bodies, but there are still no new discoveries." The coroner's latest report made everyone frown. Han Qing frowned slightly, then smiled faintly. The murderer cleaned up too thoroughly, which makes me even more curious about their identity. Just as the case reached an impasse, Shi Qi Qi, with her keen sense of smell, seemed to have caught a whiff of something and exclaimed, "Ah, I think I smell a faint fragrance." Hearing this, Han Qing turned to her and asked, puzzled, "Fragrance?" Scholar Gu seemed to grasp something upon hearing this, and said, "Yes, we've been so focused on the stench of the corpses that we've overlooked this point. All coroners, remove your masks." The coroners immediately removed their masks. Some retched from the stench of the corpses, while others endured it, their faces pale and dizzy, all claiming they couldn't smell anything. One of them rebuked Shi Qi Qi disapprovingly. "This little brat's barely grown a hair. What does she know about cosmetics?" As soon as the coroner finished speaking, Han Qing's face darkened. He said, each word precise and cold, "No one insults my people." Then, turning to Shi Qi Qi, his tone softened. "What kind of fragrance is it?" Shi Qi Qi hesitated for a moment, then replied, "It's like the cosmetic powder my maidservant used to wear." The moment Shi Qi Qi finished speaking, Han Qing took her hand and led her away. "They don't believe you, but I do. Get in the carriage. We're going to the cosmetics shop." As Han Qing finished speaking and was about to leave, Scholar Gu called out from behind, "Your Highness, wait. This old official also believes little Qi. Let's go to Huarong Street together. It's the largest cosmetics shop in the capital." While Scholar Gu said this, he thought to himself, believing or not doesn't matter. I just want to join the fun. The three of them boarded the carriage and headed straight for Huarong Street. Inside the carriage, Han Qing seriously asked Scholar Gu, "Scholar Gu, how much do you know about Huarong-yi?" "Your Highness, Huarong-yi is the largest cosmetic shop in the capital. Not only does it have a wide variety of products, but the prices are also reasonable. Even my wife and daughters enjoy shopping there." Han Qing nodded after hearing this. He then looked at the dejected Shi Qi Qi sitting opposite him and suddenly called out. Little Qi, hearing Han Qing call her, Shi Qi Qi immediately sat up straight and put on a professional smile. "Your Highness, what are your orders? Do you remember the fragrance on the corpse?" Shi Qi Qi scratched her head, looking bewildered. I'll try." Seeing Shi Qi Qi's slight panic, Han Qing's tone became extremely gentle. "No rush. just do your best. Scholar Gu witnessed Han Qing's gentleness and kindness with his own eyes and couldn't believe it. He began to question his reality. Is this really the cold-blooded and ruthless prince Jing and I know? While Scholar Gu was still pondering, he saw Han Qing and Shi Qi Qi walking toward a shop. He immediately stood up and shouted, "Your Highness, you're going the wrong way. This isn't Huarong Yi." Shi Qi Qi and Han Qing stopped at the sound of his voice. Just then, Shi Qi Qi's stomach grumbled. She trembled and lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Han Qing immediately covered for her. "I haven't had breakfast yet." Scholar Gu, a seasoned veteran, immediately understood and said with a smile, my treat, my treat. Order whatever you like." The tray in front of them was piled high with steaming buns, and the owner greeted them warmly. Shi Qi Qi's eyes lit up as she stared at the buns, practically drooling. Han Qing, as attentive as ever, noticed Shi Qi Qi's expression and pointed at each type of bun repeatedly, saying this one, and these, wrap them all up for me. The owner happily agreed. All right. Shi Qi Qi stood there, her eyes sparkling like stars, thinking to herself, His Highness's taste is exactly the same as mine. He just eats more than me. After wrapping the buns, the owner immediately handed a large bag to Shi Qi Qi. Only then did the owner ask, "Young Master Xie, what would you like to eat?" Shi Qi Qi was about to answer when Scholar Gu wailed from behind, "Wah, that was the money my wife just gave me. This breakfast has wiped me out. Your Highness is truly heartless and stingy. It's only the first day of the month. My servants still have 29 days to endure." Seeing Scholar Gu's pitiful appearance, Shi Qi Qi felt embarrassed to order anything else and dejectedly lowered her head. "Forget it, I'm not really that hungry." Hearing Shi Qi Qi say this, Scholar Gu immediately brightened up. "Thank you, little Chi guard, pay the bill." The three of them returned to the carriage. Inside the carriage, Scholar Gu politely said, "Your Highness, please excuse the simple roadside fare." Han Qing didn't reply, but picked up a bun and took a bite, chewing thoughtfully. So Shi Qi Qi likes this kind of food. Shi Qi Qi sat opposite him, and seeing Han Qing eating casually, she felt anxious and couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, can you really finish all of this by yourself? Do you really not need your personal guard, me, to help you share some?" Seeing this, Han Qing put down the bun and waved his hand with feigned difficulty. "They're all yours." Hearing this, Shi Qi Qi was so overjoyed she almost jumped up. How could Shi Qi Qi refuse sharing a meal with His Highness? She grabbed a steamed bun, took a large bite, and savored the satisfying taste. Before long, all the buns on the table had disappeared into her stomach. Shi Qi Qi patted her full belly and said happily, "Hee, this is what the capital is all about. Even the breakfast stalls on the roadside are so delicious." Han Qing didn't reply, but coldly picked up a handkerchief, wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth, and said, "You eat so much, yet you don't gain any weight. You're still as thin as a twig." Shi Qi Qi glared at him in dissatisfaction. "What do you know? This is called lean. If you don't believe me, let's spar." Instead of getting angry at Shi Qi Qi's provocation, Han Qing laughed. And so, poor Scholar Gu was once again force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Being someone who had experienced similar things, he understood immediately. One was deliberately teasing, and the other was being teased into a daze. "Your Majesty, these two are clearly flirting." Finally, the three arrived at the Huarong Pavilion. As soon as Han Qing entered, all the girls in the Huarong Pavilion became excited. "Ah, Uncle Jing'an is so handsome. Did the sun rise from the west today? I'm so excited. Who is he buying rouge for?" Seeing the excitement of the women around her, Shi Qi Qi couldn't help but ask Han Qing, "Your Highness, I heard you hate women. Were you hurt by a woman before?" Shi Qi Qi's words made Han Qing quite angry. He reached out and pinched Shi Qi Qi's round cheeks, gritting his teeth and saying, "You talk too much." Just then, a young woman with a fair complexion leaned over the railing from the upper floor, holding a round fan, and said, "This humble servant greets His Highness Prince Jing'an and Miss Xie." As Shi Qi Qi and Han Qing stood in front of the Huarong Pavilion, a beautiful woman in red slowly descended the stairs, holding a round fan, her posture graceful. Her beauty stunned Shi Qi Qi, her eyes wide as if she had seen something incredible, her heart racing. Wow, a breathtaking beauty. And that fragrance. Han Qing, standing in front, opened his mouth and asked, "Who is this lady? Why have I never seen you before?" The beauty slowly approached Han Qing and said softly, "Your Highness, fate is predetermined. Since we have met, why worry about whether we have met before? I am Hua Shangrong, the owner of Huarong Pavilion. Shi Qi Qi stood behind them, staring blankly, and blurted out, "Even her name is so beautiful." That was true, but from Han Qing's perspective, it was a different story. Seeing Shi Qi Qi's thoughtful expression, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He thought, could this be jealousy? Shi Qi Qi was jealous. Thinking of this, his mood immediately brightened, and he said cheerfully, "Madam, I have a favor to ask. Your Highness is too polite. Please speak freely." The cordial conversation between the two excited the surrounding people. My goodness, these two beauties standing together are truly a feast for the eyes. After a while, Hua Shangrong seemed to understand something and said, "I generally understand. Please follow me." Han Qing politely replied, "Thank you, madam." Hearing this, Shi Qi Qi excitedly added, "Then we'll trouble you, sister." Shi Qi Qi's enthusiasm made Hua Shangrong a little shy. She covered her mouth with her fan and chuckled, "Little brother, you are so sweet. The stairs are slippery. Let sister help you." As soon as she finished speaking, Shi Qi Qi ran to Hua Shangrong's side, took her hand, and went upstairs together, leaving Han Qing and Scholar Gu behind. Han Qing asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Scholar Gu stood beside Han Qing, patted him on the shoulder, and said with some sympathy, "Your Highness, cherish the person before you. This old minister understands. The young attendant has suffered a lot of grievances protecting you." Scholar Gu's words made Han Qing even more confused. Upstairs, Shi Qi Qi looked around with interest, fascinated by everything. "These flowers are so beautiful. Did you develop them yourself?" "That's right. Huarong Pavilion has all the flowers that other places have, but what Huarong Pavilion has, other places may not." Hua Shangrong's words made Shi Qi Qi admire her even more. "Sister, you're so amazing." Hua Shangrong smiled slightly and handed over a box of fragrant powder. "Is it this one?" Shi Qi Qi leaned in and sniffed, shaking her head. "No, not this one either." Shi Qi Qi scratched her head. "Some of the scents are similar, but it still doesn't feel right." Hua Shangrong pondered for a moment after hearing this and said, "I understand. My fragrant powder contains a special medicinal herb that can nourish a woman's body and emits a unique fragrance when walking in a crowd. Try this one. Perhaps it's the one." With that, Hua Shangrong dabbed a bit of the fragrant powder on her neck and deliberately moved closer to Shi Qi Qi, letting her smell the fragrance on her neck. This gesture made Shi Qi Qi blush slightly. "Can you really do this?" Hua Shangrong moved closer, raised a finger to her lips, and signaled her to be quiet. "Remember to keep a secret." Shi Qi Qi obediently followed, leaning in to smell Hua Shangrong's neck. Just then, Han Qing and Scholar Gu arrived. Han Qing walked towards them and said, "Did you find it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Shi Qi Qi acting intimately with Hua Shangrong and immediately shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Hearing Han Qing's voice, Shi Qi Qi turned around, her face full of excitement. "Your Highness, I found the scent." Hua Shangrong seemed to realize something and replied calmly, her words laced with meaning, "Why is your Highness angry? Are you afraid? I'll steal your little attendant." Han Qing's face darkened. He lowered his voice. "Don't use that tone. That voice, it's really annoying. Qi Qi, come here. Don't forget we have business." Han Qing's anger made Scholar Gu chuckle inwardly. Here we go, he thought to himself as he sat down to eat sunflower seeds, watching Han Qing call out Qi Qi. Hua Shangrong cheerfully put her arm around Shi Qi Qi's shoulders. "So you're Qi Qi. Your master is really fierce. How much silver does he give you a month? I'll double it." Hearing this, Shi Qi Qi turned to Hua Shangrong and wailed, "I can't. I still owe him 500 taels of silver. I can only sell myself to repay the debt." Hua Shangrong calmly replied, "Only 500 taels. Little sister, let me teach you a way to get rich." Hua Shangrong leaned close to Shi Qi Qi's ear and whispered a secret. After listening, Shi Qi Qi skipped back to Han Qing with a mischievous grin. Holding a small pink box, she handed it to Han Qing and slyly said, "Want to know the clues about the rouge and powder? Sister Hua only told me. You have to pay me if you want to know." Han Qing sounded impatient, but still made an offer, 20 taels. Shi Qi Qi immediately frowned. "No, 500 taels? Ah, no, 100 taels." No matter how much Shi Qi Qi asked for, Han Qing kept lowering the price. 10 taels. Shi Qi Qi stamped her foot anxiously. Why are you offering less and less? Seeing Han Qing's displeased expression, Shi Qi Qi immediately compromised. Fine, 10 taels it is. Seeing her agreement, Han Qing coaxed, deal. Now tell me, Shi Qi Qi said seriously. Sister Hua said that the rouge and powder are exclusively supplied by the Zue Yinluo scholar Gu, who had been eavesdropping, panicked when he heard Shi Qi Qi mention Zue Yinluo. Isn't that the brothel near Prince Jingit's residence? Han Qing instructed Scholar Gu, go to Zue Yinluo tonight and investigate. Shi Qi Qi, standing beside them, heard Zue Yinluo and interjected, isn't Zue Yinluo a brothel? Although the question was obvious, both Scholar Gu and Han Qing pretended not to hear and continued their conversation. Scholar Gu tried to excuse himself. Your Highness, I can't. You know the rules are strict in my household. Hanqing understood. If your wife asks, just say I told you to go. Although reluctant, Scholar Gu could only agree. Well, I suppose that's the only way. Shi Qi Qi, still persistent, put on a pitiful expression. What's Zue Yinluo like? I want to go too. You want to go to a brothel to see what it's like? Han Qing's question was exactly what Shi Qi Qi wanted to hear, and she nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Han Qing smiled meaningfully, putting on a worldly air. Then I'll take you tonight and let you see what a real experience is like. That night, the two sneaked into the brothel. As soon as they entered, they were greeted enthusiastically by the courtesans. Are you two together? You're both so handsome. I'd be happy to stick with either of you. Come on over. Cheer up. The courtesans crowded around them. Han Qing immediately dodged and called out, Qi Qi. Qi Qi, it's still not too late to return to the residence. Contrary to Han Qing's worries, Shi Qi Qi was having a great time. Hee, what kind of paradise is this? So many beautiful sisters. Hee, I wouldn't mind dying under a peony flower. As Shi Qi Qi spoke, her eyes lit up and drool dripped from the corner of her mouth. Her reaction was completely different from what Han Qing had expected. Seeing this, Han Qing had no choice but to change his tactics. A moment later, the two, dressed in black, appeared on the roof of the brothel. Shi Qi Qi looked puzzled. Your Highness, why are we sneaking around on the roof like thieves? I'm afraid that barging in directly would alert them. Although he said this, Han Qing was fuming inside. It's not because she forgot everything as soon as she entered the brothel, mesmerized by the beauties, but he could only endure it. Han Qing took out a booklet that looked like a brothel floor plan, pointing to the center and saying, back to the main topic. There are too many people in the main hall to hide. The key lies in the private rooms and corridors. We'll start our search from these rooms. With that, the two crouched down, lifted a tile, and peeked into a room from above. A slightly flirtatious conversation between a man and a woman could be heard from inside. Oh, my little beauty, come here and let me give you a kiss. Don't be silly, the woman said, but still snuggled into the man's arms. Seeing this, Shi Qi Qi asked, Your Highness, are they husband and wife? No. Shi Qi Qi was immediately shocked. If they're not husband and wife, why can they hug and kiss? Han Qing's face flushed red, but he still answered seriously, the women in a brothel. As long as you pay, the customers can get close to them. Thinking to himself, he added silently, So Shi Qi Qi does know that casual intimacy between men and women is inappropriate. Shi Qi Qi persisted, continuing to ask, then why would this man spend money to kiss someone? Why not just marry her and take her home? Han Qing replied, wildflowers are always more fragrant than the flowers at home. Shi Qi Qi listened, her face full of indignation. So after a man gets married, can he still secretly kiss other women behind his wife's back? Shi Qi Qi's words made Han Qing feel a pang of guilt. He replied, absolutely not. Shi Qi Qi immediately looked up at him. They were extremely close, and Han Qing's cheeks flushed, his whole body feeling like it was on fire. She pressed further. What about before marriage? Han Qing replied firmly, lust is the root of all evil. Whether before or after marriage, one should not casually flirt with men or women. Shi Qi Qi stared at him wide-eyed, thinking, this person really is as pure as jade. After a moment of thought, she suddenly laughed. I can't speak for others, but your Highness definitely wouldn't do anything improper. Han Qing was somewhat touched and asked, you trust me that much? Shi Qi Qi said cheerfully, because your Highness is stingy. Shi Qi Qi's answer made Han Qing instantly freeze, then flick her forehead in exasperation. Shut up, he snapped, and hurry up and check the next room. Just as they were about to leave, the woman in the room below suddenly cried out, "Oh, stop it. This little vixen is bullying me." Han Qing immediately understood what was happening in the room and quickly pulled Shi Qi Qi's hand to lead her away. Shi Qi Qi struggled, shouting, "Your Highness, he's bullying that sister. I have to save her." Han Qing was fuming. Ignoring her protests, he dragged her to the next room. Looking down from above, Shi Qi Qi saw a man surrounded by 4 or 5 beautiful women and couldn't help but exclaim, "So many people." Behind her, Han Qing gritted his teeth in frustration. "We're here to investigate a case, not to meddle in these messy affairs." Next, in the third room, Grand Scholar Gu was declining a drink. No, this old man can't hold his liquor. The woman beside him raised her glass, urging him, "Oh, just do me a favor. Why are you ignoring me?" Watching from above, Shi Qi Qi practically drooled. That wine looks so good. Shi Qi Qi's expression filled Han Qing with exasperation. He cursed himself inwardly for creating this mess. With that thought, he changed his mind and pulled Shi Qi Qi away. On their way back, Shi Qi Qi followed behind him, looking around with a confused expression. "Your Highness," she asked, Are we going back to the Prince Jing'an residence?" Han Qing walked ahead, his face grim. "We're returning to the residence immediately," he said coldly. Just as he finished speaking, a carriage passed by them, heading towards the brothel. The night wind blew back the curtain of the carriage window. He caught a glimpse of a young woman inside, her appearance strange. That girl's clothes are disheveled, her hair is messy, and she's covered in dust and unconscious. She doesn't look like she was willingly sold into a brothel. Shi Qi Qi said, "Was she kidnapped? Let's follow and see." With that, the two followed the carriage to a room. After entering the brothel and waiting for everyone to leave, the two slipped in quietly. Han Qing walked over and looked at the girl on the bed. So it's a little beggar. Shi Qi Qi, however, was attracted by the wine jug on the table. She picked it up and gulped down its contents, immediately realizing something was wrong. "Your Highness, I'm dizzy." As soon as she spoke, the wine jug slipped from Shi Qi Qi's hand and shattered on the floor, and she collapsed as well. Outside, Ninth Master, drenched in cold sweat and looking like he had just escaped with his life, said to Sword Slave in a panicked voice, Quick, help this old man into the carriage. Slowly. I almost got eaten alive by those tigresses." He lifted the carriage curtain, preparing to board, but saw Han Qing already seated inside. Smiling, Han Qing said, "Shi Qi Qi is drunk. I'm taking her back to the residence. Do you mind if I hitch a ride?" Minister Gu stared blankly at Han Qing, then at Shi Qi Qi, who was lying with her head pillowed on Han Qing's leg. He was utterly stunned. Losing his balance from shock, he tumbled out of the carriage. His sword slave hurriedly called out, "Master, be careful." Minister Gu recovered his composure and, standing below the carriage, said, "Your Highness gracing Gu family's carriage is this old minister's honor. This old minister has had too much to drink tonight and feels a bit dizzy. I'll walk back to the residence." Minister Gu deliberately stepped aside. He watched the carriage gradually disappear into the distance, his heart filled with emotion. Youth is truly wonderful, daring to love and hate, unrestrained and flamboyant. Inside the carriage, Shi Qi Qi awoke from her drunken stupor. Looking up at Han Qing, she said, "You look a lot like someone I know." She reached out and touched his face. Han Qing asked curiously, "Who?" Shi Qi Qi frowned. "I can't quite remember what he looks like anymore. I need to get a better look." As she spoke, Shi Qi Qi moved closer, cupping his face in her hands and staring intently. They were extremely close, and Han Qing's heart pounded like a drum, almost leaping out of his chest. Shi Qi Qi leaned in even closer and suddenly butted her forehead against his with a thump. Shi Qi Qi's sudenaktiuna nuya Hanqing sumawet. He was about to sit up, but she grabbed his hands and pinned them firmly above his head. Holding his hands with one hand, Shi Qi Qi lifted his chin with the other, straddling him. She said, "Pretty boy, come on. Let this old lady give you a kiss." Pint benil her, Hanqing's cheeks flushed crimson. He turned his head away in embarrassment. "Let go." He had just turned his head when he saw a small green snake crawl onto Shi Qi Qi's shoulder, its tongue flicking in and out. Han Qing cried out, "You're using a snake to scare me again." Han Qing's reaction amused Shi Qi Qi. "That's right. You're just as afraid of snakes as he was. I remember now. He always made that same ugly face, especially when I did this to him." With that, Shi Qi Qi leaned in and bit him hard on the cheek. The kiss was fierce and wild. Her actions made Han Qing's heart race once more. After the kiss, Shi Qi Qi groped him, saying, "Pretty boy, why is your chest so flat?" Shi Qi Qi's words are the last straw for Han Qing. He gritted his teeth and grabbed her shoulders. "Shi Qi Qi, you're mistaking me for a woman again." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Qi Qi put a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Don't call me Shi Qi Qi. If His Highness hears, I'll be exposed." Han Qing smiled faintly after hearing this. "Oh, who do you think I am? Am I the young master?" Shi Qi Qi asked, widening her eyes. "Young master, why did you ignore Shi Qi Qi after returning to the capital? You haven't come to see me for so many years." Shi Qi Qi's words stunned Han Qing. He had never considered this question. Shi Qi Qi started crying as she spoke. Jia said that the young master. He wasn't really called young master. He lied to mishap. Shi Qi Qi's appearance filled Han Qing with guilt. He hesitated, wanting to speak. "I'm sorry that you're..." Before he could finish, Shi Qi Qi had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Han Qing held her and sighed helplessly, then smiled. "After all these years, I still can't handle her." The next morning, Shi Qi Qi woke up with a foggy mind. Sitting on the bed in a daze, she wondered, what happened last night after I got drunk? Why can't I remember anything? That morning, at the gate of Prince Jingen's residence, the energetic Minister Gu appeared, much to the surprise of the guards. "Minister Gu, you're here to see His Highness so early. You've worked hard," Minister Gu said, bouncing on his feet. Old Gu gets up early, especially to annoy people. "My true intention isn't about the wine. I'm here to check on last night's events." Hurry, get to work. You two were so sweet in the carriage last night." This old man's thoughts were truly modern. The scene shifted to the door of Prince Jingen's room. Shi Qi Qi peeked inside cautiously. She observed carefully and saw that Han Qing was already up and having breakfast. She thought to herself, His Highness got up so early, which means he slept well last night. He's even able to eat breakfast, which means he's not angry about last night. What should I do? I think I got drunk last night. Thinking of this, Shi Qi Qi recalled her birthday last year, when she also got drunk and insisted on hugging and kissing her sister, resulting in Jia forbidding her from drinking alcohol. With this in mind, Shi Qi Qi sat by the door, her face filled with worry. "I hope I didn't do anything too outrageous to His Highness last night. He probably won't find another excuse to dock my pay, right?" Shi Qi Qi was lost in thought and didn't notice His Highness Ninth standing behind her. He couldn't help but pat her shoulder, calling out, "Qi Qi." The sudden pat made Shi Qi Qi shriek like a startled cat. "Who's there?" Her scream also startled Han Qing, who was eating inside, and his face immediately darkened. "Shi Qi Qi, what are you yelling about so early in the morning?" Seeing Shi Qi Qi being scolded, Scholar Gu hurriedly explained, it was this old man who startled Qi Qi. Only then did Shi Qi Qi recover, clutching her head and muttering, how does Your Highness know my full name?" Hearing this, Han Qing's face grew even darker. "After just one night, you've forgotten everything you said and did last night." Han Qing's words jolted Shi Qi Qi awake. A smile bloomed on her face as she thought, "So I just accidentally blurted out my real name and didn't randomly kiss anyone." Thinking of this, she beamed. "Of course I remember. My full name is Shi Qi Qi. My nickname is Yao Qi. Thank you, Your Highness, for bringing me back to the residence last night. Is Your Highness angry because I'm late? Let me serve you breakfast." Saying this, Shi Qi Qi stepped forward to act cute and ingratiate herself. Han Qing saw at a glance that Shi Qi Qi had forgotten last night's events and deliberately acted indifferent. Scholar Gu, meanwhile, munched on melon seeds and gossiped inwardly, pleased with himself. "I'm so clever. I can smell the gunpowder in the air." Just as Scholar Gu was enjoying his gossip, Han Qing suddenly spoke. "By the way, Scholar Gu, you're here so early. Could it be you've discovered something new?" Han Qing's words sent a cold sweat down Scholar Gu's back. He was actually here to gossip and hadn't found any clues. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately made up an excuse. "Thank you, Your Highness, for sending the clues last night. Zue Jiang Lu has taken in a suspicious woman. This old man has already secretly ordered people to watch her and see what medicine they bought. This old man even sacrificed his looks and spent the whole night talking with the courtesan, but still hasn't found anything unusual." Shi Qi Qi, who was staring at a chicken leg with bright eyes, heard Scholar Gu's words and indignantly shouted, "That's not right. Zue Gue and Lu has a new female beggar, don't you know?" Scholar Gu's eyes widened in response. "A female beggar?" Shi Qi Qi nodded confidently. "Yes, I saw many vagrants like her on the road before entering the city. Ragged clothes, dirty faces, mud under their fingernails, and shoes so worn out their toes were sticking out." As she spoke, she gestured, scattering food everywhere, causing Han Qing to dodge left and right. "Your Highness, am I right?" Han Qing replied helplessly, "Yes, yes, yes. Everything you said is right." After hearing this, Scholar Gu said worriedly, "Could it be that the two unidentified female corpses were beggars before their deaths? If they were really wandering female beggars from the outskirts of the capital, it's normal that no one came to identify the bodies. Firstly, those who knew them either didn't have household registrations or couldn't enter the city, so naturally they wouldn't see the missing person notices. Secondly, they wandered around, never knowing where their next meal would come from. Even if they knew the deceased, they wouldn't want to get involved in a murder case. But the two female corpses had clean fingernails and smooth skin. How could they have been vagrants for many years? As Scholar Gu spoke, Shi Qi Qi suddenly realized, "I understand. No wonder Sui Xian Lu specially made that powder for Hua Rongge. Sister Hua said that this powder contains a special medicinal herb specifically for repairing and removing scars on women's skin." Shi Qi Qi's words enlightened Scholar Gu, and he bowed. "Thank you, Your Highness, and thank you, Miss Xie. This old man will go to Sui Xian Lu to investigate." Shi Qi Qi looked regretfully at Scholar Gu's departing figure, then turned to Han Qing with a pitiful expression. "Your Highness, investigating cases is so interesting. Aren't we going to follow Scholar Gu to investigate?" In reality, she just wanted to join in the fun. Upon hearing this, Han Qing flicked her forehead. "You silly girl, all you think about is playing. Shi Qi Qi, can your brain hold anything else?" Shi Qi Qi innocently replied, "I also remember Your Highness and delicious food." Han Qing felt secretly pleased but still pretended to be impatient, turning around and saying, "We're not investigating today. This prince is going to the palace to pay respects to the emperor and the empress dowager. Shi Qi Qi, follow me." Han Qing and Shi Qi Qi went to the imperial palace together. As soon as they arrived at the palace gate, a eunuch came forward to greet them. "Prince Jingyan, the emperor and the crown prince are waiting for you." Han Qing responded and turned to instruct Shi Qi Qi. "Wait for me here." Shi Qi Qi fumbled slightly, startled by Han Qing's instruction. Seeing her bewildered expression, Han Qing grasped her shoulders and carefully explained what to do if she was hungry, thirsty, or needed to use the restroom, and other such trivial matters. Shi Qi Qi simply nodded dumbly, unsure if she had even remembered everything. Han Qing, still worried, added, "If you cause any trouble, I'll deduct it from your monthly wages." As Han Qing turned to leave, Shi Qi Qi stuck her tongue out behind his back and mocked softly, "Humph, I knew he was just looking for a chance to dock my pay." "Right, eunuch." Hearing this, the eunuch couldn't help but chuckle. This old servant has watched His Highness grow up, and this is the first time I've seen him show such concern for a subordinate. The eunuch's words brought a faint blush to Shi Qi Qi's cheeks. She widened her round eyes and responded hesitantly, "Really?" Inside the hall, the emperor sat high on his throne. The kingdom of Mo in the southwest has suffered months of flooding, and a large number of refugees have poured into the capital. Do you have any good solutions? The crown prince immediately offered suggestions, while Han Qing seemed unconcerned. He held a flour cake in his hand, pondered for a moment, then took a bite. After confirming the cake's deliciousness, he beckoned the eunuch over. He whispered a few instructions. The crown prince, while offering his advice, kept a close eye on Han Qing's actions. Seeing Han Qing summon the eunuch, he thought to himself, "I wonder what Mo Han Qing is up to now." Soon, a gust of wind swept through the courtyard outside, rustling the branches of the trees. Shi Qi Qi sat there, stuffing flour cakes in her mouth with both hands. Between bites, she praised, "This flour cake is really delicious." "Thank you, eunuch. You're welcome." This old servant is merely following Prince Jingyan's orders. As Shi Qi Qi ate, she silently congratulated herself on being Prince Jingyan's guard. Half an hour later, the emperor, Han Qing, and the crown prince emerged from the hall together. As soon as they stepped out, all three were startled by the sight of Shi Qi Qi sprawled leisurely by the doorway. But upon seeing them, Shi Qi Qi immediately stood up straight. Han Qing then turned and addressed the emperor respectfully, "Your Majesty, please stop here." "Your Highness, please stop here." The emperor halted and said, "Han Qing, Visit the Empress Dowager more often in your free time. She misses you dearly. Yes, the next time I enter the palace, I will certainly pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. The Crown Prince stood behind them, silent, but his gaze was fixed on Shi Qi Qi. He thought to himself, when did Han Qing change his personal guard, and even have someone bring him snacks? Thinking this, he sneered. Interesting. At this moment, Han Qing said, Your Majesty, I'll take my leave. The Crown Prince interjected, Wait. He pointed at Shi Qi Qi and said, Father, look at my uncle's personal guard. My uncle is a pillar of our dynasty. His safety is of paramount importance. This boy looks frail. I'm afraid he's not up to the task. Hearing that she had become the target of their attention, Shi Qi Qi pointed at herself questioningly, her eyes full of uncertainty, like a lamb that had fallen among three ferocious beasts. Seeing Shi Qi Qi's small stature, the emperor also expressed some concern. Han Qing, your personal guard is too weak. Replace him quickly. He also lacks manners. He didn't even kneel and bow before us. Hearing the emperor's words, Han Qing stepped forward to defend her. Your Majesty, don't underestimate my guard. All the guards in this courtyard combined are no match for him. The emperor was quite surprised. Oh, is that so? The Crown Prince wore a mocking smile. Uncle is exaggerating. If this boy loses, it's a crime of deceiving the emperor. The Crown Prince's provocation caused Han Qing's expression to change. He retorted, If your highness doesn't believe me, feel free to have someone test him. Seeing the tension between them, the emperor laughed. My son, why so serious? Since your uncle dares to vouch for him, let us witness this boy's skills. Someone, go and test this boy's kung fu. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the guards behind him responded in unison, Your Majesty's command. The Crown Prince continued to provoke Han Qing. Then I shall watch with great interest. Shi Qi Qi stood behind them, tugged on Han Qing's sleeve, and whispered, Don't worry, Your Highness, I promise I won't embarrass you. Han Qing turned around, saw her determined expression, and smiled gently. In front of the palace, Shi Qi Qi stood alone, facing nearly 10 imperial guards. She said, Hey, what are you all still standing around for? Come at me together. It's so hot. I want to finish this quickly. Although Shi Qi Qi said this, none of the guards dared to make the first move. They exchanged glances, and one said, Our monthly salary isn't enough to cover the medical expenses. Another one said, Prince Jing'an even remembers to reward him with a snack. He's a favorite. Yet another chimed in, Exactly. Offending him is the same as offending Prince Jing'an. With that, a guard stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the imperial palace is not a place for bloodshed. How about I collect everyone's weapons first, and then we can have a friendly sparring match with Prince Jing'an's guard. Hearing this, the emperor turned and tentatively asked Han Qing, Is there really a need for this? Han Qing replied with an impassive face, No need. You can keep your weapons for self-defense. The Crown Prince, standing to the side, sneered, Underestimating the enemy is a major military taboo. Wouldn't you agree, Imperial Uncle? Han Qing remained aloof and indifferent. Suit yourselves. This statement infuriated the Crown Prince, but he couldn't do anything about it. The Emperor finally spoke. You all heard Prince Jing'an. Fight freely. Whoever wins will be handsomely rewarded. As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, the guards all thought to themselves, His Majesty is just biased towards Yinluo. If we actually win, we'll be the unlucky ones. Thinking this, the guards reluctantly said, We obey the decree. The Emperor just wants to watch the excitement, making things difficult for us servants. He then turned to the guards waiting for orders behind him and winked. This time, you have to make it look convincing. So many of you against just one person, it would be embarrassing to win. And if you actually injure him, Prince Jing'an will definitely hold a grudge. Right, brothers? Let's just put on a show, a collaborative performance. Nowadays, being a guard also requires acting skills. Lots of work, little pay. Being a servant is so hard. After their discussion, they entered the arena. The captain of the guards raised his spear towards Shi Qi Qi and said, Young man, no offense. Shi Qi Qi also charged forward. She reached out to strike the guard's stomach, but before her hand made contact, he fell to the ground yelling, my meridians are all broken. Shi Qi Qi was a little surprised, but she still jumped up to kick another person. However, before her foot could land, that guard clutched his leg and rolled on the ground. Soon, Shi Qi Qi and the guard's performance began. In no time, the guards were scattered on the ground, taking turns pretending to be injured, while Shi Qi Qi was completely bewildered because she clearly hadn't touched any of them. Such acting skills truly worthy of being Prince Jing'an's personal guards. Facing this performance, the emperor was dumbfounded. A master, a true master. The crown prince trembled with anger. Where did imperial uncle find such a talent? Han Qing pretended to be modest, coughing a few times. In reality, he had already seen through everything, thinking to himself, these guards are quite perceptive. Although Shi Qi Qi had one, she kept scratching her head, thinking, I didn't even touch them. Unless I suddenly learned how to hit people from distance. Thinking this, she waved her hands and feet, trying out the movements she had just made. Shi Qi Qi, what are you still standing there for? Come here. Hearing Han Qing's call, Shi Qi Qi finally came back to her senses and hurried over, shouting, coming, coming. As soon as she reached Han Qing's side, she said happily, Your Highness, I didn't disgrace you, did I? Han Qing gently took out a handkerchief, wiped her face, and gave her an exceptionally warm smile. And replied, This gentle and considerate gesture made Shi Qi Qi's heart race. She thought to herself, why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? Could be that I suffered internal injuries from the fight just now. Han Qing then turned to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, my person won. You said you would reward them handsomely. At the mention of a reward, the emperor gave a sly smile and gave a thumbs up. Very impressive. My words are worth their weight in gold. Han Qing, you're not young anymore. Your mother has been constantly nagging me lately, saying that you should get married. See if there are any good girls in the city that you fancy, and I'll act as a matchmaker for you. How about that? The emperor's words annoyed Han Qing somewhat. He knew that the emperor was deliberately changing the subject, so he coldly replied, not interested. With that, he directly took Shi Qi Qi's hand and led her away. Let's go home. Leaving only the emperor calling after them. Don't go so fast. Why not interested? I think Minister Chen's daughter is quite suitable, and Vice Minister Lu's youngest daughter is also excellent. They're all proficient in the four arts. Before the emperor could finish, Han Qing and Qi Qi were already walking home, far in the distance. Qi Qi couldn't help but ask Han Qing, Your Highness, why do you dislike girls so much? I think the young ladies His Majesty introduced are all quite good. Hearing this, Han Qing closed his eyes and replied, They cry. They cry when something happens, and I hate it when they cry. They cry when they're happy, and they cry when they're sad. It's such a headache. Qi Qi continued, But there are girls who don't cry. Has Your Highness never met one? Han Qing glanced at Qi Qi and said indifferently, I have, but they're too fierce. I don't like them either. He then turned his face away, his cheeks slightly flushed. Hearing this answer, Qi Qi frowned and thought unhappily, You find the gentle ones too weepy, and the ones who don't cry too fierce. Thinking of this, Qi Qi seemed to remember something and said, All right, Your Highness, my grandfather taught me palmistry. Let me read your palm and see your destiny. As she chattered on, Han Qing, upon hearing this, pushed her away with obvious disgust. A few days later, Minister Ji came to the Prince Jing'an's residence, kowtowing repeatedly and pleading, Your Highness, save me. Regarding the female corpse case, this old minister dares not investigate any further. Han Qing replied, What is it? Did you find any clues? Zhao Qi is not an outsider. Speak freely. Minister Ji reported tremblingly, The murderer is very likely to be His Highness the Crown Prince. Minister Ji's last words stunned both Han Qing and Qi Qi. Minister Ji continued, Your Highness, the woman you and Zhao Qi saved at the Drunken sword hut. Before he could finish, Qi Qi interrupted, Wait, don't say anything yet. With that, she rushed out. After a while, she returned, excitedly holding a set of tableware and a plate of fruits. I'm back. Minister Ji, you can continue talking about the Crown Prince's bad deeds now. Qi Qi sat down, her face full of anticipation. Her actions almost made Minister Ji cough up blood. Although he didn't say anything, his expression was hesitant. Han Qing immediately understood his meaning and said, Zhao Qi is not an outsider. Han Qing's words made Minister Ji cough a few times. Minister Ji continued, The beggar woman taken in by the Drunken sword hut falls unconscious every night and is taken away by carriage. The coachman takes her to the hot spring village in the suburbs and only brings her back at dawn. Scouts discovered that during the day, there's no one in the village, but at night, there are hounds and hidden guards heavily guarding it. The scouts could only hide outside and inside, but it's too difficult to break in. Saying this, Minister Ji slammed a map on the table. Look, this is the hot spring village, and the surrounding area is where the female corpses were found. Qi Qi looked at the map and said, the murderer uses the hot spring as a center and then disposes of the bodies. How clever. Minister Ji gave a thumbs up and said, this old minister has already ascertained the coachman's identity. He is a distant relative of Luo Jian, who is the second uncle of the crown prince's bodyguard. After listening, Han Qing pondered for a moment and said, although Luo Jian is his confidant, this doesn't prove that the crown prince is involved in the case. At this point, Han Qing seemed to have suddenly thought of something, staring intently at the map on the table. Wait, although the hot spring village and the crown prince's private residence don't share the same entrance, the straight line distance is actually very close. The coroner also said that the victims had many scratches and bruises and severe tearing in their private parts and anus. Aphrodisiacs were also found in their stomachs. Could Mo Xian have some peculiar qihao? Thinking of this, Han Qing said to Minister Ji, don't alert him for now. I'll send someone to investigate. We'll discuss the next step after we have some leads. Shi Qi, who had been eavesdropping and enjoying the drama, suddenly grabbed Han Qing's sleeve and said with anticipation, Your Highness, let me investigate the case. Han Qing ignored her completely. Instead, staring at his greasy sleeve in her hand, he said coldly, You've dirted my sleeve. 12 taels will be deducted from your wages. Just like that, Han Qing not only successfully rejected Qi Qi's request, but also made her willingly change the subject. A moment later, Han Qing finished the letter and handed it to Qi Qi, ordering her to deliver it to the third prince. Qi Qi immediately assumed Han Qing was trying to get rid of her, giving her a random errand to keep her from investigating the case. She casually made up an excuse to refuse the order. I won't go. I'm your highness's personal bodyguard. I can't leave your side. The consequence of her defiance was Han Qing dragging her along to see the third prince. Upon seeing Han Qing, the third prince quipped, What wind blows uncle here today? As the third prince approached, Han Qing draped an arm over his shoulder and whispered, Official business today. Take this person to the capital and buy a few sets of guard uniforms. I'll pick them up tomorrow. The third prince was taken aback, and before he could agree or refuse, Han Qing tossed him a package and slipped away. The third prince turned to Qi Qi and suggested, Shall we take a stroll? Qi Qi smiled slyly and agreed. But after only a few steps, the third prince's pressure points were struck, freezing him in place. He lamented, Who have I offended? That night, Qi Qi, dressed in black, stealthily infiltrated the hot spring village. She thought to herself, His Highness won't take me, so I'll solve the case myself. With that thought, she took out her powder box and applied it to herself. Luckily, Big Sister gave me scent masking balm. It can hide my scent, so I don't have to worry about dogs sniffing me out. Qi Qi successfully infiltrated the village. The scene shifted to Han Qing, who was infiltrating the crown prince's secret chamber. Seeing the tools used for debauchery, his face darkened. Suddenly, he heard a noise outside and quickly hid behind a bookshelf, observing in secret. The crown prince entered, carrying a lantern. Han Qing, hidden above, watched his every move. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound beside him. Looking up, he saw Qi Qi waving at him with a grin, startling him. Annoyed, Han Qing whispered, What are you doing here? Your Highness, be quiet. Han Qing was about to say something when he suddenly remembered something. He turned around to see that the crown prince had disappeared. He quickly asked, Where is he? Seeing this, Qi Qi pulled Xiao Nai from her bosom and said, Xiao Nai, go. A moment later, Xiao Nai stopped beside a Buddha statue. Qi Qi said, Your Highness, Xiao Nai seems to have found something. Snakes have poor eyesight, but they are extremely sensitive to the body heat of their prey. Before the crown prince disappeared, he must have touched this Buddha statue, leaving behind his body heat. Xiao Nai suddenly coiled around the statue, then slithered away. Whether by coincidence or design, the statue clicked and toppled over, revealing a strange mechanism. Qi Qi exclaimed, This triple mechanism is incredible. Han Qing also understood at this point and continued. As soon as we entered, we fell into an illusion created by mystical door techniques. Fortunately, Shao Qing broke the formation, and now this is the true appearance of the study. At this thought, his heart stirred. How could the crown prince be connected to a wandering sorcerer? Suddenly, a woman's voice cried out, "Your Highness, spare me." Sob. Qi Qi heard the cries for help and looked around. It sounds like a woman is screaming for help. Han Qing also heard it and said, "Let's go see." The two followed the cries. As they arrived, Han Qing, walking behind, blushed and quickly covered Qi Qi's eyes. Qi Qi yelled, "What are you doing?" Han Qing stammered, You're too shameless." Qi Qi grabbed Han Qing's hand, trying to pull it away from her eyes. "We're here to investigate. What if we miss a clue?" The reason Han Qing covered Qi Qi's eyes was because below them was a scantily clad young woman, her hands and feet bound by chains. She had been drugged by the crown prince and was crying and pleading, her whole body trembling. The crown prince, with a lewd smile on his face, kept saying, "You say no with your mouth, but your body is very honest. Do you want it or not?" Saying this, the crown prince stepped forward, grabbed the young woman's hair, and yanked her up. The young woman panicked and said, Yes, I want it. Please give it to me." The crown prince said disdainfully, "That doesn't sound sincere enough. Didn't I teach you what to do?" Finishing his words, the crown prince sat down in a nearby chair. The young woman painfully crawled from the bed to the crown prince's feet. Then, she stuck out her tongue and licked the tip of the crown prince's shoe. The young woman's actions greatly pleased the crown prince. "Very good. I've trained you into the perfect plaything. Come, I'll reward you with a kiss." Seeing what the crown prince had done, Qi Qi was puzzled and asked, "Do all of you MO people hate women so much?" Hearing this, Han Qing quickly explained, "That's just the crown prince's perversion. It has nothing to do with being a MO person. Your Highness, he's gone." Qi Qi turned to Han Qing and said, "Let's go save that girl." "Wait, what did he bring back?" The crown prince returned, leading several ferocious hounds. The dogs bared their teeth, drooling as they stared at her. The cruel crown prince released the pack of hounds into the iron cage. The girl inside cried and pleaded for help. "Aw, no. Help me." Contrary to the girl's fear, the crown prince said leisurely, "Do you like it? I think male dogs and female dogs are a good match. Enjoy your paradise." With that, the crown prince stood aside laughing, watching the hounds rush into the cage and tear at the girl for his amusement, completely ignoring her cries. "Stop." Qi Qi couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "You've gone too far." After saying that, she jumped down and stood on the iron cage, yelling, "Stop, you stinking crown prince. All you do is bully girls." Seeing Qi Qi, the crown prince calmly said, "You dare to show yourself. I'd already discovered you." He had seen small paw prints by the statue earlier and deduced that someone had snuck in tonight. The crown prince asked directly, "Who sent you?" "Yi sure Qi Qi, why did you sneak into my private residence?" Qi Qi summoned her courage and replied, "I'm just a passerby who can't stand injustice." Hearing Qi Qi's righteous words, the crown prince laughed. Hee, I've never tamed a wildcat as beautiful and untamed as you. It's time to try." As soon as the crown prince finished speaking, someone tried to drag her down. At this moment, Mo Han Qing jumped down from above, shouting, "Stop." Qi Qi subconsciously wanted to call him Your Highness, but seeing Han Qing jump down wearing a mask, she immediately changed her words. "Second brother." Han Qing didn't have time for pleasantries. "I'll hold them off. You go save her." Seeing that Qi Qi had help, the crown prince sneered, "Oh, you have an accomplice. Seize them, dead or alive." As soon as the order was given, the soldiers rushed forward. The girl in the iron cage screamed as the hounds tore at her. Seeing this, Qi Qi jumped down, grabbed 2 iron bars with both hands, and mustered all her strength. She actually bent the iron cage with her bare hands, rushed in, and kicked the hound away. The girl in the cage was completely panicked and screamed, "I'm a human, not a dog. I'm a human." Seeing this, Qi Qi took off her mask and gently comforted her. "It's all right, sister. We're here to save you. Open your eyes and look." Qi Qi's gentleness gradually calmed the girl down. Following her words, the girl removed her blindfold and saw Qi Qi smiling gently at her, tearfully. Qi Qi said, "You're the bravest girl I've ever seen, sister. Sister, if you're tired, just sleep for a while. When you wake up, the nightmare will be over." After saying that, Qi Qi picked up the girl and took her away. Outside, Han Qing had already dealt with the soldiers. Seeing that the crown prince hadn't been captured yet, Qi Qi said, "Your Hein, second brother, I've rescued her. Haven't you finished yet? Shi Qi removed her mask, and the crown prince finally saw her face and immediately recognized her. It's you. This little girl is Prince Jingen's guard. They're Prince Jingen's shadow guards. Listen up, kill them on the spot. Don't let them escape. The crown prince gave the order, and the shadow guards rushed forward. Shi Qi handed the girl in her arms to Han Qing and said, "Hold her tight. It's my turn. I promised Grandpa I wouldn't draw my sword usually, but killing beasts doesn't count." With that, Shi Qi bravely drew her sword and charged forward. At this moment, fireworks signaling the time went off in the sky. The shadow guards fell to the ground, begging for mercy. "Great hero, Shi Qi, spare us." Shi Qi held her sword to the crown prince's throat, frightening him. I'm the crown prince of Imo. Spare me. I'll give you endless wealth and honor." Han Qing, still wearing his mask, walked to her side. "Shi Qi, I've set off the fireworks to notify Minister Ji to arrest him. He'll be here soon." The crown prince's face paled in shock. "And no, you can't hand me over to the Ministry of Justice. If you're still not satisfied when I become emperor, I'll make you a prince of a different surname. I'll even make Prince Jingen your servant." Shi Qi blushed slightly and cast a questioning glance at Han Qing. "What do you think?" Hearing this, Han Qing's lips curled up into a smile as he removed his mask. Seeing Han Qing, the crown prince was petrified. "Imperial uncle." Han Qing ignored him and turned to Shi Qi later. "When you take the deposition with Minister Ji, remember to write down every word the crown prince says. Don't miss a single word." Shi Qi turned to the crown prince and kicked him. "You're dead." A while later, Minister Ji's men finally arrived. Shi Qi and Han Qing stood to the side, watching as they took the crown prince's henchmen away, feeling incredibly smug. Han Qing finally turned to Shi Qi and coughed. Shi Qi cough, cough. "Did you just call me King George?" Shi Qi looked blank. "Did I? I don't think so." Han Qing suddenly blushed and stammered. You did." Before he could finish, Shi Qi interrupted him. "Oh, I remember now. I was just excited and misspoke. Your Highness won't dock my pay, will you?" Han Qing, still blushing, said, "That's not what I meant. Your mouth chatters like a sparrow, but that was the call of courage. I apologize for any offense." Shi Qi looked around nervously. "That young woman is still injured. I'll go find a doctor for her." With that, Shi Qi slipped away, leaving Han Qing standing there, lost in thought. Right, it's just a name. Thinking this, Han Qing kicked a nearby stone in frustration. For the next few days, Shi Qi stayed by the young woman's side, caring for her attentively, constantly asking how she was feeling and feeding her. Shi Qi also took her for walks and even gave her a name. Shi Qi brought the young woman to the lakeside, picked a lotus flower, and handed it to her, saying, "Your name will be Little Lotus. Though you were in the mire, you remained untainted, as beautiful as a lotus." The young woman accepted the flower, tears in her eyes. Really? Shi Qi stood behind her, smiling reassuringly. Of course, her words brought a radiant smile to the young woman's face. They were happy together, but they didn't notice someone hiding behind a tree, silently watching them with a lonely expression. It seemed Brother Gong was now just a name. Han Qing, unhappy at being neglected, grumbled as he walked. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Shi Qi, are you my guard or her errand boy?" Han Qing entered the study and saw Minister Ji already waiting. As soon as Minister Ji saw him, he said, "Your Highness, you've finally returned, Your Highness. The Crown Prince's crimes have been reported, but His Majesty has yet to issue a decree for punishment." This old official went to inquire, but His Majesty pretended to hear and see nothing. "Your Highness, how should this matter be handled? So many lives are at stake. If he is not punished, the people will be uneasy." After listening to Minister Ji, Han Qing calmly placed his teacup on the table. "This concerns the royal family's reputation. His Majesty will not handle it personally, but a prince who breaks the law should be treated the same as a commoner. I will make him understand that the young women he harmed were also flesh and blood. I will personally enter the palace to see His Majesty." In the prison, the eunuch and his accomplices were already kneeling. The eunuch held an imperial edict and read aloud, "By the mandate of heaven, the second prince, Imo Shu Xian, is of improper conduct. Today he is stripped of his title as crown prince and is confined to his residence without further imperial decree. So ordered." The scene changed to the Jingen Palace. Little Lotus knelt and expressed her gratitude. Little Lotus thanks young Master Yi for saving her life and thanks His Highness, the Prince of Jingen, for upholding justice for the people. Little Lotus is willing to serve young Master forever and Hanqing so. Hearing this, Han Qing was reluctant but didn't know how to refuse. Seeing Han Qing's hesitation, Little Lotus immediately turned to Qi Qi for help. Young Master Yi. Qi Qi was stunned to hear Little Lotus call him that and stammered. This. Qi Qi looked to Han Qing for help. Seeing this, Han Qing said with a wronged expression, a hero saves a beauty, and the beauty pledges herself to him. Zhao Qi, you can't possibly refuse her and miss out on such a beautiful story, can you? Qi Qi mumbled, of course I agree, but I can't afford to support her. This answer surprised Han Qing. Hearing this, Little Lotus immediately said, Little Lotus doesn't want silver or status. She only wants to stay by young Master Ye's side. Qi Qi happily took her hand. Really? Don't worry. As long as I have food to eat, I won't let you go hungry. Little Lotus added, as long as young Master doesn't send me away, Little Lotus won't leave. The two held hands, their affection evident. Han Qing, standing to the side, was filled with jealousy and stepped forward to separate them. He said angrily now. Little Lotus immediately burst into tears, looking pitiful. I understand. I'm no longer pure and don't deserve to stay by young Master Ye's side. Little Lotus wept, and Qi Qi was at a loss. That's not what I meant. Qi Qi trailed off, not knowing how to continue. Unable to reveal her disguise as a man, Qi Qi looked to Han Qing for help. The next day, Qi Qi and Han Qing left the city together. She saw Xiao Yin standing there, distributing porridge to the beggars. She immediately exclaimed with delight, finally, there's a porridge stall. These refugees won't have to go hungry anymore. Seeing Xiao Yin working happily, Qi Qi felt relieved. Now that Sister Xiao Yin has something to do, the smile on her face is even brighter. Han Qing, who was standing beside her, added, the number of refugees outside the city is increasing. If they are not properly settled, vicious cases like the corpse abandonment case will occur again in the future. So I have already petitioned His Majesty to use the Crown Prince's stipend to build a charitable hall so that the refugees can have jobs. This will both alleviate poverty and help them sustain their livelihoods. Qi Qi felt somewhat touched upon hearing this, but not deeply. She responded briefly and then ran toward Xiao Yin. Your Highness, thank you. I'm going to help Xiao Yin. Before she could finish her sentence or even take a step, Han Qing grabbed her. You can't go. You're my guard, not hers. He picked her up like a kitten and carried her away. The scene changed to Qi Qi and Han Qing boating on Lotus Lake. Qi Qi, wearing a hat made of lotus leaves and rowing the boat, asked, Your Highness, the second prince killed so many people. Why doesn't he have to pay with his life? Han Qing sat leisurely in the boat, painting as he replied, There's no need for that. His crimes will spread, and what will become of the Mo Kingdom's royal family's face? Besides, a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. His Majesty is just a weak father in front of his son. Qi Qi felt indignant and asked again, weren't those murdered girls also raised by their parents? As soon as Qi Qi finished speaking, Han Qing looked in the distance and replied, Death is not the most important thing. The most cruel thing is to kill someone's heart. Living a life worse than death is the greatest punishment. Qi Qi widened her eyes and asked, Your Highness, are you planning to deal with him personally? Han Qing raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Shoo, this is the imperial uncle teaching his nephew. How can it be said that I'm dealing with him? The scene cut to the Crown Prince's daily life in the palace. The Crown Prince slammed the table and said to the eunuch standing in front of him, I want to eat meat. The eunuch respectfully replied, The imperial uncle has ordered that your highness must eat a vegetarian diet for all 3 meals to purify the heart and subdue desires. In another scene, the Crown Prince was forced to sit at a table and copy scriptures. With the eunuch supervising, the imperial uncle has ordered that your highness must copy scriptures to atone for the deceased. You may not rest until you have finished copying. The Crown Prince, holding the brush, burst into tears. Father, they only lost their lives, but I have lost my freedom. There was an even more terrifying scene. Every night, the Crown Prince dared not sleep, wrapping himself tightly, trembling all over, and shouting, Guards, help. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Outside the window, a dark figure wailed incessantly, demanding his life. Woo! I died so miserably. Of course, the guards never appeared. The scene returned to the lake, and Qi Qi couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! "Your Highness, you're truly a wolf in sheep's clothing." Han Qing immediately defended himself. It's just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Shi Qi didn't reply, but paused for a moment and suddenly leaned closer to him. She said ingratiatingly, "Your Highness, summer is almost here. Can I have half a day off to buy some light clothes?" Han Qing's expression immediately changed, just buying clothes, not using it as an opportunity to see Xiao Yan. She gave a vague reply. Seeing this, Han Qing said helplessly, "Fine, go to the steward and get some silver. Consider it the manor funding your clothes." Shi Qi said happily, "Okay, thank you, Your Highness." At the clothing store, Shi Qi walked out happily in women's clothing, and the shopkeeper smiled and saw her off. "Take care, and welcome back anytime." "Thank you, shopkeeper." She then turned happily to the small snake, Xiao Na, perched on Zhu Yiqing's shoulder. "Where shall we go next?" Back at the Jing'an Manor, Han Qing sat in his study reading, feeling somewhat restless. Shi Qi had only been gone for an hour, but he already felt a sense of emptiness. A second hour passed, and Shi Qi still hadn't returned. Han Qing was fishing by the lake. As usual, a maid came over with snacks. "Your Highness, where's Shi Qi? I just made some lotus flower pastries and wanted her to try them." Han Qing replied. She took leave to go shopping. "Leave the pastries. Shi Qi loves these the most." A while later, in the study, Han Qing was discussing matters with several officials. Minister Ji leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, where has Shi Qi gone?" Hearing this, Han Qing's face darkened, his eyes becoming rather frightening, startling Minister Ji. "Aren't you two inseparable?" Han Qing walked to the window, watching the freely flying pigeons, and replied indifferently. She went to rest and change clothes. By the third hour, Shi Qi still hadn't returned. Han Qing felt restless, wondering to himself, "It's been a whole day. What is Shi Qi doing?" The scene changed, and Shi Qi's current situation was completely different from the worries of the Prince Jing'an's residence. Shi Qi was at the gambling house, excitedly calling out her bets. She won repeatedly, and then used her winnings to buy several hairpins. Shi Qi held the money bag in one hand and the hairpins in the other, her face full of joy, thinking to herself, "I'll give one to Sister Xiaoyan, and the rest are mine." Suddenly, Shi Qi caught sight of someone playing a flute and charming snakes across the street, and Xiaona also looked interested. She walked over, and seeing the snakes being treated as pitiful playthings, Shi Qi's eyes reddened, and she couldn't help but cry. "They're so pitiful. I'll save you." With that, she snatched the snake charmer's flute and ran, causing the man to angrily chase after her and yell. Shi Qi and Xiao Na escaped with the snakes, a truly daring plan. Shi Qi teased the man, chasing her while running, then suddenly bumped into someone with a bang, falling flat on her face, her clothes covered in mud. The impact was so hard that Shi Qi's face turned red. Seeing this, the person quickly helped her up, apologizing repeatedly. "It was my fault. It was all my fault." Meanwhile, at the Prince Jing'an's residence, a guard reported to Han Qing that Bai Xinglan had arrived in Mai capital and invited him to a banquet. Han Qing nodded and boarded the carriage. Before getting in, he looked around, muttering to himself, "Why hasn't Shi Qi returned yet?" He turned and entered the carriage, which slowly drove away. Passing by a women's clothing shop, Han Qing saw the dress worn by the mannequin in the window and thought Shi Qi would look beautiful in this dress. The dress would indeed suit her. Just thinking about it made Han Qing's face flush slightly. Han Qing waved for the carriage to stop and whispered instructions to his guard. The guard obeyed, entering the shop to inquire about the dress. The owner bowed apologetically. "That's just a sample. The last one has already been sold. I am truly sorry." Han Qing felt a little awkward and could only say, "Forget it, let's go." But in his heart, he thought, even if I bought it, in what capacity could I give it to her? Even if he bought it, in what capacity could the prince give it to her? Meanwhile, in a bustling restaurant, Shi Qi was drooling over a table full of delicacies. Seeing her so happy, Bai Xinglan smiled and said, "My younger sister was kidnapped when she was little. If she were still alive, she would be about your age." Shi Qi scratched her head and asked, "Brother Bai, did you come to Mo country to look for your sister?" Bai Xinglan placed a large chicken leg in her bowl and smiled. "No, I'm not from Mo country. I'm here to find a friend. Chi Qi picked up the chicken leg and took a large bite, asking contentedly, what kind of person is Brother Bai's friend? Chi Qi, your face is covered in oil, like a little kitten. Bai Xinglan chuckled and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Just then, Han Qing walked in. Seeing their intimate atmosphere, his face immediately darkened, thinking to himself, why is Yi sure Chi Qi with Bai Xinglan? Bai Xinglan saw Han Qing enter and immediately stood up, saying, speak of the devil. Chi Qi, my friend is here. Chi Qi followed Bai Xinglan's gaze and saw Han Qing. She instantly froze, her heart shattering into pieces. Brother Bai's friend is actually Prince Jingen. She held her head, her mouth forming an O shape. Chi Qi quickly grabbed Bai Xinglan's arm and pleaded in a low voice, Brother Bai, you must help me. Bai Xinglan looked bewildered. Chi Qi, assuming he would agree, whispered in his ear for a long time. Chi Qi talked nonstop, and Bai Xinglan could only nod dumbly. This scene further enraged Han Qing, who blurted out, Brother Bai, who is this young lady? After Chi Qi's lengthy explanation, Bai Xinglan finally replied, Your Highness, this young lady is my younger sister, Bai Xingye. Bai Xinglan forced a smile, and Chi Qi also smiled awkwardly along with him. Han Qing knew he was lying. After all, Bai Xinglan always stuttered when he lied. He thought to himself, Bai Xinglan dares to lie to me. Seeing Bai Xinglan's introduction, Chi Qi stepped forward and curtsied. Young lady Bai Xingye greets your highness. Han Qing was displeased but suppressed his tone, saying, since you are Brother Bai's younger sister, join us for the meal. Han Qing's suggestion left Chi Qi and Bai Xinglan no choice but to awkwardly sit back down at the table. Han Qing had just sat down when he spoke again. Wasn't Bai Gongzi's younger sister kidnapped? You found her so quickly. Han Qing's words made Bai Xinglan panic. He stammered, it was my cousin who was kidnapped. This is also my cousin. Cousin. Hearing this answer, Han Qing smiled and tapped his fingers on the table. I didn't know Xinglan had another cousin. Both Bai Xinglan and Chi Qi felt a little guilty. The quick-witted Bai Xinglan quickly picked up his wine cup and stood up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. This is my younger sister, Xingye's first time meeting your highness. Allow her to offer your highness a drink. As soon as Bai Xinglan finished speaking, Chi Qi lifted her wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. Your highness, I offer you a toast. Bottoms up. Chi Qi's action made Han Qing a little apprehensive. He thought to himself, this girl clearly can't hold her liquor, yet she's still trying to show off. Contrary to Han Qing's expectations, Chi Qi became completely drunk as soon as she finished drinking. She put her foot on the table and held her wine cup up to Han Qing. Your highness, it's your turn to drink. You wouldn't refuse to give me face, would you? Before Han Qing could take the wine cup from her hand, Chi Qi accidentally spilled the wine all over him. Your highness, let me wipe it for you. Saying this, she hurriedly reached out to pat the wine stains on his clothes. It was this unintentional action that allowed Chi Qi to see the jade pendant hanging around his neck. As soon as Chi Qi saw the jade pendant, she suddenly realized, this jade pendant. But before she could think further, Han Qing suddenly stood up angrily. Enough. I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, he flung his sleeves and left, leaving Bai Xinglan stunned and Chi Qi confused. She kept thinking, how could His Highness have my longevity lock? Did I see it wrong? That night, in Jingen Palace, Han Qing paced back and forth anxiously. He thought to himself, she definitely saw it. I didn't intentionally hide it. It's just that I haven't found the right opportunity to mention it. Will she blame me? Will she believe my explanation? Will she be so angry that she leaves and never returns to the palace? Thinking of this, Han Qing became even more anxious. At this moment, Chi Qi suddenly pushed the door open. Your Highness, I'm back. Chi Qi's sudden appearance startled him, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. He stammered, Chi Qi, you're back. Chi Qi didn't answer, rushing straight towards him as she said, Your Highness, your clothes are dirty. I'll help you change. Han Qing's alarm bells went off. What are you trying to do? He thought, this expression doesn't look like she's going to help me change clothes, but rather like she's going to chop me into 8 pieces. Ignoring him, Chi Qi pounced on him and wrestled him to the ground. After fumbling around for a while, Chi Qi looked puzzled. Where's the longevity lock? Why can't I find it? Han Qing's heart was pounding. His face flushed as Chi Qi groped him while he was pinned beneath her. Let go of me. Don't move. If you move again, I'll tear your clothes off. As the two were struggling, a group of masked men burst in. The leader shouted, "Stop. Oh, this little couple has such a good relationship. We just couldn't stand it anymore." Hearing this, Shi Qi quickly explained, "It's not what you think." Han Qing coldly interjected, "You are the uninvited guests." Shi Qi thought Han Qing made sense and nodded repeatedly. Right. Han Qing remained calm and collected. "Who are you?" "We're here to take your life." As soon as the assassin finished speaking, he charged forward with his sword. "Kill them." Seeing this, Shi Qi immediately shielded Han Qing with her body. "Your Highness, be careful." Shi Qi's expression turned serious as she drew her sword with the speed of wind. In a few moves, she took down all the assassins. As she raised her sword to finish off the last one, Han Qing quickly stopped her. "Wait, we need to leave one alive." Just as he finished speaking, a hidden weapon flew from somewhere unknown. At the critical moment, Han Qing threw himself in front of Shi Qi to shield her, getting hit by the hidden weapon himself. Shi Qi held Han Qing, her face full of worry. Looking at his pained expression, a familiar feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. At this moment, she finally understood. "So, your Highness is Gong Zi from back then. How could I be so stupid? I only just realized now. You look exactly the same." Fortunately, Han Qing had shielded Shi Qi and only suffered a minor injury. He turned and shouted, "How dare you try to silence witnesses in front of me? Someone." As soon as his voice fell, a group of guards appeared and knelt down in unison. "Your subordinate is here." He ordered the bodies to be cleared and the dart thrower to be pursued. "I suspect there's a traitor among us." A guard replied, "Your Highness, please rest assured, Lang Heir and Lang 11 are already in pursuit." Shi Qi asked the guards nervously, "Had you been here the whole time? Did you see everything?" The guard chuckled, "Guard Shi Qi, don't worry. We guards have professional ethics. We only see what we should see and definitely not what we shouldn't. For example, when you forcibly stripped His Highness's clothes, we didn't see a thing." Shi Qi felt dizzy and her cheeks burned. She crouched down, covering her head. "You really didn't see anything." Suddenly, something dripped onto Shi Qi's hand. She looked down and saw it was blood. She then remembered Han Qing was injured and quickly got up to help him. "Your Highness, your wound." Before she could finish, Han Qing interrupted her. "Don't make a fuss. If the Emperor and Empress Dowager find out you didn't protect me well, they'll punish you." Looking at Han Qing's pale and pained face, Shi Qi felt a pang of guilt. Later, in Han Qing's inner chamber, Shi Qi clumsily helped him treat his wound. Seeing that Han Qing didn't respond, she anxiously called out, "Your Highness. Your Highness." When she realized Han Qing had fainted, Shi Qi panicked even more. "Oh no, the dart was poisoned." "That's right. I brought a lot of my grandfather's homemade medicine when I came to the capital." She hurriedly rummaged through her bag. Looking at the colorful and variously shaped pills on the table, Shi Qi was completely bewildered. "Which one is the antidote?" She hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth. "Whatever. I'll just give him one of each. It's better than nothing." She grabbed a handful of glittering pills and stuffed them all into Han Qing's mouth. After swallowing the pills, Han Qing's face immediately turned all the colors of the rainbow. Shi Qi waited for a while, but Han Qing still didn't wake up. She grew increasingly anxious. Why isn't His Highness waking up? Is there still poison left? Thinking of this, Shi Qi leaned down and pressed her lips against Han Qing's wound, desperately sucking out the poisoned blood. Just as Shi Qi was sucking out the poison, Han Qing suddenly woke up. Feeling her lips on his back, his heart skipped a beat. His cheeks flushed, unsure how to face her, so he continued to pretend to be unconscious. After sucking out the poisoned blood, Shi Qi collapsed beside him, relieved. "Phew, I finally got the poison out." She glanced at him, thinking, as expected, young master has long forgotten me. I told him to always wear the longevity lock for safety, but he wouldn't listen. Thinking of this, Shi Qi blinked, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. You forgot me first, so don't blame me for messing with you, Your Highness." The next morning, Han Qing finally woke up. Seeing this, Shi Qi said, "Your Highness, you're awake." Han Qing sat up, but felt something was off. He reached up and touched his head. "Why does my head feel so heavy?" Shi Qi struggled to suppress her laughter. It turned out she had taken the opportunity to stick his head full of flowers. No wonder he felt heavy. Looking at Han Qing's expression, Shi Qi said, "Your Highness, don't worry. It's just a side effect of the poisoning. It'll be fine in a few days." Han Qing felt something was amiss and ordered Shi Qi to bring him a mirror. "Yes, Your Highness," Shi Qi replied and ran to fetch a mirror. Han Qing looked in the mirror and saw his head full of flowers. He was instantly furious. Before he could speak, Shi Qi chimed in from outside. "A beautiful person deserves beautiful flowers. Look, Your Highness, how handsome and elegant you are, even more beautiful than the flowers." Shi Qi's words didn't appease him. The flowers were growing perfectly fine on their branches, but you just had to pick them. "Are you that bored?" He raised his hand to flick Shi Qi's forehead, but she nimbly dodged and made an excuse to slip away. I'll go get the doctor," she said, turning and running. Hanqing looked at her retreating figure, feeling that something about Shi Qi was different. A moment later, the doctor arrived. After taking his pulse, he reported, "Your Highness, the poison on the dart is the same as before. It's from the Yinluo sect." Hearing this, Han Qing rested his chin on his hand, looking at the doctor's diagnosis, his face grim. "The Yinluo sect again. Did you catch the person who threw the dart?" The guard replied, "Your Highness, he has been imprisoned in the Manor's dungeon. His code name is Jiang-san. He entered the prince's mansion a year ago as a gardener, responsible for tending the peonies in the garden. But no matter how we interrogated him, he insisted that no one had instructed him to do this." Hearing the guard's report, Han Qing interjected, "Over the past 8 years, the Yinluo sect has hired countless assassins to deal with me. If there wasn't someone manipulating them from behind the scenes, why would they keep coming knowing they're walking into a death trap?" Shi Qi, standing beside him, was slightly taken aback and blurted out, "They haven't succeeded for so many years. This Yinluo sect doesn't sound all that impressive." Han Qing chuckled softly. "My personal guards are among the top 20 martial artists in the Mo kingdom. It's only natural that the Yinluo sect's people can't defeat them." Shi Qi still had some doubts, but didn't say anything more, thinking that if they couldn't even defeat the guards, they were laughable assassins. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she exclaimed, "That's right, Your Highness. Didn't the guard say that the man wasn't telling the truth? I have an idea, but I need to borrow someone from you." Han Qing raised an eyebrow. "Physician Hu Chun." Shi Qi pointed at the old doctor with an exaggerated gesture, startling him. That evening, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and a fierce wind howled. Shi Qi stood in the courtyard, looking up at the sky. "Are you done yet? The storm is coming soon. Hurry up." Physician Chen replied with difficulty, all right, the hairpin is in place." It turned out that Shi Qi had instructed Physician Chen to insert a hairpin into Jiang-san's head, using it as a lightning rod. Then she had him tied to a wooden post in the courtyard. The guards were stunned when they saw Shi Qi's masterpiece. Han Qing, however, was worried. "Shi Qi, what if he really gets struck by lightning?" Shi Qi said confidently, "He won't, Your Highness. This is my grandfather's special 10 perfect tonic pill. It can repair his meridians at any time. As long as he wants to live, he'll survive." As she spoke, Shi Qi took out a huge elixir, walked straight to Jiang-san, and shoved it into his mouth. At this point, Jiang-san still didn't know his fate, his expression remaining resolute. "I won't confess even if you beat me to death." A few minutes later, the downpour began, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Jiang-san started to feel afraid, trying to reassure himself, and shouted, "I, Jiang-san, would rather die than submit." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash echoed as lightning struck the hairpin on his head. He screamed, "I am dying." But a few seconds later, he yelled again, "I'm still alive." The effect of the pill restored his meridians. After a while, he started repeating his previous words. Jiang-san alternated between yelling, "I'm still alive," and "I'm dying," going back and forth, making Physician Chen tremble with fear. Han Qing's guards were petrified, their eyes wide. Han Qing was also worried about Jiang-san's life. Shi Qi, on the other hand, stood with her arms crossed, her expression calm. After a while, Jiang-san finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "I confess. I'll confess everything. Help me." Hearing this, Shi Qi turned to Han Qing triumphantly and said, "See, I told you this would work." Han Qing didn't reply, just looked at the young woman standing in front of him, thinking, "You're a living Yama." The next day, they obtained the information from Jiang-san. Han Qing and Shi Qi traveled to the distant Han's Han Temple. Looking at the quiet temple, Shi Qi said, "Your Highness, this is Han's Han Temple, right? This temple is small and dilapidated, usually deserted and unknown, but it's where the Yinluo sect assigns missions. Don't judge a book by its cover, and don't measure the sea with a bucket." Han Qing, who had been observing Han's Han Temple, suddenly said, "Let's go in and meet them." Upon hearing this, Shi Qi immediately agreed with excitement. "Okay." Han Qing took a few steps, then turned back to Qi Qi and said, "Do you remember the password? Do you want to go over it again?" Qi Qi smiled playfully. Hee, of course I remember, young Master Yi. The two entered Han's Han Temple together. Contrary to their expectations, Han's Han Temple was filled with cobwebs, lifeless, and desolate. Qi Qi looked around in surprise. Where did all the monks go? Han Qing carefully examined the surroundings, muttering to himself, could this guy have tricked us? This place is full of cobwebs, but this donation box is abnormally shiny. Qi Qi also noticed the strange donation box and went straight to try and lift it, but it wouldn't budge. Your Highness, this thing seems to be welded shut. There must be a mechanism in this donation box. Han Qing took out a gold ingot from his sleeve, intending to drop it in. But Qi Qi grabbed his hand, stopping him. Qi Qi's touch made Han Qing blush crimson, his heart pounding, but her gaze was fixed on the gold ingot. She pulled out her own copper coin and said, I have a copper coin. Want to trade? Han Qing tried to remain calm, not letting Qi Qi see his inner turmoil, and replied with feigned indifference. All right. Qi Qi tossed the copper coin into the donation box with a clink. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why have you come here, patrons? Hearing the strange voice, Qi Qi immediately became alert, but saw no one around. Han Qing looked up at the Buddha statue, wondering if it was the statue speaking. Qi Qi, quick to react, said, temples are places of tranquility. We have naturally come to pray for blessings. The Buddha statue's voice sounded again. Do you have a wish, patrons? Qi Qi winked at Han Qing. Your Highness, I'll go catch that person. Han Qing nodded slightly and said, Buddha statue, if you seek nothing, why have you come? What is your wish, patrons? The Buddha statue continued to ask. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. The Buddha statue spoke again. Whom do you wish to convert, patrons? Han Qing appeared unperturbed, the one you've been unable to convert. The Buddha statue asked, do you mean Prince Jingen? May I ask for your honorable names? Ye Vingan. The Buddha statue coughed and explained, ahem, it's not that we can't convert him, it's just that the person who wants him converted only wants us to bother him occasionally. It's not time for his conversion yet. If you want his head, you'll have to offer more incense money. As soon as the Buddha statue finished speaking, Qi Qi had quietly circled behind it and struck out with a palm. The statue was smashed, revealing a hole and a monk inside. It was all a charade. Han Qing remained calm and collected. We can give you more money, but you have to defeat my girl first. The monk, enraged, grabbed his staff and stepped out, shouting, little brats, how dare you cause trouble here? The monk swung his staff without hesitation. Qi Qi, quick as lightning, leaped onto the staff. She laughed one move. Qi Qi's attitude further angered the monk, who continued to swing his staff. Qi Qi dodged again, saying cheerfully, 2 moves. Qi Qi's words made the monk furious, like a bonfire doused with oil. He roared and swung his staff. You brat. Hand over your life. Watching the staff swing even more fiercely, Qi Qi didn't dodge. Han Qing shouted anxiously, shout Qi Xiao Qi. Qi Qi, unfazed, grabbed the staff with both hands and, with a skillful twist, disarmed the monk, then struck him across the face with it. Like a tiger descending a mountain, Qi Qi kicked the monk in the chest, sending him tumbling to the ground, unable to get up. Qi Qi stepped on the monk's shoulder and looked down at him, saying, if everyone in the Yinluo sect is like you, how could Prince Jingen be in any danger? The monk clutched his wounds in anger, but could do nothing. He shouted, what do you want? If you touch me, the Yinluo sect won't let you off. Hearing this, Qi Qi's expression changed, becoming incredibly sweet. Oh, don't worry, I'm not here to deal with you. We're here to join. Han Qing added from behind. That's right, we're dirt poor and want to join the Yinluo sect to collect the bounty on Prince Jingen's head. The monk hesitated for a moment, then took them to meet another man who eyed them suspiciously. You want to be assassins for the Yinluo sect. No matter how he looked at them, these two didn't seem right. One clearly wasn't short of money, and the other was as small as a child. Seeing his suspicion, Qi Qi replied with a grin, yes, my name is Yi Xiao Qi, and this is my brother, Yi Jingen. The man said, your brother can stay, but you can't. Qi Qi immediately protested in dissatisfaction. Why not? Ignoring her stomping and whining, the man walked over to the monk, who had been hiding, and said in a low, reproachful voice, Xing Wang, can you be a little more reliable? The newcomer you recommended last month couldn't even kill a chicken, fine, and now you want to bring in child. The monk, called Xinguang, finally turned around, his face bruised and swollen, and said, Lao Tan, I advise you to be sensible, or you'll end up like me. Lao Tan looked at Xinguang's injuries, then at Qi Qi, and immediately became amiable. He handed Qi Qi a token and said, new assassins have to pass a test. There's one tomorrow. You can stay here tonight, and I'll take you to the testing ground tomorrow morning. Qi Qi happily agreed. Okay. Lao Tan and Xinguang took them to a room to settle in. When they reached the doorway, Han Qing asked, why is there only one room? Old Tan replied with a grimace. Business hasn't been good these past few years. We can't recruit anyone. You two brothers will have to make do. Qi Qi, who was standing to the side, heard Old Tan's words and said, don't Yinluo men assassins get hundreds of taels of gold each time? How can you be so poor? Qi Qi's words stabbed into Old Tan and Xinguang's hearts like knives. They explained painfully. The rule of Yinluo men is that there's only payment for successful assassinations. But because the Jing and Wang mission hasn't been completed, we've not only lost manpower, but also our reputation over the past 8 years. The veteran assassins have all quit because they haven't been paid. We had no choice but to put up recruitment notices, but no one applied. At this point, the two burst into tears, wailing, ooh, being an assassin is so hard. Seeing this scene, Qi Qi couldn't help but feel some sympathy. She leaned close to Han Qing's ear and whispered a complaint. It's all your fault they're so miserable. Seeing this, Han Qing flicked her forehead sharply and reminded her, don't forget whose side you're on. Honestly, the decline of the assassin industry is a good thing. It means the world is at peace, the people are safe, and everyone can earn a living with their own hands instead of risking their lives with blades. Old Tan was quite surprised to hear Han Qing say this, and asked, then why did you two come to join Yinluo men? Qi Qi replied with a grin, because we're poor. Qi Qi's answer made Old Tan a little suspicious. He looked at Han Qing, feeling that he didn't look like someone short of money at all. Han Qing sensed Old Tan's suspicion and leaned down. Looking tenderly at Qi Qi, he replied, it was her idea. I'm just accompanying her. Han Qing's action made Qi Qi's cheeks flush and her heart race. Qi Qi noticed her body's strange reaction and thought, why is my heart beating so fast? What's going on? After a while, Old Tan and Xinguang left, leaving only Qi Qi and Han Qing to rest in the room. The two walked into the room and looked at the small bed. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Qi said, there's only one bed. Han Qing looked at the cockroaches crawling back and forth on the bed, his OCD acting up again. Seeing this, Qi Qi suggested, young master, you sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. Han Qing had no choice but to agree. They each lay down and soon fell asleep. Half an hour later, Han Qing suddenly woke up. He walked over to Qi Qi's side and looked at her sleeping face, feeling a strange sense of joy. Suddenly, Han Qing bent down, picked up the sleeping Qi Qi, gently placed her on the bed, and carefully tucked her in. He then lay down where Qi Qi had been. Qi Qi turned over in her sleep and woke up, surprised to find herself on the bed, while Han Qing was sleeping on the floor. Qi Qi looked at Han Qing's delicate sleeping face, and her heart inexplicably fluttered. Her face involuntarily flushed, and she couldn't fall back asleep. This was the second time in Qi Qi's life that she had insomnia. She tossed and turned in bed. Suddenly, with a crack, the old bed finally gave way and collapsed. The loud noise startled Han Qing awake. He subconsciously called out. Qi Qi quickly scrambled up and said sheepishly, young master, I'm fine, it's just, what about the bed? Seeing this, Han Qing secretly rejoiced but still pretended to suggest helplessly, it's broken. Let's sleep together tonight. Qi Qi hugged her blanket and pillow and swayed towards Han Qing. But because the blanket was too long and she was short, she accidentally stepped on the corner of the blanket, and with a thud, Qi Qi fell right into Han Qing's arms. He held her and asked with concern, are you all right? Hearing Han Qing ask her, Qi Qi looked up and met his gaze. They were so close that they could hear each other's breathing. Both of their faces flushed and their hearts raced. Suddenly, Qi Qi stammered, young master, you smell so good. Qi Qi's unintentional words moved Han Qing. He hesitated, wanting to confess his identity, and said, Qi Qi, actually, Han Qing hesitated and ultimately couldn't bring himself to say it. She had just met him, and she hadn't found her grandfather yet. There was really no reason for her to stay in Qingsheng. Thinking of this, Han Qing said, it's nothing. Before he could finish, Qi Qi suddenly leaned in and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Qi Qi's action completely flustered Han Qing. Qi Qi, what are you? Thank you, young master, Qi Qi said with a grin. You're so good to me, just like a brother. Besides, Grandpa likes you the most. Kikai esse words discouraged Hanqing. He chuckled softly, sighed, and reached out to ruffle her hair. His voice held a hint of deeper meaning as he said, I like you too. You're so young and already venturing into the Jianghu. Of course I have to take care of you more. All right, go to sleep now. We have to get up early tomorrow. With that, they both lay down, their backs to each other. Lying on his side, Han Qing felt depressed. Does she really only see me as a brother? Meanwhile, Qi Qi was NG inwardly. Oh no, why did my body move on its own just now? The next morning, both woke up looking sleep-deprived. Old Tan announced, this is the training ground for newcomers, called Jade Lake Forest. I hope you two can make it out alive. With that, he stood behind them, waving his handkerchief as he watched them enter the forest. As they stepped into Jade Lake Forest, they felt the gentle murmur of the stream, the picturesque scenery, and the unusual tranquility. They hadn't gone far when they encountered a noisy group of people. A man sat arrogantly at a table, saying, You're all late. The rooms are taken. The surrounding people immediately erupted in an uproar. No rooms. Where are we supposed to stay tonight? I heard the forest is full of bugs, rats, and ants. Someone even heard the cries of wild beasts, not to mention the poisonous fog that rises from Jade Lake at night. The arrogant fellow simply sneered. That's not my problem. Come back tomorrow morning with your tokens, if you survive. With that, he vanished into thin air. That night, everyone was worried. Someone said, what should we do? Another suggested, why don't we just go back? We're just here to make up the numbers and earn some money. There's no need to risk our lives before we even spend it. A burly man retorted, Humph, assassins don't care who arrives first. Only the strong get a room. He clearly intended to seize a room by force. Seeing this, Han Qing and Qi Qi felt uneasy. Han Qing said, it seems this is the first stage of the assassin assessment. They found someone with a room, and Han Qing offered some silver as a bribe. And so, they had a place to stay. As soon as they entered the room, Qi Qi exclaimed, this room is so simple. Young master, you sleep. I'll keep watch tonight. I guarantee no one will dare touch you. Looking at Qi Qi's confident demeanor, Han Qing was somewhat doubtful. Sure enough, after only half an hour, Qi Qi was fast asleep, completely oblivious. Seeing this, Han Qing gently covered her with a blanket. Just then, someone outside was blowing sleeping powder through the crack in the door, hoping to knock them unconscious. Han Qing immediately sensed the trickery and quietly went to the door, blocking the blowpipe with a cloth. Outside, a man and a woman whispered. The woman, holding a dagger, asked, are they asleep yet? After inhaling this powder, they'll definitely be out cold. The man didn't reply, but suddenly started coughing, cough, cough. The woman panicked and quickly gestured for him to be quiet. Should be quiet. You'll wake them up. As soon as she finished speaking, the man was knocked out by the sleeping powder. Seeing this, the woman complained, serve you right. Ever since I married you, you good for nothing, I haven't had a single good day. Finally, there's a chance to earn some money, and you knock yourself out first. Useless. She even stomped on him hard. Suddenly, she sensed someone behind her. She spun around, startled, and blurted out, how are you not affected by the sleeping powder? Han Qing ignored her and said coldly, you're too loud. The woman gritted her teeth in anger and lunged at Han Qing with her dagger. Han Qing remained calm, catching the dagger between two fingers. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger shattered into pieces. The woman was terrified, unable to believe her eyes. Han Qing casually struck her with his palm, knocking her to the ground. It turned out he was a martial arts expert, but he couldn't bring himself to harm Qi Qi. Looking at the couple on the ground, Han Qing said indifferently, greed truly consumes people. Lung Wei, take care of this. As soon as he spoke, two guards emerged from behind the trees, nodding from afar before carrying the bodies of the greedy couple to the stream. A few minutes later, a bear suddenly appeared, sniffing at the man's body. Suddenly, as if it had smelled something, it turned and fled. The scene changed to the next morning, with Qi Qi looking panicked. I'm sorry, young master. I accidentally overslept. Instead of blaming her, Han Qing calmly said, you're awake. The fish is grilled. Come and have breakfast. Qi Qi, her mouth watering at the sight of the two grilled fish, crawled over and said, thank you, young master. Qi Qi reached out to grab a fish. Han Qing wrapped Qi Qi's hand sharply with his fan. Wash your hands before eating, he said. Shi Qi could only chuckle sheepishly and scratch her head. Soon after, everyone gathered at the edge of the forest. Old Tan appeared and announced, "Congratulations to all of you who have survived and entered the second round of the trial. Your next task is to enter Jade Lake Forest and search for Yang." Everyone immediately began to discuss amongst themselves. "It's that simple," someone added. "I've heard that Jade Lake Forest is teeming with ferocious beasts. Almost no one dares to enter. I heard many people have already died there." Shi Qi ignored their chatter, looking around and noticing that there were far fewer people than the day before. Old Tan continued, "Each Yang has a number on it. Once you find the number that belongs to you, you can return. Remember, you only have 7 days." After he finished speaking, everyone dispersed into the forest. Shi Qi walked for a while and stopped in front of an apple tree laden with fruit, gazing at the ripe red apples. Shi Qi's eyes sparkled like stars. "Young master, look, they're so big and red." Before Han Qing could speak, Shi Qi clenched her fist and punched the tree trunk hard. Apples rained down, and coincidentally, a box hidden in the tree also fell. Han Qing watched in stunned silence from behind. "That works too." He picked up the box and opened it. "It's a number plate. We found it." Shi Qi sat beside him, unconcerned, holding an apple in both hands and breaking it in half. She offered half to Han Qing. "So, we've completed the task?" she asked. Han Qing took the apple and replied, "I suppose so." As he spoke, he noticed that the back of Shi Qi's hand was a little red, obviously from when she had hit the tree. Han Qing gently took her hand, brought it to his mouth, and softly blew on the injured area. Han Qing's sudden action stunned Shi Qi. She blinked her large eyes. "Young master, don't you hate being close to people the most?" Shi Qi's question made Han Qing's face flush red. He stammered, "You're an exception." Just then, there was a rustling sound ahead. The two looked up and saw a pack of wolves slowly approaching. Seeing the wolves approaching, Shi Qi remained calm and greeted them. "Little doggies, do you want to eat some fruit too?" Han Qing was terrified and quickly reminded her, "Shi Qi, those are wolves." Xiao Na poked her head out of Shi Qi's clothes and gestured towards her. She smelled a very familiar scent. Seeing that Shi Qi was still calm, Han Qing mustered his courage and stood in front of her, shouting, "Get back." Suddenly, a huge, enraged black bear appeared behind them, roaring and staring at Shi Qi with hatred in its eyes. "It really is you, Yin Shi Qi." Seeing the black bear roar, the wolves also bared their teeth and pretended to be ferocious. Shi Qi, however, saw the black bear and called out happily, "Oh, it's you, little black. Long time no see. Shouldn't you be in Yueqing Mountain? Why did you move?" Han Qing was confused by Shi Qi's reaction and blurted out, "You know each other." "Wait, I remember now. You broke Little Black's leg that year. It was fortunate that my grandfather, the divine doctor, was quick enough to heal him." Hearing this, Little Black roared angrily. It turned out that Shi Qi had broken Little Black's leg that year, and Grandpa Yiju, in order to treat its injuries, had shaved half of Little Black's fur. This made Little Black the laughingstock of the animal kingdom, and it couldn't stand it anymore, so it left. How could such humiliation not be avenged? Little Black's eyes were bloodshot as it ordered the wolves to attack Shi Qi an eye for an eye. The wolves lunged without hesitation. Kiki remained calm. "Little Black, are these your new underlings?" "Perfect. I'll help you teach them a lesson." A flurry of "Young master, look, I'm the king of the jungle. You don't have to be afraid of anything when you're with me." Han Qing looked at the scene before him with a resigned expression. "All right, okay, enough playing. Let them go. I feel sorry for them." "Not yet. I still want to play a little longer." As soon as Shi Qi finished speaking, a caterpillar fell from the tree and landed right in front of her. Her face turned green, then white, and she screamed, jumping into Han Qing's arms. "Caterpillar, young master, get away from me." She trembled all over, tears welling up in her eyes. This was the first time Yin Shi Qi had actively sought help from Han Qing, and his face flushed red as well. Han Qing couldn't help but tease her with a smile. "I didn't expect the fearless Shi Qi to be afraid of caterpillars." Shi Qi was annoyed at being teased and retorted angrily, "Don't tell anyone." Han Qing froze for a moment. Did this mean he was just anyone to her? Well, they're not that close yet. The thought made him slightly happy. Although Han Qing had chased the caterpillar away, Shi Qi still clung tightly to his sleeve. She refused to let go, looking around suspiciously. "Are the caterpillars all gone?" Han Qing didn't answer her question, instead asking directly, "Do you want me to carry you?" His considerate words made Shi Qi turn her head, a provocative smile on her face. Haha, is this really M.O. Han Qing? Despite her teasing tone, Shi Qi obediently climbed onto his back. After walking for a while, Shi Qi's heart suddenly began to race. She tried to convince herself this isn't right. Why would His Highness be so nice to me? But she could only wonder, as the answer was known only to Han Qing and the readers, not to Shi Qi herself. Our Shi Qi was lively and spirited. Even fierce beasts were scared off by her. They left the forest, and Old Tan led them to a cave. Congratulations on reaching the final trial. This entrance is a hidden passage. The exit of the passage is the entrance to the Yinluo sect's main gate. Those who succeed will meet our sect leader. Those who fail will only find death. Take care. The two enter the cave. After walking for a while, Han Qing suddenly turned around and grabbed Shi Qi's hand. His action surprised Shi Qi. What are you doing? Stay close. Don't get lost. Having said that, he pulled her forward. Shi Qi followed, her mind in turmoil. Is this just an excuse to hold my hand? He doesn't like men, does he? They walked for a while longer, only to reach a dead end. Shi Qi asked anxiously, why is there no path? As she spoke, she reached out to feel around. Accidentally stepping on a small stone beneath her foot, a door suddenly opened in the ground, and she fell through. Seeing this, Han Qing jumped down without hesitation, grabbing her hand. They fell together into an underground lake. As soon as he hit the water, Han Qing felt extreme discomfort. He covered his mouth with his hand, as if he were about to suffocate. Seeing this, Shi Qi quickly gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Han Qing, however, thought Shi Qi was kissing him. His mind reeled, his whole body trembling. This feeling was even more suffocating than the water. Seeing him like this, Shi Qi panicked even more, pulling him to the shore by his hand. After settling him down, Shi Qi started a fire and placed Han Qing beside it to warm up. She dried her clothes by the fire, muttering, such a grown man, and he can't even swim. Suddenly, Shi Qi saw the jade pendant exposed on Han Qing's chest and picked it up. Han Qing had just woken up and was still a bit dazed. Shi Qi held up the jade pendant. A longevity lock jade pendant. Indeed it is. Seeing that Shi Qi recognized it, Han Qing quickly grabbed her hand and explained, Shi Qi, I have something to tell you. I actually recognized you back at the capital's martial arts arena. Taking you to the manor, tricking you about the debt, making you my personal guard, it was all deliberately arranged. Shi Qi was surprised to hear Han Qing say this, but secretly delighted. So that's how it is. I'll have to tease him properly. Making up her mind, she abruptly stood up, putting on a stern face. M.O. Han Qing, you were deliberately playing with me, weren't you? She swung her fist at him. Han Qing hurriedly blocked it. Titi, Don, there are traps everywhere. Shi Qi deliberately ignored him, switching to her other hand to strike again, saying, do you hate me that much? Han Qing caught both of Shi Qi's fists, his face a mixture of panic, worry, and a hint of shyness. No, actually, I like you. I just want you to stay by my side. Han Qing's sudden confession made Shi Qi's cheeks flush and her ears burn. Her heart pounded in her chest. He continued, his face full of sincerity and remorse. Shi Qi, I'm sorry. I'll do anything you ask. I just beg you to forgive me. Hearing Han Qing's confession, Shi Qi was overjoyed, her cheeks burning. However, she maintained a serious expression. From now on, you're my Garno, my older brother. You can't lie to me. You can't be mean to me. You can only be good to me, only to me. You have to do everything you promise me. You have to think of me first when there's good food or fun things. Han Qing took Shi Qi's hand. Everything else is fine, but I can't be your brother. That depends on my future performance. Shi Qi giggled, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. Han Qing was a little unhappy that she wanted to treat him as a brother, but he still smiled gently and sighed. But the most important thing right now is to get out of this hidden passage. After their clothes dried, they packed up and continued to solve the mystery. Standing before a row of secret passages, Shi Qi felt lost. Brother, which way should we go? Han Qing calmly analyzed. This place is like an underground labyrinth, but the layout corresponds to the Bagua and 5 elements. We accidentally fell into the second level. Seeing Han Qing's profound knowledge, Shi Qi admired him greatly. Brother, you even understand military strategy. Seeing the adoration in her eyes, Han Qing smiled slightly and said modestly, I know a little. After a brief calculation, he said, let's go this way and see. He then took her hand and led the way. Nothing could stump Han Qing. Soon they passed through the secret passage and arrived in front of the main hall. Seeing the building from afar, Shi Qi exclaimed excitedly, "Is that the main hall?" Before Han Qing could answer, they heard someone say, "I wonder when the sect leader plans to kill Prince Jingen." The two quickly hid in the nearby bushes to eavesdrop. They saw a man and a woman. The man wore a mask, and the woman was young and beautiful, presumably the sect leader. The woman replied to the masked man's previous question in a relaxed, playful tone. "Why the rush? After all these years, I thought your highness would have more patience." The masked man said angrily, "Gongmi, ever since you became the sect leader, the quality of the assassins sent to kill Han Qing has been getting worse and worse." Behind the bushes, the moment Shi Qi saw the woman's beauty, she forgot everything else, her mind filled with only one thought. Wow, what a beautiful sister. Han Qing was much calmer. He recognized the masked man's voice as familiar. Gongmi felt a little bufu-chi, but still said gracefully, "Your Highness, please calm down. Now that it's a time of peace and prosperity, there are fewer people willing to be assassins. My people are recruiting new members." Although Gongmi said this, she thought to herself, Prince Jingen has two of Mo country's top experts by his side. The previous sect leader was crazy to take on this job. I'm just the successor, and I can only complete the order by gritting my teeth. The masked man insisted, "I don't care. You promised to kill Prince Jingen, so you have to do it. If you delay any longer, I'll make sure the Yinluo sect has no place in this world." After saying that, the masked man turned and left. Gongmi casually called out, "Farewell, Your Highness." After the masked man had gone far away, Gongmi suddenly said, "You two, come out as well." Gongmi's invitation made Han Qing and Shi Qi, hiding in the bushes, feel a little awkward. Shi Qi whispered to Han Qing, "Brother, is she calling us?" Han Qing made a silencing gesture. "Sure, let's wait and see." As soon as he finished speaking, Gongmi suddenly parted the bushes and appeared before them. The two were stunned, with a vague feeling of impending doom. Gongmi took them on a tour of the Yinluo sect. "Welcome to the Yinluo sect. I am Gongmi, the current sect leader." Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Shi Qi immediately forgot all about Han Qing beside her and rushed to Gongmi's side, acting coquettishly. "Sister me, my name is Yi Qi Qi, and he is my guard, Xiao Yizi." Shi Qi pointed at Hanqing. Seeing Shi Qi so happy, Gongmi immediately pinched her cheek affectionately. "Good girl, what a sweet talker." Seeing this, Han Qing stepped forward and pulled Shi Qi back, drawing a line between the two. Shi Qi was interrupted and immediately complained, "How can you be so rude?" Han Qing crossed his arms, looking like a boss. "Young Master Xiao Yi, I am your personal guard. It is my duty to protect you." Han Qing's words left Shi Qi speechless, and she glared at him angrily. A moment later, they passed by a crowded viewing platform. Kiki asked curiously, "Sect leader, what are they doing? So many people are attacking one person. It's not fair." Gongmi replied, "This is the Yinluo sect's annual challenge. He has to fight against 12 black-robed elders. As long as they can snatch their belts, they can challenge me, the sect leader. If they can take my belt, they can become the new sect leader." Kiki was surprised. "Can even novice assassins sign up?" Gongmi smiled and affirmed, "Of course." Shi Qi immediately turned to Han Qing with anticipation. "Xiao Yizi, did you hear that? Whether I can become the boss depends on you." Han Qing confidently replied, "I will definitely help you achieve your wish." He then strode towards the arena. Shi Qi hurried after him, pulling on his sleeve. "Wait, don't push yourself too hard. If you can't win, just give up. Leave the rest to me." Hearing Shi Qi's words of concern, Han Qing felt a surge of sweetness in his heart and subconsciously reached out to rub her head. This intimate gesture made Shi Qi's heart race and her cheeks flush. Han Qing stepped onto the arena and said loudly, "If you can't even defeat them, what qualifications do you have to fight me?" Han Qing's words enraged the experts, and they all attacked him. Moments later, roars and the sounds of clashing weapons came from the viewing platform. Han Qing's words wounded the experts' pride, and they angrily charged forward. In an instant, shouts and the clang of weapons filled the viewing platform. Witnessing Hanqing Shamovet, Stizet, a thought suddenly popped in her head. "I really want to spar with Han Qing and see whose martial arts are superior." In less than a minute and a half, Han Qing successfully snatched the belts of the 12 experts and presented them to Gongmi. As soon as Gongmi saw the belts, she immediately declared, I admit defeat. Thus, Shi Qi naturally assumed the position of Yinluo sect leader. The moment she sat down, she declared, the name Yinluo sect is too unpleasant. I announce that from today onwards, Yinluo sect will be renamed Peacock Palace. The crowd below solemnly shouted, sect leader. Gongmi, hiding outside, watched the inauguration ceremony, overjoyed. Finally got rid of this hot potato. Now it's time to leave this place. Gongmi, holding her luggage, was about to sneak away when a hand suddenly grabbed her. Han Qing sneered, Hey, you haven't told us who exactly wants to deal with Prince Jingen. Gongmi's face turned pale with fright. She confessed everything. After listening, Han Qing said, just as I suspected. Seeing Han Qing's displeased expression, Gongmi quickly explained, this wasn't my doing. It was the previous sect leader's responsibility. I've only been in charge for 2 years. It turned out that 2 years ago, before Gongmi became the sect leader, the old sect leader constantly pestered her. Little beauty, be my concubine. Gongmi was extremely annoyed and casually struck him with a few moves. With those few moves, the sect leader ended up sprawled on the ground. Gongmi stepped on him angrily. How dare you provoke me? The sect leader cried out pathetically, Hero, spare me. Before he could finish his sentence, the crowd gathered around and shouted in unison, whoever defeats the sect leader is the new sect leader. And so, Gongmi was carried to the position of sect leader. Gongmi tearfully complained to Han Qing. Those elders said that unless I found a new sect leader, they wouldn't let me leave. Do they expect me to waste my entire life on something I don't like? As she was speaking, Shi Qi came from behind, carrying a stack of account books taller than a mountain, shouting as she walked, Brother, help me. Brother Wa, I can't see the road. Before Han Qing could respond, Shi Qi tripped. With a bang, the account books tumbled onto Gongmi and Shi Qi. They almost ate dirt. Fortunately, Han Qing was agile and caught Shi Qi. He glanced at the avalanche of account books on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. There are so many account books. Shi Qi explained, these are all the Yinluo sect's debts, just like the Peacock Palace's bills for the past few years. Han Qing looked puzzled. Shouldn't an assassin sect be very wealthy? How could they owe so much debt? Shi Qi scratched her head. I don't know either. Gongmi, still on the ground, was pulled up by Han Qing, who stared at her coldly. Tell the truth. Gongmi finally whispered. These past few years, helping the second prince deal with Prince Jingen, the Yinluo sect dispatched many top assassins. We don't know how to do business. After paying for funeral expenses, pensions, training new recruits, and supporting everyone, we've long been in the red, relying only on pawning things to survive. The sect suggested retiring and paying off the debts, but the second prince wouldn't allow it. He even threatened to destroy us. He said that if Yinluo Wang couldn't handle Prince Jingen, he would make the Yinluo sect disappear from the Jianghu. And then he made me choose. Shi Qi jumped in anger. So the mastermind behind all this is that dog of a prince. Han Qing also chimed in. Yes, his voice did sound familiar when we were eavesdropping. Suddenly, Kiki ed a brilliant idea. If my little nephew were to suddenly disappear, Imo Han Qing would be heartbroken. With that, Shi Qi ripped the account books to shreds and loudly announced, this palace leader decrees that Peacock Palace will withdraw from the assassin world and retire. Shi Qi handed a map to a subordinate, pointing at the route and saying, go to Yueqing Mountain. The subordinate stared at the map in astonishment. Peacock Gang, Yueqing Mountain. That's the third largest escort agency in the Jianghu. Shi Qi confidently declared, Yueqing Mountain is my territory. Someone will take care of you. It turned out that the Peacock Gang of Yueqing Mountain was the place where she ran wild as a child, becoming the leader at the age of 5. Now, this young girl was both the palace leader of Peacock Palace and the leader of Peacock Gang. The subordinates were overjoyed and cheered, thank you, palace leader. The next day, as everyone set off, Shi Qi and Han Qing rode horses side by side, seeing them off from a distance. Shi Qi began to speak. The Peacock Gang will no longer be bandits, but an escort agency. Business will surely flourish. Peacock Palace has too many enemies in the Jianghu. Moving to Yueqing Mountain will not only allow us to avoid the second prince's threat, but also use the escort agency's reputation to protect everyone and continue gathering intelligence. Brother, what do you think of my idea? Han Qing smiled slightly. Making the best use of everyone and everything. Well done, Shi Qi said happily. This way, no one can hurt you, not even that prince. Han Qing's expression turned serious. In the imperial court, schemes are endless and it's hard to guard against everything. I never used to be afraid, but now. Having said this, he realized he now had a weakness. Shi Qi confidently flexed her muscles and said, "You don't have to be afraid anymore. With me here, no one will dare to bully you." Han Qing found Shi Qi's expression so adorable that he couldn't help but laugh. Shi Qi immediately became flustered. "Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" "No," Han Qing replied gently with a soft smile. As they journeyed back to the capital together, Han Qing asked, "Do you think there's something off about him? Gami wants to come to the capital with us." Qi shrugged. "He said he was going to the capital, and it was on our way, so we left together. That guy has a strange aura. He's clearly very capable, yet he's willing to submit to the Yinluo sect. I'm worried he has other plans. But, brother, don't worry. We'll separate once we're in the capital. It's just that there's something familiar about him." Inside the carriage, Gongmi leisurely toyed with a jade hairpin, his mind seemingly occupied with unknown schemes. Han Qing and Shi Qi returned to the prince's mansion, where the steward hurried to greet them. "Your Highness, you finally returned. The palace has issued a decree summoning you to meet your future princess." The steward's words were like a bomb, stunning both of them into silence. Simultaneously, they exclaimed, "What?" Qi looked bewildered. "Steward, what sort of matchmaking talk is this?" Shi Qi's guard explained, "Matchmaking talk means that when His Highness comes of age, he must choose a princess." Han Qing, clearly displeased, spoke up from behind them. "I'll go to the palace right now and find out what's going on." Qi nodded Hanqing completely. After pondering the steward's words for a moment, she said, "Oh, so basically His Majesty is choosing a wife for Big Brother." As she said this, a pang of discomfort struck her heart. "He just said he liked me, and now he's going to meet a potential princess." Hearing Shi Qi's words, Han Qing panicked, about to explain, but Shi Qi cut him off, her expression stubborn. "Isn't this a good thing? I'm about to have a sister-in-law. A good thing? You think this is a good thing? Do you think that once I have a princess, you'll finally be able to leave the Jing'an prince's mansion?" Han Qing grabbed her hand, his expression frightening. Qi remained indifferent. "Oh, even if Big Brother didn't have a princess, I could leave the Jing'an prince's mansion anytime." Hanqing, unhappy, pressed hard. "Didn't you say?" Shi Qi maintained her carefree and cheerful demeanor. "What did I say, Big Brother?" Han Qing was speechless, his mind in turmoil. Could it be that she truly doesn't have any feelings for me? With this thought, he angrily flung her hand away and turned to leave, muttering, "Forget it, whatever." The steward, Han Qing, who had just moments ago declared his intention to go to the palace, now walking back inside, quickly called out, "Your Highness, aren't you going to the palace?" Han Qing, fuming, didn't turn back. "I'm not feeling well. I'm not going." He walked past the 2 stone lions in the courtyard and, in a fit of rage, punched one of the lion heads, chipping off a piece of its forehead. He yelled at it, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" This inexplicable outburst startled the other stone lion, a truly undeserved misfortune. That evening, Shi Qi peeked through the doorway at Han Qing, who was standing by the window, lost in thought. She wondered, "He's so angry. Could I have misunderstood him?" Before she could figure it out, a maid approached. "Guard Shi Qi, His Highness hasn't eaten all day. What should we do?" Shi Qi looked at the tray of food in the maid's hands and suddenly had an idea. A short while later, she quietly tiptoed into the room, carrying the tray. Hearing footsteps, Han Qing assumed it was the maid bringing food and said coldly, "Leave. I'm not hungry. Big Brother, it's me." The moment Shi Qi's voice rang out, he turned around. He was completely stunned by the sight before him. "Little sister, you're back in women's clothing." Shi Qi, dressed in women's clothing, her beauty radiant, held the food tray and said with a grin, I am hungry. Big Brother, would you like to join me?" And so, the two sat down at the table. Shi Qi raised her cup. "Big Brother, I toast to you. Thank you for taking care of me this whole time." "Shi Qi, are you planning to leave the Jing'an prince's mansion?" Han Qing asked anxiously. Shi Qi asked innocently, Is big brother so eager to marry his princess that he can't wait to kick me out? Han Qing lowered his head, a hint of dejection in his voice. Do you really have no opinion on the matter of choosing a princess? What opinion could I have? It depends on what kind of girl big brother likes. Shi Qi's smile remained bright. Seeing this, Han Qing felt that she didn't care at all who he chose as his princess. Thinking of this, he lowered his eyes and said, of course, a gentle, considerate, refined young lady, proficient in all the arts. Oh, so that's the kind of standard elder brother likes. Shi Qi said with a cheerful smile, her face bright, but her heart felt a pang of disappointment. She didn't fit any of those criteria. It turned out he had just been teasing her before. Ugh, these two are such a headache. Hearing Shi Qi's words, Han Qing downed his drink in one gulp, his expression gloomy. I understand. Tomorrow I'll enter the palace to participate in the consort selection. The next day, Shi Qi saw Han Qing off with a bright smile. Elder brother, you must choose a good wife. But as soon as Han Qing left, she punched the stone lion beside her, feeling extremely frustrated. What are you two stone lions laughing at? This is so unlucky, always bearing the brunt of your master's heartbreak. Out of the blue, as Shi Qi was angrily watching Han Qing's carriage disappear into the distance, another carriage approached. A maidservant poked her head out, and upon seeing Shi Qi, shouted, Mississippi, Mississippi, Shi Qi, we finally found you, miss. Please come back to the manor with us. We've already found master in the palace. Han Qing's appearance made the emperor and the empress dowager apprehensive. Seeing this, the empress dowager softened her demeanor, feigning weakness. Trembling all over, she leaned tearfully on the emperor's shoulder. Your Majesty, Empress Xia is so frightening. Wah, I'm old, I can't bear this fright. The marriage matter is up to you, Your Majesty. She made a move to leave, but the emperor quickly grabbed her hand. But you are Han Qing's mother. If not you, then who? The Empress Dowager couldn't refuse. She composed herself and said, Han Qing, you've come at the right time. Look, Minister Lin's daughter is dignified and beautiful. The emperor chimed in, this young lady is not only beautiful, but also skilled in all the arts. I intend to bestow her upon you in marriage. Do you agree? Han Qing replied with a cold face, I do not. My heart already belongs to someone else. Both the emperor and the empress dowager were surprised. The emperor asked, which family's daughter is she? Yi Qi Qi Han Qing answered hesitantly, his cheeks flushing slightly. As he mentioned Qi Qi, the emperor was shocked, and the empress dowager became anxious. Your Majesty, which noble family does Yi Qi Qi belong to? Qi Qi is Han Qing's personal guard, so Prince Jing'an prefers men. The rumors are true. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager patted the Emperor's forehead. You old fuddy-duddy. With Han Qing's temperament, it's a blessing someone likes him at all. So what if he likes men? This marriage must happen. Seeing the Empress Dowager's insistence, the Emperor relented. He stood up and declared, since the Empress Dowager has spoken, I shall immediately issue the imperial decree for the marriage. No need for an imperial decree. I like her, but she doesn't like me. Han Qing's blunt words left the Emperor and Empress Dowager speechless. The Emperor was furious. She actually looks down on Han Qing. The Empress Dowager, on the other hand, sighed with emotion. Oh my son has finally tasted the bitterness of love. He's finally like a normal person. Wah? They patted his shoulder and held his hand. Han Qing had only taken a few steps when a guard caught up to him. He turned and asked, why are you so flustered? The guard replied anxiously, Seventh miss. She smashed the remaining stone lion in front of the manor gate. Han Qing said calmly, if it's broken, it's broken. It's time for new ones anyway. Don't make a fuss. The guard added, also, 2 carriages from Flying Crane Manor have arrived, saying they're here to take 7th Miss home. Upon hearing this, Han Qing panicked. He immediately turned and left, leaving the guard calling helplessly after him, Your Highness, I haven't finished yet. The scene cut back to the manor. Shi Qi clung tightly to a pillar, refusing to let go. Below, 2 maidservants tried to persuade her. Miss, the manor lord said, you can leave the mountain when you're 14. Only 1 year left. Just endure it a little longer. I won't go. Absolutely not. Clinging to the pillar, Qi Qi thought, if I come back after a year, and Han Qing might already have children. Suddenly, Han Qing appeared behind her, shouting, she can't go with you. The moment Qi Qi saw Han Qing, she was like a kitten finding its owner. She jumped down happily and ran towards him, her face full of joy. You're finally back. The 2 maids saw Han Qing and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, Prince Jing'an, thank you for taking care of 7th Miss this whole time. Han Qing spoke to the maids coldly. Don't mention it. If you want to take her away, you must first repay all the debts she owes to the Prince Jing'an's residence. Shi Qi's personal maid said politely, that's only right. Lu, bring it here. As she spoke, the maid gave Lu a look. Lu, holding a stack of banknotes, said, the Manor Lord has specially prepared 5,000 taels of silver. Please don't take offense, Your Highness. Seeing this, Shi Qi became very worried. She clung tightly to his arm and pleaded pathetically, Your Highness, brother, you wouldn't sell me for 5,000 taels, would you? Looking at Shi Qi, Han Qing's heart stirred. He turned to the two maids and said, originally, 5,000 taels would have been enough, but today, Shi Qi smashed the stone lion in front of the residence, which is worth 500,000 taels. The two maids were stunned upon hearing this number. Is that stone lion made of jade? Even if we sold the entire Flying Crane Manor, we couldn't raise that much money. Hearing this, Han Qing explained, that stone lion was a birthday gift from the Xinjiang governor to His Majesty. It was carved from a single piece of cold jade. The best craftsman in Xinjiang spent 5 years completing it. The original price was 800,000 taels. I've already given Shi Qi face by lowering it to 500,000. Kiki was of jade, so in your eyes, my face is worth 300,000 taels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She hugged Han Qing tightly as the maids looked on helplessly. How is this any different from being sold and then helping to count the money? After a while, the two maids could only leave dejectedly. Before leaving, they carefully instructed Han Qing, Your Highness, please protect 7th Miss well. We will raise the money as soon as possible to ransom her. No, to bring Miss back to the manor. With that, the two boarded their carriage and left. Seeing them go far away, Shi Qi said happily, great, I don't have to go back to the manor. At this moment, Han Qing turned and spoke gently to Shi Qi. I helped you. Shouldn't you help me too? Kiki Bikame Witty. You're not going to ask me to pay back the 500,000 taels, are you? No. Han Qing hesitated, his face slightly flushed. His Majesty is choosing a consort for me. Could you attend? Shi Qi hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Okay, I'll go. Shi Qi's agreement made Han Qing happy, but after thinking for a moment, she asked, but in what capacity will I go? As a mere guard of the Prince Jing'an's residence. Don't worry about that. I'll arrange it. You just need to defeat those other girls at the consort selection ceremony. Hearing this, Shi Qi felt a little embarrassed. How can I do that? I've never fought another family's daughter. Han Qing immediately knew Shi Qi had misunderstood. He smiled brightly and said, besides your family's martial arts, which of the 4 arts, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, are you proficient in? Shi Qi replied confidently, I'm proficient in all of them. Grandfather hired many friends to teach me, and those old men with white beards even praised me. Really? Han Qing was a little skeptical. Shi Qi replied with an air of certainty. My grandfather is the best martial artist in the world, so his friends must also be masters. Han Qing asked, may I ask your teacher's names in the martial arts world? Before he could finish, Shi Qi interrupted, no, master said to be low-key, and there are too many enemies in the martial arts world. We can't let outsiders know our relationship. Hearing this, Han Qing immediately imagined Shi Qi playing the zither so terribly that the old men covered their ears and shouted, this is an insult to the audience. It's so awful. Don't ever say you're our disciple. He concluded that this was the reason why Shi Qi refused to reveal her master's name. Han Qing felt that things were not looking good. He thought he'd better quickly improve Shi Qi's martial arts. Otherwise, she would be eliminated immediately. At this time, Shi Qi was still pestering him, insisting on proving that everything she said was true without a single lie. In the following days, Han Qing first humbled himself and pleaded outside the Yang residence, then went to curry favor with the chief steward of the consort selection ceremony, and finally asked his mother to pull some strings for him. The night before the consort selection ceremony, Han Qing tossed and turned, unable to sleep, while Shi Qi slept soundly. He had done everything he could and could only hope that nothing would go wrong at tomorrow's ceremony. The next day, while Shi Qi was still sound asleep, Han Qing woke her up. Today is the selection ceremony. How can you still sleep so soundly? Just awakened, Shi Qi, her eyes still half closed, buried her face in Han Qing's arms and cried, Wah, save me, young master. Seeing this, Han Qing softly comforted her. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Just do as I say. Shi Qi listened, looking confused. Huh? What did you say? I just dreamt of a giant bug. It scared me to death. Han Qing was speechless. The scene changed to the imperial palace. The sight before Shi Qi's eyes surprised her. Wow, so many beautiful ladies. Han Qing's face darkened. This was completely different from what His Majesty had said before. Elsewhere, court officials were spreading rumors that Prince Jing'an preferred men, making the young ladies hesitate. The Empress Dowager ordered the ladies to conceal their talents, and they had to comply. It turned out that both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager mistakenly believed Shi Qi was a man. In the main hall, the Emperor and Empress Dowager were delighted to see Shi Qi. The Emperor pointed at Shi Qi and said to the Empress Dowager, "Look, little Qi even dressed as a man for Han Qing. What a good child." Mo Shuju and Murong Hanwu also came to observe Han Qing's selection ceremony. Mo Shuju suddenly said, "I always felt that royal uncle treated little Qi differently. It turns out he likes other people's children." Murong Hanwu sighed beside him. If little Qi and Xiaoxia get married, His Highness definitely won't let him go to the battlefield anymore. Yi Jing'an suddenly appeared and said, "You can't call her little Qi anymore. Han Xian asked my father to adopt her as his goddaughter, so that the person he likes would have status." As soon as Yi Jing'an finished speaking, everyone exclaimed in unison, "What? Qi Qi is a girl." The Empress Dowager immediately said, "Oh dear, boy or girl doesn't matter, as long as they truly love each other." Han Qing felt exasperated after hearing this. Truly love each other. In his eyes, Qi Qi only saw him as a brother. Didn't His Majesty and the Empress Dowager say they wanted a low-key selection ceremony? Was this considered low-key? Qi Qi's eyes lit up when she saw so many beautiful ladies. Before Han Qing could speak, Qi Qi rushed out and shouted, "Your Highness, I'm going to play with the beautiful ladies." "Hello, beautiful ladies. I, Yi Qi Qi, greet you all." Upon hearing the name Yi Qi Qi, the young ladies were immediately frightened. "You're Yi Qi Qi, the little 7 hero who defeated the martial champion, Prince Jing'an's most trusted little 7 guard." Qi Qi replied with a grin, "That's right. I even disguised myself as a man when I first entered the capital for convenience." Learning that Qi Qi was actually a girl, everyone was even more shocked than before, whispering amongst themselves, "Little 7 is actually a girl. What about Sister Lin, who has had a crush on His Highness for so long? It would be one thing if Prince Jing'an liked men, but he likes women. How can Sister Lin bear this?" Lin Yiru then stepped forward, sizing up Yi Qi Qi, thinking to herself, "Does Prince Jing'an like a blockhead who only knows how to fight?" Thinking of this, she said, "Yi Qi Qi, remember my name. I'm Lin Yiru. In the upcoming competition, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Don't think that having Prince Jing'an's support means you can step on all the ladies of Qingxing." After saying that, she walked away coldly, and she took a group of girls with her. Qi Qi stood there, dumbfounded, unable to understand why she was disliked by a group of beautiful ladies. This was the first time she had been disliked by girls. Qi Qi quickly realized the problem and angrily went to find Han Qing for an explanation. Faced with Qi Qi's questioning, Han Qing guiltily admitted, "I arranged for you to participate as Minister Ye's adopted daughter, and I also bribed the examiners and the other girls so you could win." Looking at Han Qing's remorseful appearance, Qi Qi lowered her voice and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Just this." Han Qing shrank his neck and replied, "Qi Qi, this is my first time doing something like this." Qi Qi sighed. "So, if Yi Qi Qi is just Yi Qi Qi from Flying Crane Manor, only knows how to fight, doesn't understand music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, isn't as pretty as the other girls, and doesn't have powerful parents, then she's not worthy of Prince Jing'an." As Qi Qi said this, Han Qing quickly explained, "Qi Qi, I'm not Chan Yu." Before he could finish, Qi Qi interrupted him. "Let me finish. I was abandoned by my parents at birth, an orphan. This is my fate. I had no choice. It was Grandpa who picked me up and brought me back to Flying Crane Manor, giving me a new life. He never abandoned me because of my illness, nor did he indulge my mistakes, nor did he scold me for being lazy. Without Grandpa, there would be no Yi Qi Qi. Today, I don't want to be the adopted daughter of the Grand Chancellor's manor. I just want to be grandfather's granddaughter." Han Qing was deeply moved by Qi Qi's words and also surprised, as this was the first time he had seen Yi Qi Qi like this, serious, stubborn, and heartbreaking. "I'm sorry, Qi Qi. I presumed too much and didn't consider your feelings. I'll cancel those arrangements immediately. Han Qing bowed his head in apology. This action made Qi Qi's eyes widen in surprise, but 3 seconds later, she regained her queenly aura and muttered, "Humph, you made those sisters hate me. I need to consider whether to forgive you." Han Qing said guiltily, "They don't hate you because of me." He wanted to explain further, but Qi Qi interrupted him. "All right, I've decided. I'll defeat those sisters with my own abilities and make them understand and like me." Hearing this, Han Qing became even more worried and stammered, Can you really do it?" After a while, the eunuch finally announced the official start of the consort selection ceremony. The first round was composing a poem in 7 steps. The participating ladies had to compose a poem on the theme of blooming lotus within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Lin Yuru stepped forward first and recited her poem. Everyone applauded and cheered. The emperor, high on his throne, couldn't help but praise. Lady Lin is indeed from scholarly family. Composing a poem in 7 steps truly shows your talent. It was Qi Qi's turn to shine. She stepped forward confidently, smiled, and said in a clear voice, "Clear water reveals the lotus. Cool breeze stirs the ripples. Long summer days, cool breeze stirs the ripples. Long summer days, cool breeze stirs the ripples. Clear water reveals the lotus." Her palindrome poem immediately won the emperor's praise. "Wonderful, wonderful. I never thought a palindrome poem could be written like this. Someone reward her with a golden willow leaf." After hearing it, Han Qing could only stare blankly, completely surprised that Qi Qi could even compose poetry. Seeing Qi Qi win, Lin Yuru whispered to the other ladies with resentment. Prince Jingyan must have told her the topic in advance. The second round was impromptu painting. A judge picked up a painting and nodded in approval. "Not bad, not bad. Second miss, Yi truly has the Grand Chancellor's flair. The fish leaping out of the water to peck at flowers is so lifelike." Suddenly, another judge spoke. "Wait, I have another painting here. Look, Miss Qi Qi can actually paint 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains from imagination." At this moment, Qi Qi spoke. "These are all things I've seen with my own eyes while traveling the world. If it weren't for your Majesty's diligent governance and the peace in the realm, I wouldn't have been able to reach the capital smoothly." Looking at the painting, the judges were full of admiration. This painting uses the brushwork of the painting sage Qin Guan and combines it with the style of the calligraphy sage Zhang Yuanji. "Miss Qi Qi, you are truly a woman who doesn't let men have all the glory." Faced with the judge's praise, Qi Qi was very modest. "You overpraise me, masters. I only know a little. In fact, the people the masters mentioned were real, but they didn't want Qi Qi's identity to be exposed." Qi Qi's answer was impeccable. The emperor was once again overjoyed and repeatedly said, "Someone reward Miss Qi Qi with a golden willow leaf." After Qi Qi's overwhelming victory, the other ladies looked at her with admiration. Only Lin Yuru gritted her teeth in anger. Next was the third round of the talent competition, musical arts. Qi Qi glanced at the prepared instruments in the room and was about to reach for the pipa when Lin Yuru snatched it first and said, "You want to play the pipa too? What piece will you play?" Seeing Lin Yuru taking the initiative to talk to her, Qi Qi innocently replied, "Ambush from 10 sides. What about you?" Upon hearing the name of the piece, Lin Yuru was clearly stunned for a moment and replied, "Me too." Hearing this, Qi Qi happily gave her the opportunity. "Sister, you go first." Lin Yuru was a little surprised, but she still boldly asked, "Miss Qi Qi, is the world outside the capital really as beautiful as the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains in your painting?" Qi Qi smiled mysteriously and whispered in Lin Yuru's ear, "It's even more magnificent and grand than my painting." Lin Yuru's eyes widened with curiosity. Qi Qi pointed out the window. "I follow the yellow river from west to east, all the way to Modo. It's truly unbelievably beautiful. The natural scenery outside the window, even more magnificent and splendid than Qi Qi described, unfolded before Lin Yuru, presenting a breathtaking world. She couldn't help but sigh. "If only I could have seen it with my own eyes." Hearing this, Qi Qi shared her own story. "Before I turned 13, my grandfather kept me at home. It wasn't until I ventured down the mountain and into the world that I discovered everything written in the books was true." Lin Yuru's expression suddenly darkened, and she whispered, "Unfortunately, I don't have your impressive martial arts skills, and the Lin family rules are strict. Women aren't allowed to wander freely." Qi Qi immediately took Lin Yuru's hand. "Sister, I can protect you. Grandfather said heaven bestowed me with martial arts, so I could protect protect others. Lin Yuru couldn't help but giggle upon hearing this. Seeing this, Qi Qi quickly added seriously, I really am very skilled. Lin Yuru responded with a smile. Regardless, thank you for yielding the Guqin to me, but I won't give up easily just because of your kindness. Having said that, she turned and left, childhood memories flooding her mind. She thought, I've admired His Highness for so many years, always being cautious, not even daring to approach him. Now, at least I must let him know my feelings. With this thought, she walked onto the stage and spoke formally. Prince Jingen fights for our country with courage and decisiveness. This humble woman has admired him for a long time and wishes to offer him a performance of ambush from 10 sides. As soon as Lin Yuru finished speaking, the audience erupted in murmurs. Ambush from 10 sides again. I heard Miss Lin was personally taught the golden willow leaf technique by the greatest Guqin master in the world. This time, it's definitely hers. Hearing the words greatest Guqin master in the world, Qi Qi was slightly startled. Wait, isn't the greatest Guqin master in the world my grandfather? Before she could think further, Qi Qi was captivated by Lin Yuru's playing. When Lin Yuru finished playing, everyone was amazed, including Qi Qi. Lin Yuru's outstanding performance made even the emperor impatient. He personally stepped forward and said, Miss Lin, the golden willow leaf is yours. The competition isn't over yet, Lin Yuru said, carrying the Guqin to Qi Qi. She continued, Miss Qi Qi, let me hear your ambush from 10 sides that wasn't locked away in the back courtyard. Qi Qi confidently took the Guqin and walked onto the stage. As her prelude began, everyone nodded in approval, but when she reached the climax, all the judges widened their eyes. So that's how it is. This is the true ambush from 10 sides. Lin Yuru's eyes widened as she listened. Then, she sighed softly, knowing she had lost, but at least she had done her best to express her feelings. With this thought, she stood up along with the other candidates and said in unison, Your Majesty, Your Highness, this subject is not as skilled and willingly concedes. Having said that, they turned and left, leaving only Qi Qi. Tears streamed down her face. Why did everyone leave? I haven't finished yet. Han Qing quickly grabbed her. Don't go. Qi Qi, where do you think you're going? You're my fiancé now. The emperor and the empress dowager were overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. Han Qing has finally gotten his wish. I shall issue the marriage decree immediately. The empress dowager chimed in. Why wait for the decree? Why not choose an auspicious date now? Qi Qi was stunned by their words. What? Marriage? I'm only 13. I haven't even had my coming-of-age ceremony yet. Your Highness, say something. Qi Qi pleaded with her eyes as she pinched Han Qing hard on his back. Although reluctant, Han Qing stammered. Yes, yes. Qi Qi's marriage still needs to be discussed with her grandfather. The emperor said happily, Simple. I'll write to Qi Qi's grandfather immediately. We'll arrange the betrothal first, and then choose an auspicious date for the wedding after her coming-of-age ceremony. The Empress Dowager, hearing the emperor's words, looked slightly worried. Your Majesty, is this really? But she swallowed her words. Qi Qi and Han Qing both felt helpless. Qi Qi had originally intended to help Han Qing deal with the arranged marriage, but unexpectedly, it had turned into their own engagement. Elsewhere, fireworks bloomed in the night sky, celebrating the joyous occasion of Qi Qi and Mo Hanqing's engagement. The second prince looked up at the fireworks, his heart filled with resentment. Suddenly, a young woman appeared behind him and said, Prince Jingen has been more favored than you princes since childhood. Now almost all of Tang is in his hands. The emperor is even making such a grand display of choosing a consort for him. If someone didn't know better, they would think Prince Jingen was your father's true son. The second prince was already disgruntled, and these words were like a sharp blade piercing his heart. He turned abruptly. Who are you? How did you get into the second prince's residence? All right, the palace maid replied, casually fanning herself. The crown prince has already been deposed. I've been considering collaborating with our, by Chun Kingdom. What do you think? At the banquet, everyone took turns toasting Han Qing. Come, another drink. Congratulations to Prince Jingen on finding a good match. Han Qing held his wine cup, barely able to stand. He tried to decline. A little drink is enjoyable, but too much harms the body. But as soon as he refused, the third prince rushed in with an extra-large wine bowl. Nonsense, imperial uncle. You must drink your fill of engagement wine. May you have 100 years of happiness and a long life. Imperial uncle, you haven't had enough yet, Mu Zhuzhu said, bringing the wine cup to Han Qing's lips. Supported by Murong Hongyu and Yi Cheng'an, Han Qing was forced to drink the wine, his heart full of resentment. Mu Zhuzhu, if you're so capable, don't ever get married. Having just finished the extra-large bowl of wine, Han Qing collapsed on the spot. Mu Zhuzhu said triumphantly, "This is the first time I've seen Imperial Uncle drunk. I heard that no matter how cold a man is, he'll reveal his true feelings after drinking." Yi Cheng'an, standing to the side, was thrilled to hear Mu Zhuzhu say this. "I can't wait." The scene shifted to the Empress Dowager's palace. Shi Qi said helplessly, "Empress Dowager, I really can't wear any more. I really can't." The Empress Dowager ignored her and insisted, You can. These were all passed down from my mother. I'm giving them all to you today." And Han Qing, the Empress Dowager said, placing all the jewelry in front of her on a Shi Qi, thought to herself, "The Empress Dowager must really like Emo Han Qing, and therefore likes me too. She's even personally putting jewelry on me." After painting a flower on Shi Qi's forehead, the Empress Dowager looked at her delicate face and said confidently, "Is the flower I painted for you pretty?" Shi Qi looked in the mirror and saw the red flower between her eyebrows. She replied happily, "3 little red flowers. So pretty. I like it. Thank you, Empress Dowager." Hearing Shi Qi say this, the Empress Dowager was overjoyed. The Empress Dowager thought to herself, "Is this what it feels like to have a daughter? Is this what it feels like to be a mother?" Saying this, she took Shi Qi's hand, wanting to help her up. But Shi Qi's stomach was rumbling with hunger. The Empress Dowager laughed when she heard it. "Good child, you must be starving. Come, I'll take you to eat something delicious." Saying this, the Empress Dowager held Shi Qi's hand. At the dining table, the Empress Dowager served Shi Qi food while talking. Shi Qi politely accepted and said, "You eat more too, Empress Dowager. You're too thin. Be careful not to be blown away by the wind." "Empress Dowager, my grandfather is a divine physician. He says girls need to have round faces to be healthy." Shi Qi and the Empress Dowager chatted and laughed. Elsewhere, Han Qing was slumped drunkenly over a table. Suddenly, Han Qing jumped up and stood on the table, swaying drunkenly, unable to stand still. Seeing this, Shi Qi worriedly asked him what was wrong. Hearing Shi Qi's voice, the drunken Han Qing couldn't help but want to pour out his heart. Seeing his state, Shi Qi tried to persuade him to wait until he was sober. However, the usually rational Prince Jing'an, once drunk, disregarded everything and only did what he wanted. He pulled a pre-written love letter from his sleeve. Shi Qi thought he was going to hand it to her, but unexpectedly, he read it aloud. He only had eyes for her, completely oblivious to the onlookers around him, all listening intently. Shi Qi was stunned by Han Qing's sudden confession. In the letter, he even brought up past events. When he read the part about Shi Qi trying to teach me how to swim, but being too rough and pulling my clothes, Shi Qi shouted for him to stop, embarrassed, but he insisted on finishing. The onlookers certainly got their money's worth of entertainment today. The third prince, for fear of missing any gossip, even ordered his servants to record Han Qing's confession and draw a picture of Prince Jing'an at that moment, intending to give it to him as a gift later. Indeed, when drinking, never let your friends stay sober. That day might become a lifelong shadow for them. After a while, Han Qing was taken back to his room to rest by the guards. The guards diligently entrusted the task of caring for Han Qing to Shi Qi. Before leaving, they mentioned that everyone had chipped in for a congratulatory gift, which they had placed by the bedside. Shi Qi carefully looked after him, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. Looking at him now, Shi Qi thought to herself that she could never let him get drunk again. The next morning, Han Qing woke up with a dizzy head. He held his head for a moment, as if recalling all the crazy things he had done last night. His face turned pale, and he berated himself incessantly. He kept thinking about one question: was it too late to pretend to have amnesia? Just then, Shi Qi walked into the room. Seeing that Han Qing was awake, she said, "You're awake. The guards pooled their money and bought us a lot of, scripts. Want to take a look together?" She sat down beside him and began to read the titles of the scripts the guards had sent. In reality, those things weren't proper scripts at all, but a bunch of tricks teaching couples how to get pregnant quickly. Shi Qi was innocent and naive, understanding nothing. But after she finished reading the list, Han Qing's face flushed red. He yelled, "You guards, just you wait. The story of this young couple ends here. May they be happy forever." That's all for today's content. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support my continued updates.